This is absolutely everything I did to get a 45 in the IB Diploma. Welcome everybody, my name is Joaquin Novello. I'm a current UPenn Wharton dual degree engineering student at the M&T program. And in this video, I'm going to be covering everything I did, absolutely everything I did to get that 45 in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program. As you can see here, right beside me on the screen, this was my diploma that I received back in 2021. These were the courses I took, the grades I got, as well as the fact that I did this with the exams. Now, before we begin, yes, this video is long. And yes, I've put years, literally years into making this one video right here. And yes, because of that, I am almost certain that this video will be extraordinarily valuable to anyone who is interested in scoring top scores in the IB Diploma. Now, the reason why I say that is because I've compiled all of my wisdom, all of my knowledge, all of the action points that you need to truly succeed and truly kill it in the IB Diploma, which is why I put absolutely everything that I know to be of value in this video. And when I mean years, I truly mean years. This started back when I did a presentation for the students at the Training Academy, where I would combine all of my knowledge, everything I learned about the IB Diploma in a single video. This was back in, as you can see right here, November of 2023. And then after that, I made this video that I never ended up releasing. It's still an unlisted video, but I made it in early 2024. As you can see right here, it's somehow, I don't know how, it somehow got 200 and something views. I think people were sharing it around somehow. I think I gave it out to one student, they shared it. That's how valuable this information is. But I then went back and recompiled all the knowledge that I know from the IB Diploma over the past 8 years that I've been working with students. Even before I graduated, I was actually helping out students with their executive functioning skills, and since then I've worked with all of these students, as you can see right here. And I went back and I remade this video that you're watching right now to really compile absolutely everything that I know. Now, this right here is for students who want to truly achieve top marks. So if you're new to the IB Diploma, if you don't know what the IB Diploma is, like if you don't know what SL courses are, HL courses, extended essay, if you don't know what any of that stuff is, because we're going to be talking a lot about it, I strongly suggest you go back and you watch this video first, which just gives a general introduction about how the IB Diploma works, what the 45 point system is, how to get through the 3 points extra, all the information that you need to really understand what the IB Diploma is to begin with. I urge you to watch this video first. But for most people who are currently in the IB Diploma, if you're starting maybe the DP first, or if you have your exams right now, or if it's DP2 or whatever it may be, this video is for you. In fact, I have a few objections that I want to achieve in this video. The goal number one is very simply to change your life. I want this video right here to be the upwards trajectory that causes you to take action and implement these elite tactics and then get that top score. And not only that, but also to change the way in which you view studying, to change the way in which you view high achievement, to change the way in which you view academic success forever. Which is why my goal here is to really deliver a 13 out of 10 experience. That's what I try to do with every single piece of content that I make out, especially now with these new videos. And the thing that I love showing students is this is literally my style of teaching. I love giving students just an absolute fire hose of tactics, of strategies, of mindset shifts, of different ways to view the world. And then the students can go back, pick out the ones that they want to implement, and ultimately take action on those. But be warned, be warned that this is going to be an absolute fire hose of information. And the reason why I love to do it this way is because this is exactly how I would have loved the information to have been given to me back when I was doing the IB Diploma. So with that being said, my goal truly is to over deliver. And as you can see right here with a bunch of the students that I've worked with specifically in the Training Academy, I promise you that this right here is going to be intense. I like to make the analogy of a golden goose. When you have that golden goose opportunity, meaning a once a year opportunity, or once in a semester opportunity, or once in a lifetime opportunity, it is up to you to make the most out of it. I'm telling you right now that this video is that opportunity. This video is the video you've been looking for on YouTube all that time. So I want you to focus. It only takes one good idea that you listen to and it just clicks and you're like, aha, I finally know what to do, for you to implement and then get those results. I'm hoping that this video is that for you. for it to completely change your life, maybe the way you view the world, maybe the way you view the IB diploma, and then ultimately you go out and get those results yourself. So when it comes to getting that 45 in the IB diploma, this is exactly how to win. So not only will I be revealing the tactics that I use to get a 45, but also how I did these tactics as much as humanly possible, the execution strategies behind that, and then plus the execution strategies on how to automate these into your daily routine so that you can do them as much as humanly possible. As John C. Maxwell said, that the secret of your success is found in your daily routine, which is why I emphasize this point so much, because truly the students that I see who get the highest scores are those who are able to stick with simple but effective principles for the long run. And then ultimately, I'm also going to be covering a handful of mental frameworks / strategies to implement into your unique situation, specifically based on whatever school you might be in or whatever your calendar is. These are strategies that can be moved around and implemented on whatever your timetable is. Plus, this is absolutely everything, including secret IB cheat codes, study habits plus routine, how to balance your 45 with getting to a top university, what my daily routine looked like, what was my social life like, how I balanced elite university with the IB diploma, what my fitness was like, what my productivity was like, what did I eat, what was my diet, what was my study routine, what would an example study session look like, how would I study for an exam that I had in 2 weeks if I had to get a 7 in that, how about if I had 1 week, how about if I had 1 day? How did I organize my time with all my other classes? When did I do my IAs? What was the sequence that I did my IAs? What did I do for each of the IAs? What score did I get for the IAs? The out-of-school resources that I use, all the study hacks to really 10x your results, the final tactics you need to get that 45, and then ultimately, and may I mention, most importantly, the action points that you can implement right now to get results as fast as possible. This is why I'm claiming this video to be a true masterclass in the IB diploma. But I must warn you that I've done absolutely everything I can to squeeze in the best strategies in this short video. So if you're one who gets offended easily, or if you're scared of the truth, or you don't want to go big with your IB diploma for whatever reason, you're not trying to get into a top university, which is fine, that's not for everyone. But this video is not for you if you are that type of person. Stop watching right now, go click off. This video right here is for those who want to truly get the top score. And of all the students I know who are going to watch this video, there's probably only a fraction of whom are going to take this information, apply it into their own life, and then get results. Everyone else is going to say, yeah, this is a good idea. They're just going to nod along, but they're not going to take action. I am making this video for those who are ready to take action and then get those results. So if you are one of those people, this is who I made this video for. In other words, this is exactly how to win, as I get all the time based on the testimonials of the students in the Training Academy. Hey, walking in, just want to update on my IB. Ended on a 44 out of 45. Thank you so much for your advice last year. We cooked, as well as a 25% score improvement from my test, from my last score. 28 out of 30 in this paper. Got a 7 in maths, 55 out of 55 in paper 1, and 54 out of 55 in paper 2. Perfect on paper 1, and much, much more. Ultimately, the mindset shift here is that the game is rigged. You'll be playing by rules that do not exist. And I'll explain exactly what this means in just a second, because at the end of the day, the IB is gameable. And this is what I've discovered after working with students now for the past few years. And really the mindset shift is that most students are doing the wrong things. It's not that they're not ambitious. It's not that they don't want to get the results. All the students want to get the top results, but most students are doing the wrong things. And a lot of the time, it's not even because of discipline. It's not even because they don't have the motivation, the willpower, all these fancy things that you think you might need in order to actually get stuff done. The issue is that they don't know the correct strategies, and because of that, they're doing the wrong things. So the mindset shift here really is that if you do what everyone else does, you're going to get the mass majority of results, which is, guess what? Basically zero. The mass majority of people do not achieve an extraordinary score. In fact, I believe the mean IB score is something like a 30, which is completely unacceptable if you want to get yourself into a top university. So understand a few things here, that it's very easy to win when you start to understand what the key combination of the lock is, and then you simply press those buttons, or similarly to an airplane taking off, there's just a few knobs and a few buttons that you got to press in order for the airplane to take off. And I promise you that it is extraordinarily easy to win once you understand the things to do. Okay, in fact, it's pretty simple to win. You just got to know the correct combination. But most students live their entire life not knowing what to do, and I see this all the time where they're super confused. They have all this clutter, all these things going on in their own life that they're never able to truly focus on the stuff that matters and then get results because of it. So my goal with this video is truly to help you identify what are those select knobs. Like just press a little knob here, press this button here, see, look at this metric here, press this thing here, and then the plane can take off. So ultimately, that is how you can game and break the system. So yes, Joaquin, you smart, tall, good looking, smells like pine, strong grizzly I see. How exactly do I go about doing this? And most importantly, why do I care? That's where I bring you to my goal. So goal number one, as I mentioned before, was to change your life. And most importantly, get you results. All right, that's it. To give you your results. As you can see right here, Jalal ended up mentioning after going through the training academy, where it was a profound transformation in the way that he viewed work, academics, and the IB diploma. And I promise you that there's nowhere on planet Earth where you're going to find this information delivered this way, which is why, based on the experience I've had, you're going to be astronomically more likely to get a 45 in the IB diploma, which is in fact why I even made Grizzly to begin with, because of the results I was getting. As you can see right here, 93.18% of Grizzlies get a 42 to a 45 in their IB diploma predicted. And by the way, predicted grades are by far the most important, especially if you're trying to get into a top elite university. But with that being said, I'm not guaranteeing that you're going to get a 45, but just mastering 1/10 of these strategies will get you very close. I like to think of these as the steroids for the IB diploma. So really the goal here is to give you those results, quantifiable, hard results where you can look back in a few weeks, in a few months, in a few years and say, yes, this was the moment that my life began to change, where I started focusing on the results and I started getting those quantifiable results that I can go back and look back on. As you can see, these are some of the results that I've been getting with students. If you want to just pause this video and look at the results that other students just like you who are watching very similar videos by myself in this exact same channel and then went to the academy, implemented this and implemented these tactics overall, right? It's just the tactics that they implemented and got these exact results, as you can see right here. Now you might be asking yourself, okay, what is in it for me? Why am I here sitting on this desk giving you this information, talking about everything I got going on? Like why am I doing this? In fact, that's something that I would 100% be wondering if I saw somebody else making these videos. And this right here is what I found being in the education industry for the past few years, is that students' results are directly proportional to the business success that I get with Grizzly. So, of course, I want to improve my company. I want to get more results. I want to grow the company, help out my employees, all the good stuff that comes with growing a company, which is my goal here. And the way that I grow this company is by getting you results as soon as possible. Okay, that's the way that I benefit from this, because the faster that I give you results, the more likely you are to join Grizzly Elite and then help me expand on my mission and grow this company. So ultimately understand that if for whatever reason you get results from this video, which I promise you will, because that is the exact reason why I made this video, is to get you results. If you are getting results from this video, I urge you to take the next step and apply for the Grizzly Elite Training Academy. You can do so actually at grizzly.com/apply. And yes, this is an actual application where you do have to submit your grades, because I do not admit any Jerry's or any Salmons or anyone who does not want to get extraordinary results. That is not what this is for. This is only for high achieving students who want to truly kick ass in the IB diploma and get into their dream university. And by the end of that, if my calendar is still available, it might not be me, it might be another one of my team members, but hopefully it is myself. You can go ahead and actually book a time to speak one-on-one with me. I'll help you out with your specific situation, get your results, and if you want to continue, you can continue and then join the academy right after that. But understand that spots are limited, and if you want to read a little bit more, you can pause the video right now and read as to why I'm doing this for free. So go ahead, apply if you're interested, but the goal here is to help you get results. Now, it's not only to help you get just a 45, because let's face it, anyone who is almost crazy enough can sacrifice their entire soul, their entire existence, their entire reason why they're on planet Earth to try to get a 45. All right, they can sacrifice their weekends, time with friends. They can sacrifice time with their family, maybe extracurriculars they want to do, extra clubs, their sleep schedule, all this stuff they can sacrifice and then work as much as they possibly can in order to get a 45. All right, this is not what this is. This is not let's just grind as hard as we possibly can and hopefully get a 45. This is instead a step-by-step formula to get that 45 with good mental health and while achieving your university acceptance goals. I like to call this right here the Grizzly way. And really the analogy I like to say is the following, right? Let's say we were to plot results on the y-axis and stress/overwhelm and busy on the x. Now, most students that I begin to work with who are high achievers, right? These are students who are paying attention in class, who are doing all the homework, who are doing everything they possibly can, they typically fall into either this category or the category above, where they're getting results, but they're typically stressed, overwhelmed, busy, doing a lot of work, trying as hard as they can, and just they are getting results. Like, I'm not saying they're not getting results, but they're just stressed, overwhelmed, busy. They're giving up time with friends, giving up time with family. They're making all these sacrifices in order to get that grade. That is not what I'm trying to teach in this lesson right here. Instead, it's to help you get into what I like to call the elite Grizzly corner, which is not only how to get a 45 in the IB, but also do it with ease, knowing that you're going to get it and without feeling like you're going to die. Because this is the biggest issue I see, at least with high-performing students or students who want to get top scores, where they try so hard, they sacrifice everything they got, and maybe they achieve the goal. But by the end of it, they're burned out, they're tired, they're exhausted, and they just have no incentive, motivation, whatever, to continue. That is not what I'm trying to teach here, and that's not the lifestyle that I think anybody should live. Like, having good mental health is absolutely essential. It is absolutely critical for success and ultimately a life of abundance. So in this video, not only is that my first goal, but my second goal is to change the education industry. And that's really what I'm trying to do here with Grizzly Elite. The reason why I'm saying this, and this comes back to my previous point, is that a lot of students don't, first of all, they're completely just burned out. A lot of high achieving students that I work with, they're tired, they're overworked. They have all these non-school related issues that are just burning away at their attention span, their motivation, etc. But I've also realized that a lot of students, even top students, are losing the value that comes with education itself. And a lot of students who I know, they go into the IB Diploma, they wake up every single day, and it's just a constant grind to get into a top university, or it's a constant grind to get that 45, or it's a constant grind to just get the score, get the number, get the thing. What I want to do is I want to help students rediscover what is the value of education. And the way that I like to view this is, I think it's one step closer to the divine. Okay, and by divine I mean are the best version of oneself. It's a state of enlightenment, which is exciting. Like, it excites me to learn. I love learning because it excites me. It makes me feel like I'm a better person. It makes me closer to achieving the best version of myself, my God-given duty. All of this plays together into getting me closer to becoming a better individual. And that's what I believe education is. If you've seen the movie Limitless, at least in the first act of the movie, it's him just achieving potential, becoming the best version of themselves. This is why I love education, because it gets me closer to my best version. And I 100% agree that there are days where the IB Diploma can absolutely suck. Yes, it can 100% suck. And I'm not here arguing for the IB Diploma. I'm just saying that if you are in a situation where you have the IB Diploma, I'd rather you use it to become a better person, to become a better version of yourself. And even though it might suck at times, we can still utilize that to learn, to grow, to become stronger individuals who can contribute to society, who can contribute to our family, who can contribute to our friends. So that's the vision of education I want to really reinvigorate amongst students especially in our generation. Like, just like myself, I'm 22. I did the IB Diploma a few years ago, and even amongst the students that I see here at the University of Pennsylvania at Wharton, I oftentimes feel like there's just this mundane drug of like, why am I learning this, or I don't understand what the point of all this is. And I wish there was a way to solve that. So that's really what I've dedicated myself towards when it comes to Grizzly Elite, to become the best version of yourself, to achieve extraordinary goals. I truly want to help students understand that they are capable of extraordinary things, like I was back in high school, where I didn't know what I could do. And really, by dedicating myself, I was able to achieve goals that I thought were completely extraordinary for myself, and to ultimately go on and live a fantastic future full of abundance. That's really my own goal. But ultimately, to use that struggle as fuel, to have good mental health, and ultimately to use education to live a life of purpose. This is my Grizzly vision. And if I can help students get closer to this version, that would be my goal. That would be success for myself. Now, I have achieved a level of success in this. I had parents who've come back and tell me that they see a glow in their son and daughter's eyes after taking this, applying into their own life, seeing results. They feel invigorated again, happy to learn, excited to go about and become a better version of themselves. Other students have achieved the exact same results, as you can see right here, of really building a pathway to holistic lifelong success, as Kavya puts it right here. Or as Vicky puts it, to breaking the IB system inspires me to chase my highest aspiration, as from the videos that I was making back when I was like 14, 15 years old. So yes, Joaquin, I understand this is excellent, but how exactly do I use the information that I'm going to be giving you in this video? In fact, how do I use the video altogether? This is how you do that, all right? How do I get results? Understand a few things. And these are things that I've started to realize the more I talk to students, the more I see students, the more I begin to differentiate between what makes a successful student and what makes an average student. It's this fact right here. I've noticed that there's a direct correlation between the results and the watch time of these videos. And not only watch time of this video, but also the content in the Training Academy, the audios, all of that. There's direct correlation between the results you get and how long of a time you're listening to it. So if I were you, I would 100% break out a period in your calendar to just sit down and grind this video out, okay? Get a notebook, get whatever you gotta do, put on some headphones, tell people to go away so you can sit down and truly make the most out of this viewing experience. I also urge you to watch the full thing. Okay, so stick throughout the entire video because you never know where an aha moment will be. And some of my best tactics are really at the end of this monstrosity of a video. So I urge you, please, to watch through the entire video. Next, I've noticed that the students who get the best results are those who watch it over and over and over and over again. In fact, some of the students I've worked with in the past have watched a few of my videos at least 10, 15, 20 times. So I urge you, after you've listened and watch this video, there's going to be the MP3 for you to download at the end, and I'm going to explain how to do that in just a second. But I urge you to download that on your phone, or just watch this video on YouTube and just listen to it over and over and over and over and over again, because I promise you that when you begin to internalize these concepts, it will change the way you view the world for the better. In fact, one of the students I ended up working with, Iggy right here, watching this one of the audio programs in the Training Academy 25 times on the bus to really ingrain these tactics, ingrain the way to view the world, and then ultimately end up, as you can see right here, achieving extraordinary results. Next, there is a direct correlation between the results you get and the order in which you watch this video, especially the first time. Okay, so for the first time, I urge you to watch this video in order. Do not go skipping ahead, even though I think you want to just go and click and see what's up. I urge you to just watch this in order, all right? And the reason why I'm saying that is because this video, in many cases, is kind of like building a Lego building, where you got to build the first blocks and then they just add up. All right. Or if you're making a pyramid, you need the base of the pyramid. So don't go out and watch the last part of the pyramid, because if you don't have the base, it's not going to work. All right. Excellent analogy. I love the example I gave here. But the point is, watch it in full order. Okay. At least the first time, watch this video in full order. Then you can go back, watch whatever parts you watch, rewatch it over and over and over again. But I promise you that if you truly want to kick ass, get the highest results, get your way onto that 45, truly begin to internalize these concepts. Next, there is a direct correlation between the results you get and active learning. Okay, this is one of the concepts that we're actually going to talk about, and I'm going to start talking about it shortly when it comes to just IB success in general, that you want to be as active as you possibly can when it comes to anything that you learn. All right, so whatever it is you want to learn, you want to ask yourself, how can I be as active as possible in learning this information? That will get you the best retention of the content, I promise you that. So what I want you to do is get out a notebook and begin to take notes on this information. Block out, as I mentioned, 2 to 3 hours to just watch this through, however long this video is. I still don't know, but watch out this video the entire time and take as many notes as you possibly can. I've had students in the past who've taken 15, 20, I think one student record notes they took in like a 1 hour session was like 30, something like that. And they started drawing out the figures and everything. The more you engage with this content, the better your results are going to be. I can promise you that once you begin to, most importantly, take action, which is the final result I have right here. In order to get that result, I urge you, in fact, it is a requirement to take action. And not only to take a little bit of action, but to take as much action as humanly possible. So throughout this video, I'm going to be giving multiple different action points that you can implement based on whatever you see fit that you need fixing in your own IB diploma journey. Take action on that as soon as you possibly can. I mention this all the time, that the students who get the best results are those who are able to take action as fast as possible. As soon as they realize that they have a good idea or something that they have to get done, they stop thinking and they just sit down and start doing. So I urge you to take as much action as possible throughout this entire video. If you follow those action points that I told you about actually watching the video, I promise you, you're going to get a lot out of this video right here. As well, throughout, you're going to find what I like to call salmons, okay, which are little goodies. They're extra, maybe infographics, videos. They can be additional Google Sheet, Excel documents. They can even be software that you can implement into your own life, as you can see right here. But in order to capitalize on the salmon, you want to go to grizzly.com/salmon. And then throughout this video, I'm going to be giving you codes that you then insert into this UI right here. So whenever you find a code, which by the way, I'm about to give you one, you go to this website and then you type in right here and you're going to get access to that salmon. So here's your first salmon. If you want the first goodie, the first Easter egg, if you want to call it that, please go ahead to grizzly.com/salmon. Type it in right here, as you can see right here, and then you're going to get the correct salmon and you're going to get the salmon right after this. All right, so go ahead onto the website. You can type this in and get your first goodie. All right, let's talk about the first section of this video. This is step 0, the prelude before we get into the actual 3-step process that I've outlined to get a 45 in the IB Diploma. This right here is the current state of the 2030 world. And the reason why I say 2030 is because a lot of the students who are watching this video right here are probably going to be graduating university or maybe even the IB Diploma in 2030, which means that you got to equip yourself with the skills you're going to need for success upwards for 2030. Now, the world has changed. The world has radically changed even over the past 5 years. And I would argue that we are in a state of so much change that you are literally living through history and you don't even know it. Right now, you're experiencing history. People are going to look back at this phase in our history and say, wow, so much was changing so quickly. It really was a turning point for humanity as a whole. On top of all the technologies that are changing, the education world is also changing. As you can see right here, AI will transform teaching and learning. You also have the pandemic on top of that. You also have all of these regular decision university applicants that are just reaching record lows, right? Duke reveals record low of 3.6%. Stanford as well, I believe, was like at 3%. Harvard as well, at just record lows. And they're going to continue to get harder and harder and harder to get into these top universities. It is absolute chaos right now when it comes to the education sphere, with people applying with all these different highly skilled individuals. It's getting even more difficult with strong ECs. Now, the days are completely gone where you could get a good score and then apply to these top universities. It is complete chaos when it comes to getting, especially if you want to get accepted into these top universities. But you need to understand that in the midst of this chaos, there's also opportunity, because I argue that it is the best time to score a 45 in the IB Diploma. And then hopefully, if you're interested in getting accepted into a top university, to also get accepted into a top university, it is the best time to do so. Why do I say that? This is the mindset shift, because those who adapt to the new world, to the new AI world, to the new post-pandemic world will have a huge, huge advantage. But if you do not adapt, you will be left behind. In fact, everyone who does not adapt will most certainly be left behind. Because this right here is, and I'll say it again, is the best time to get a 45 because there's so much opportunity out there. All right, let me explain exactly what I mean by this. I like to think of high school as a competition, especially if you want to get into a top university. There's no denying that it is a competition. All right, by you getting accepted, somebody else has to get rejected. All right, if you're applying to a school that has, let's do some mental math here, that has a 5% acceptance rate, all right, you have to beat 19 other people in order to be the one person out of the 20 who gets accepted into that top university. Meaning that your application needs to be better than 19 other people in order for you to get accepted. Okay, and these are not just 19 random Joes. These are 19 of the most disciplined, well-trained students who are trying to also outbeat you and get into that top university as well. So understand the following, that by you getting accepted, somebody else is getting rejected. That is just the nature of the game. So the mindset shift here ultimately is that the IB Diploma can also be thought of in the same light, where it is a competition. All right, if you go to the IBO and you look at the disclosures that they do, you see that every single year it always aligns. Like the IB Diploma always aligns to this very nice, or this normal curve, this curve. It aligns to a curve. We can argue the shape of this all day long, and statisticians might say, oh, it's not a bell curve, it's XYZ. The point is, when you take the exams, you're going to be placed somewhere on this curve, meaning that if you do very well in the exam, but everyone else also does very well in the exam, that's not going to matter, because you need to outcompete everybody else in order to be placed on the farthest side of the curve and thus get the top score. In fact, if you go into the IBO website and look at the reports and you see how the candidates are being distributed, you see that there is very much a distribution here where less than 10 people actually got a 1 point in the IB Diploma. I don't know who that is. If you know anybody who is in that group, I would love to talk to them and see how they could possibly have gotten a 1 in the IB Diploma. But most interestingly for us, if you look at the stats right here, about 275 people, or 0.41%, got a 45 in the IB Diploma back in 2019. So understand the following, that the students who are competing against, sure, they are ultra productive. Sure, they are doing everything they possibly can to just outcompete you and win and get those top scores. But also understand that there are a handful of students. In fact, the majority of the competition, with even the most elite students I've seen that claim to want to get into these top universities and who are getting straight 7s that I work with myself, I've always noticed that there is still an inefficiency in the way that they study, more specifically because of the use of distractions. And by the way, you just found yourself a salmon. So if you want to go ahead and claim your goodies, go to grizzly.com/salmon and type in the code admission opportunity, just like it's spelled right here with no spaces and capitals on the A and the O, admission opportunity. Here I go into depth about the current admission marketplace and how the world has truly changed with the competitive nature of specifically US elite university. So if you're interested in getting into a top US elite university, I urge you to go ahead and check out this Easter egg. You're gonna love it. Again, you go ahead to grizzly.com/salmon, type in your code right there. But you need to understand the following, that the largest opportunity to beat the competition is this right here. And this is what I've dedicated this was my entire strategy to get into a top university and to get a 45 in the IB Diploma. And this is really what differentiated me from everyone else, and how I was able to completely over leverage this to truly achieve whatever I wanted to achieve or what I set out to achieve during that 2-year time that I was in the IB Diploma. And it's this right here. It was by becoming an elite, ultra high achieving student. In other words, the graph I showed you previously with the high achieving on the y-axis and the X achieving on the stress, overwhelm on the x-axis, to become that Grizzly, that was my strategy. I like to call this the Grizzly way, by becoming that elite, ultra high achiever, as you can see right here. Now, the reason why I'm saying this as being the fundamental strategy and the largest advantage you have to get into that top school and get that top 45 grade is because the majority of students are distracted, and a lot of students that I work with, even top students, and I mentioned this before, but they don't even know that they're distracted until they work with me and I point it out specifically to them. And so I can promise you that you're probably more distracted than you might think, and your competition most certainly is distracted. And by distracted, I don't only mean looking at your phone or getting distracted by social media. That's not what I mean when I say distracted. By distracted, I mean that they are being distracted and they are not focusing on the most important priorities that are essential for their success. That could be a phone distraction. That could also be choosing to do the wrong thing, which I'll explain the difference in just a second. But ultimately, when it comes to actual distractions, understand that 54% of Gen Zs are distracted by the obsessive use of technology, which makes the majority of this generation basically a squad of NPCs. A lot of these students that I see, they're just going through life completely on autopilot, not realizing how much these distractions are pulling away their life force and their ability to achieve extraordinary results. And even in university, it hasn't gone much better. Like 97%, this study right here showed that 97% of college students are distracted by phones during class. And I can tell you right now that at Wharton, it's not better. Like it's just as bad as these studies show. And I can see it every single day when I go to lecture and I see people watching like football matches or just texting their friends or just going on whatever tangent that has absolutely nothing to do with what's being taught on class. I see this being done every single day. Hordes and hordes of people are distracted, hordes and hordes of high achievers. In fact, the most high achieving students that I work with, they're burned out, they procrastinate, they basically live their life at the edge of a puppet string, and most of them don't even know it. They don't even know how to properly control their attention to ultimately live the life that they want and then get these results. As Rita Mae Brown put it, a life of reaction is a life of slavery, intellectually and spiritually. One must fight for a life of action, not reaction. And as the slave and philosopher teacher, or then philosopher teacher Epictetus puts it, to examine his judges and see whether they are in any way subject to compulsion or obstruction or unhappiness, and if you find him of that source, call him a slave on vacation. So this is from a slave back in the Roman Empire. This is what he had to say himself on the topic. So the largest opportunity to beat the competition, as I mentioned previously, is to become that ultra high achiever and live what I like to call the Grizzly lifestyle, the Grizzly way. But most importantly, it comes down to this idea right here. It's the ability to control your attention. Attention, as I like to think about it, is modern day gold. Wherever your attention goes, so goes your life, so goes your life force, so goes what you achieve, so goes the results you get. And most students whether they realize it or not, are living their life like this, scattered in a million different places. It's very, like if you just look at this image right here, it's very difficult to focus on one thing at all. Just, it's too much going on everywhere. Yet most students live their entire IB diploma life and really their entire university acceptance life like this. It's just a complete chaos of priorities, a complete chaos of things to do, a complete chaos when they sit down at class. They're not able to focus. They're not able to identify what's most important to achieve their goals. So the mindset shift here is you need to understand that your attention is limited. And most importantly, you must learn to control your attention to ultimately guide your life and your success in the IB diploma in the right way. Now, Bjorn knows how to control his attention. And because of that, he's able to get extraordinary results because he's able to identify which part of his life, especially the IB diploma, needs the most working and point it and steer it in that direction. So the mindset shift here, as I mentioned before, is that where your attention goes, so goes your life. And the other mindset shift here is that your attention is a lagging indicator of your results. In other words, whatever you're thinking about, whatever you're focused on, whatever you're thinking about on a consistent basis, your results will eventually end up producing that which you think about. It's a lagging indicator of your results, where your attention is. So be very careful as to where you put it and where you spend it. Watching videos like this that improve your IB diploma, that improve your life, that improve your university acceptance, bravo. It's this type of video and this type of content that allows you to focus in on the stuff that truly makes a difference in your own life. But if you're out doing XYZ that detracts you from your IB diploma, maybe you're watching or playing too many video games, or watching too much news, or watching too much reality TV, or whatever the case may be, all of that pulls you away from getting the results that you need in your own life, because those are a lagging indicator. Attention is a lagging indicator to your results and to your success. But yes, Bjorn Ravello, you wise fellow smart Grizzly, you see, I already know that this is happening. How do I actually implement this into my own life and begin to take advantage of this critical fact that is the largest opportunity? Well, let me show you exactly how. First of all, embrace the Grizzly way, as I'm going to tell you. Then learn to control your attention, and then remove the sirens from your own life. All right, this is going to be a key concept throughout this entire video. You need to eliminate the siren, avoid the siren's call. When I say siren, what I'm really referring to is from the Odyssey, where Odysseus was strapped to the bow of his ship when crossing the dangerous and seductive allure of the sirens that were singing very beautiful songs. And the way that he was able to overcome the desire that ultimately would have led to his death was by avoiding it altogether. In other words, strapping himself to the bow and putting earwax in the ears of the men rowing so that nobody could get distracted and nobody could even resist the temptation because they were avoiding it to begin with. Now, most students that I see who are trying to get top scores, this is how they live. They're trying to focus on the priority, which is to study or to do XYZ exam or to do their extended essay or to do this IA or to focus on this extracurricular for acceptance. But they have all these sirens. The siren calls just everywhere around them and they're not able to focus. Grizzlies, on the other hand, understand that the sirens are around them, but they put on extra sharp laser eye binoculars to focus in on the priorities and on what truly matters. I love this quote by Steve Jobs that says very simply that focus is about saying no, where deciding what not to do is just as important as deciding what to do. And that's really what controlling your attention comes down to. It comes down to eliminating those distractions, not only the sirens themselves, but also the tasks that can be so alluring that they pull you away. So when it comes to these distractions, there's really two components that I'm going to talk about. Number one is the execution, and number two is the priorities. So by execution, I mean your inability to sit down and get work done for an extended period of time. And then number two is that most students are just doing the wrong things. So the mindset shift here is that not all tasks give you the same results, right? If I was to plot out the task on the x-axis, and the results I get on the y-axis, I'll explain why this is the case, but you'll actually notice that the tasks that you get give you a different distribution on the results that you could be getting. Meaning that there are certain tasks that you do that give you very little results, and there's other tasks that you do that give you significantly more results. So if you treat every single task of equal importance, you're going to be very dismayed when you realize that not all the tasks are going to give you the same results because they follow this distribution, as you can see right here. So if you were to ask me, what is the largest return on investment that a student can make that turns students from overworked, stressed, tired, getting 5s and 6s to thriving, getting 7s and being unstressed? It's this right here, executing what I like to call disproportionate leverage, which is you identifying those top tasks on the right and then doing them as much as humanly possible. In fact, let me show you someone who did this right here, Naomi. She mentioned that after her first session right here, absolute overkill, stop using my phone completely. You can read the testimonial yourself. Siddharth said something very similar. The distractions equal costly. But this really has been my own success model for getting a 45 in the IB Diploma, where number one, you got to find those 99th percentile tasks. So identifying. That's the first thing we're going to be talking about in this video. Then number two, it's to get those elite IB tasks done, to execute them, to do them consistently, to find a way to do them without distractions and get the most out of the session itself that you're doing the task. And then the third part here is to always do them without fail, turn it into a habit, become an absolute machine when it comes to just chopping them out and doing them as much as you humanly can in order to get your desired result. Now, understand the following, that productivity has less to do with how efficiently you do something and more to do with what you choose to do with your time. In other words, how you spend your time doing it. In other words, if you're not identifying those 99th percentile tasks, the most valuable tasks, you're going to be severely dismayed when you don't get the results that you wish you could, because you're just not being as productive or as efficient and getting that total output that I know you could be getting. Now, if you're out there saying that, oh, I'm already 100% productive, I don't need anything else, this is false, because most students that I've worked with are, even if they are super productive, which is rare, by the way, that they're able to sit down and execute, I've rarely seen students who are able to pinpoint exactly what those highest leverage disproportionate tasks are. One of the students I worked with in the past, his name was Sam. This was actually one of his biggest takeaways, as you can see right here. And Jay as well mentioned the same thing. So in other words, the largest opportunity here is to beat, by beating the competition, is by embracing what I like to call the Grizzly way, controlling your attention, understanding that attention is the modern day currency, is the modern day gold, and then focusing on the most valuable priorities, really drilling those in, doing those as much as possible, and understanding that most students who don't get good results, they're simply not focused on the right things. They could be working hard, they could be wanting the result, they could be trying as hard as they can, but they're not focused on the right things that will get them the results to begin with. And the students who are able to implement these tactics will have the edge in absolutely everything you do. How do I know this? Because I've been through the same journey myself back when I was doing the IB Diploma, and I was able to luckily focus on the most important priorities, eliminate everything that didn't matter, and then do these most important tasks on autopilot as much as possible. This was exactly what I did. All right, this was my, if you want to call it, three-step process that I've been able to consolidate over the past few years. But the reason why I'm saying all of this is because I'm not in any way born smart. Okay, I'm not Albert Einstein. I have a pretty normal IQ by all intents and purposes. In fact, you can actually see my reaction right here, where we did this IQ test that would predict what grades we would get. And this was the result of that IQ test, as you can see on screen. So the mindset shift here is that having a normal IQ can actually be an advantage, as you can see from this Reddit post right here. I had to do everything I possibly can to find the simple things to do consistently, and because of that, I was able to overachieve this high IQ, get that top score, and doing all of this while also getting to my top university, building out these startups, as you can see right here, in the education space, helping tons of students do the same, putting on a bunch of muscle while going to the gym, and then ultimately having a bunch of free time with my family and playing Clash Royale, which is my favorite game, and getting level 13, as you can see right here. But at the end of the day, you need to understand that nobody here is more surprised than me that I was able to pull this off. Because when I first started the IB, all right, I went into the diploma program thinking to myself, all right, the diploma program is not the MYP, which, by the way, I didn't do that well in, so I might be able to win. Okay, DP is not MYP, so maybe I might be able to win. So I did my first exam in econ. I got a 3 out of 10 in paper 1. It was out of 10 back in the day, so 3 out of 10, I got paper 1. Then I did my paper 1 in English. I got a 4. My econ teacher told me there's room to grow, so I thought, okay, maybe there is room to grow. These were my first grades that I got, actually my progress report number 1, and you can see right here, I actually got a 5 here. So I thought to myself, okay, maybe I had a good starting position. Maybe there's room to grow. Like this is a good base. Like I got a good base. Like sure, I'm not getting 7s, but I got a 6 here. I got a 5. I got a 5 in English, which by the way, I probably shouldn't have gone a 5 because I was not doing well at all. But you know, like I'm doing okay. I got a 6 in my math. I got a 7 in my first physics. I can explain why in another video, but I did pretty well in my first physics. So I thought, you know what, maybe I had a good starting position. That's when I had my math HL proofs exam, and if you've watched any of my videos, you probably know what I'm about to say next, because I did this exam and I got a 4. And that's when everything went black for me. Okay, I remember feeling this pit in my stomach. I was walking back from school and I opened up the email that tells me my score, and I just saw it, and I was like on Secta, so it's like this portal that they had us do, and just my stomach just sank. I thought there's just no chance at all now that I can achieve my goals, get into my top university, and ultimately get that top score, because with a 4, I thought I was done. especially since the year was progressing. Since I got now my second progress report right here, you can even see my score dip down. I thought that it was over. I truly thought that it was over, and it was approaching now the new year. So January, February, I sat down. I remember having this weekend of contemplation and really asking myself, all right, why do I suck? So I know how it's like. I know it's like when you lie at bed wondering if the work you're doing to get into your top university is worth it. I know what it's like if you just feel as if you're not going to make it with the IB diploma. If you ever got a bad score, I know what that's like. Nobody has been there and suffered more through this than myself. Looking through, seeing that seeing, wow, like I'm done. And you also got to remember that math was the subject I thought I was the best at. Like, I was a guy who, back when I was in primary school, people used to tell me all the time, like, yeah, he's good at math. Yeah, he's going to be a great engineer, which is what I am right now. I'm studying here computer engineering with a master's in electrical. Like, people would always tell me that I'm great with math. So I had that ego pulled up all my life, and then to just be wrecked like this, it was extraordinarily painful to crawl out of that. So that's when I thought to myself, and I asked myself, okay, there must be a better way. Because at that point in my life, I already had a bunch of the skills, right? I already was productive, I already was disciplined, I already was ambitious, like I wanted to get that top score. But I started to realize that in order to get that level 7, sure, I already have that base skill. In fact, this might be you right now. You might have those base skills, but there might be just a few things that you're missing that you really got to push through in order to get that level 7. The analogy I like to use is that of boiling water, right? If you have water that is hot and you begin to put heat on it, it'll begin to boil. But you can't make the conclusion that it was the last few degrees that was the only reason why the water began to boil, because it had all of that internal energy already stored up within it. So if you are like that water who already has that internal energy stored up within it, you just might need a few new strategies, a few new tweaks here and there to push you over the threshold and begin that boiling process. In fact, most ambitious students that I work with, like those on screen and those that I've worked with in the training academy, they had maybe 17 of the required 27 skills for success. And it was just by mastering those top few skills and making those small tweaks that they're then able to really unlock their potential and achieve their goals, which, by the way, is what I'm trying to do with this video right here. So that's when I soon realized that I was doing the wrong things, and a lot of stuff that I was doing just did not matter. I was doing more of the stuff that didn't matter. So the mindset shift here is that I wasn't doing enough of the stuff that did matter. Like, all the stuff that I was doing did not matter, and I was not doing enough of the stuff that did matter. And it comes back to the thing I was saying before, where I was distracted, both from a productivity standpoint. Even though I thought of myself as being productive, I really wasn't living up to my full potential. And I also was distracted in the sense that I wasn't prioritizing tasks that are the most important that I had to get done. So that's when I realized this right here, that most students have no idea how much work is actually required to achieve success in really any endeavor. It can be the IB diploma, it can be one of your ECs, it can be writing your essays, the amount of revisions you have to do for your essays, university essays, extended essay. Most students have absolutely no idea how much work is actually required. And I promise you that whatever amount of work you think it takes, imagine doing 5 times that, at least, in order to get the results you might. So in my own life, I was overworked, stressed, getting 5, 6s, 4s. I might be doing this. I might be doing more stuff. In fact, I might be doing the same stuff as someone who's getting a 7, who's thriving, who's under stress. But the mindset shift here is that person does less of the stuff that doesn't matter. Okay, and it really works out like this. And this is the big epiphany. I'm trying to walk. The reason why I'm telling you this story is because I'm trying to walk you through the state I was in my own life and how I start to realize the tactics I'm sharing in this video, and I'm going to continue to share throughout. How I was able to realize and get to that conclusion. It was through this story right here, where I realized that I might be doing more stuff. Like, I might be spending more time. I might even be doing the same stuff. As you can see, I'm doing the same orange, I'm doing the same red as Bjorn, but he's doing more of the stuff that matters. And this is what I see with students time and time again. They're bragging around, they're saying, oh, but I studied, oh, but I did question bank, oh, but I did XYZ EC, oh, but I wrote essay, but I did this. Good for you. You might not have been doing enough of it, or you might have been doing more of the stuff that did not matter, that prevented you from doing the stuff that did make the difference. So the mindset shift I urge you to consider as we're going through this video right here is that unsuccessful students do more of the things that successful students do not do. And when it comes to this, instead of asking yourself, what else should I be doing? Ask yourself, what am I doing that successful students are not? And if you approach the IB diploma and really any form of academic success or just high achievement in general, you're going to find that you're going to get a lot more answers this way by asking yourself, what am I doing? What am I doing that successful students are not? Because most of the time, and this is what I found by working with hundreds of students now, is if we can get you to cut away the stuff that does not matter, almost always that solves like 90 to 95% of your problems. If we just stop playing these useless video games, or if we stop doing this useless study strategy, or if we stop reading the textbook in this useless way, or if we stop doing past paper questions, you might even doing past paper questions, but if you're doing them wrong, or if you're going to class wrong, or if you're doing anything in an unoptimal way, a lot of times it's about stopping. Like let's stop doing that so that we can free up the time to, number one, focus, and to, number two, do the things that do matter and do more of it and do as much of them as humanly possible. That's really the mindset shift here that I'm trying to impart. Okay, this idea of binary thinking. Stop thinking in terms of binary. It's not a question of whether or not you did it, as in, oh, I studied, or no, I didn't study, or yes, I studied, or I got sleep, or no, I didn't get sleep, or I did XYZ past paper question, or yes, I studied past paper questions. That's not the right question to ask. Instead, the question you should always be asking is, to what extent am I doing this? For example, these two people, Jerry and Bjorn, who gets the 45, might be doing the same thing. They might both be reading the textbook. They might both be doing past paper questions, but it's the ratio here that matters. Bjorn just does more of it. Okay? Jerry in this case might be, for example, consuming 4 hours of social media while Bjorn only does 10. If you were to ask both of these people if they consume social media, the answer would be yes. But the nuance isn't in whether or not you're doing it, but instead in how much you are doing it. So always remember that when it comes to success in the IB Diploma. As well as volume. Like, most students are just not doing enough stuff. I started to realize this, that the more just stuff I did when it came to the correct study strategies, the correct past paper questions, etc., the more I got done. Most students don't realize how much volume is actually required. And I keep saying this over and over and over again, but it's just so incredibly true. So after this weekend of contemplation, this, by the way, is a picture when I was 14. I started revising some old study strategies, some old tactics, and I made multiple changes. And it was then that I began my successful streak. And if you know my story, you know that after that, after that experience, I only got 7s in math. Okay, my calculus exam, later on in the year, I got a perfect score, as you can see right here. And I was able to achieve all of this while, as I mentioned before, building up these tech startups, working with tons of students through this World Scholars Cup, mentoring students there, building a computer from scratch here, and then winning the Grizzly Cup back in December 16, 2020, which, if you're in the training academy, you know that when you win the Grizzly Cup, that means you get accepted into your top university, which was my top choice here of the M&T program, which I believe has like a 1 to 2% acceptance rate. And it was just exactly what I wanted to get into. So I'm super grateful I got accepted into that. And basically just studying 3 hours a day, 3 to 4 hours a day, putting on a lot of muscle, staying fit, and hanging out with my family, hanging out with my friends, having a social life, and playing Clash Royale, by the way. I was max level in this. So if anyone wants to challenge me to Clash Royale, be my guest. I will beat you. I promise you that. So this was exactly what I did, was to identify, execute, and automate. This was my 3-step system. Let's get right into it. All right, these are the IB 45 strategies beginning right now. Okay, now let's move on to the IB tactics, moving you from that probably distracted, overwhelmed, overachiever to the laser focus, super achieving Grizzly I know you can be. And it first starts by, as I mentioned before, by identifying those 99.9 percentile IB diploma tasks that you can then go ahead, execute as much as possible, automate, and get the best results. But it starts first by identifying them, which is what we're going to talk about to begin with. How do we identify those IB 45 tasks, those tactics that we can implement to really help you achieve the score you want? Now, if I was to ask you, what is the single most important factor between the Jerrys and the Bjorns, the people who get that 45 and those who fail, those who get top scores and then get into their own top university, and those who are unable to do so? All right, it starts by this mindset shift right here. It's understanding your identity. The biggest piece of advice I can give to anybody who wishes to get a 45 in the IB diploma is to become someone who identifies as a 45 student. In other words, to build the identity of a 45 student. Because if you think of yourself as a 45 student, and if that becomes your identity, then you are going to begin to take action towards reaffirming that identity, towards backing up the person you think you are. So the action comes as a result of your identity, and then the results come as a result of your action. Therefore, the results in many cases come as a result of who you are with your identity, how you look at yourself, how you think of yourself. So the biggest thing I can say is that if you want to become a 45 high achiever, if you want to get that score, start by building a 45 IB identity. You want to become so confident And you want to build confidence so that you can think of yourself as that 45 student. All right, let me explain exactly what I mean by this, and then I'll tell you how to do it. Okay, the example I like to give is as follows. So let's say you have a warm oven-baked mat of chocolate chip cookies, and you offer these chocolate chip cookies to two different people. Okay, the first person when offered says the following. They say, no thank you, I'm on a diet. The second person says, no, I am not the type of person who eats cookies. Now, of these two people, who do you think is more likely to resist the temptation and avoid eating the cookies altogether? If you guessed it, it's person number B here, the person who has the identity as being somebody who does not eat the cookies. So when it comes to changing that identity and building that 45 identity in and of yourself, this is really the 3-step process that I've identified and that helped me really change my identity from a level 4 student into a level 7 and then a level 45 in the IB Diploma. Number 1, identify the identity you want, which is based on your ideal lifestyle, which is a concept I talk about in some of my other videos and in the Training Academy. But ultimately, you want to get clarity on who you want to become. Okay, that's the point of this video, by the way, to gain clarity as to what you want to achieve and how to become that individual. Number 2, take action to back up that identity. And then number 3, continue doing steps 1 and 2 for as long as it takes for you to build enough action and enough results where the identity is simply an outcropping. It's simply a byproduct of the results you've gotten. In other words, confidence comes with evidence. I built my own level 7 confidence when I was in high school by getting level 7s. Okay, I had enough confidence in myself to get level 7s that whenever anyone asked me if I thought I was going to get a level 7, or when I went back at home and brainstormed my future goals, I always identified as an individual who would continue to get that level 7 and then get that 45. So ultimately understand that identity is built by refusing to do the thing that challenges the identity to begin with. In other words, it comes by not doing the stuff that takes you away and by doing the stuff that builds up that identity and gives you confidence with support of evidence. So I ask you right now, as you watch this video, list out what a 45 IB student would do. Okay, I made a list right here just to help you out. But number 1 is that they're disciplined, probably. I mean, hopefully they're disciplined. At least these are the IB 45 Grizzly students that I'm thinking about. Those who are living the Grizzly lifestyle, which is they get 45 and they're not overly stressed. They're not overly overwhelmed, which by the way is possible because that's how I did it. So it's 100% possible. If I could do it, you can 100% do it because I'm in no way an Albert Einstein when it comes to IQ. But if I was to ask you, what are the 3 things that you need to build in order to get that identity? Number 1, I would say is discipline. Number 2 is to deeply understand the content. This becomes a core pillar for success in your IAs, for success in studying, like just general studying success. If you don't understand the content, it becomes very difficult to study effectively. And then number 3, and by far the most important, is to get 7s on all your subjects. And now that you see this 45 identity sheet, I urge you to take action as soon as possible to support this. And then to continue to do that for the long term. That right there, my friends, is how you're going to build that 45 identity. So let's talk about the first one, which is discipline. Let's begin by building discipline right now. I urge you, as you're watching this video, to make a commitment to start a simple new habit. All right, and the habit I'm going to urge you to start, and I'll explain why this is by far the most effective habit in just a second. But I urge you to complete 50 points of past paper questions every single day. As you can see right here, this is back when I was 14, 15, back in high school. Me studying, doing past paper questions, doing as much as I possibly could. Ultimately, that helped me build the identity. So make the commitment right now to start doing as many past paper questions as you can, but just limit it to 50 every single day and continue to do that for a long time and continuously do that, because that right there is how you're going to build that identity. Okay, number 2 is to deeply understand content. I urge you to study not simply to get a high mark, but study to understand. Study to, as I mentioned all the time, to become a better person. And that studying to become a better person does not mean that you study just to get the score. It means that you study to truly understand so that you can expand the vision of your life, the vision of the world, and the vision of who you can become. A 45 student deeply understands the concepts. They does as many past paper questions as possible, and then they teach the content to their friends, family, or the camera. This is actually what I did when I was doing the World Scholars Cup, where to study for the World Scholars Cup competition, I would actually teach the content to my YouTube channel, and it helped me really solidify the concepts, because in order for me to teach it, I had to thoroughly understand all the nuances to the content that I had to teach. So number 3, once you understand the content is essential, I urge you to get 7s on all your subjects. All right. So this right here if you do anything else, do this right here, all right? I urge you to do everything you possibly can to get a 7 on your next exam, okay? Forget about social life just for this one exam. Forget about ECs. Forget about anything else that could be a distraction. Just do everything you possibly can to get a 7 on your next exam. That could be next week. That could be tomorrow. You could have your next day. That could be in a few hours you have your next exam. I urge you, though, to do everything you possibly can. So work as much as you can. Just go all in with this next exam, all right? I urge you to go all in, because once you get that winner's high, once you get that success, it's going to reaffirm the identity that, yes, you are a level student, a level 7 student, and yes, you can achieve this goal, and it's really going to boost you up to really becoming that 45 and cementing that identity. So I urge you to go all in. Put all the chips on the table with this next exam, all right? In fact, I like making these commitments, so if you are at your computer right now, follow along with me. Put up your, let's call it the Grizzly Claw right here. It's like 3 fingers, Grizzly Claw. And say it with me. I commit that as soon as I know Grizzly strategies are the key to getting a 45, I will go all in. And then I'll do everything I can to get a level 7 on your next exam. All right? If you say that, I believe you got born again and you're ready to take action and get those results. Let me tell you someone who was able to implement this and get dramatic results. It was Martu right here. She saw the exact same slide you're seeing right here about doing everything you possibly can to get a 7 on her next exam. And that's what she did. She just did everything she could, and she ended up getting that 7, and it changed the identity of how she looked at herself as a high-achieving student. In fact, I remember she was getting, I believe, like 4s before she joined Grizzly Elite, and then I told her, boom, just next exam, get a 7, do as much as you possibly can, did as many of the strategies that I'm about to show you, and went all in, got that 7. That's the first step towards a 45, building that identity. All right? You next want to ask yourself, okay, what would a 45 student do? If you're ever confused, if you're ever lost, if you don't know what to do, would a 45 student study right now? Would a 45 student go on social media? Would a 45 student waste their time? What would a 45 student do? All right, and then take action in accordance with that statement. And then slowly you're going to start to build that identity. It does take a little bit of time, but once you have that identity in place, this is by far the most powerful action point you can take away, because it changes what you say yes and no to, and how you just live your day-to-day life. All right. If you want another layer to this, if you've seen enough of my videos, just ask yourself, what would Joaquin do? Or if you're in the Training Academy and you've seen me go through this content, just simply use me as a filter. What would I do? Would I go ahead and work on XYZ? Would I sit down and study, or would I just go ahead, waste my time, or do something easy? Or would I do what's difficult and suffer through it? All right. And then just ask yourself that same question from your own perspective, right? What would older version of me think? If I'm looking at it from my perspective, what would Joaquin at 45 think? Would he tell me to do this? Would he tell me to not? What would a very old version of myself think? What would a 90-year-old Joaquin think? What would a 100-year Joaquin think? What would a 100-year version of you think? And then take action in accordance to that judgment. Next. So when it comes to building your IB identity, always ask yourself, what would a 45 student do? Would a 45 student sit down and study, or would they go and screw off, get distracted, and waste their time? Or even better question to ask is, what would an elite, ultra high achieving 45 student do? What would a student who gets accepted into your top university do? Or if you want to even use it from my own perspective, ask yourself, what would Joaquin do? Would I waste my time doing XYZ tasks? Would I waste my time on this task that is low value? Or would I spend my time doing the highest value, in many cases, difficult tasks? Okay, you can also ask yourself, what would the future version of yourself think? What would a 85-year-old version of yourself tell you to do right now? In most cases, an 85 version of myself would probably tell me to do what's most challenging and most difficult in the moment, even if I don't want to do it. So always ask yourself that question and act in accordance to the identity you want to build. Now, when it comes to building that 45 identity, it really comes down to these 3 concepts that we were just talking about. Number 1, discipline. Number 2, deeply understand the concept. And number 3, get 7s in all your subjects. Now, for all of those asking, what's the most important strategy to IB success? What's the critical thing? What matters the most? The mindset shift I want to really embark on you. And this is a concept that comes up over and over and over again in the students that I work with and the students that I see in the Training Academy and in my videos overall. Is that none of these tactics matter. Like, nothing here matters if you don't do the fundamentals. If you're not dialed in on the fundamentals, the most important aspects, which are those fundamentals, nothing else will matter. And the real mindset shift I had with this was when I was doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And my coach told me that fundamental simply means high frequency. That's what a fundamental is. It's not less important. It's not basic. It's not childish. It's nothing like that. It just means high frequency. So when it comes to learning a fundamental task, especially for the IB diploma, such as removing the sirens, sprinting flow, leverage, cutting, etc., which are concepts we're going to talk about in just a second. When it comes to understanding these fundamentals, these are critical for success because they come up over and over and over again as a key cornerstone for your success in the IB diploma. And I see this all the time as well, where students come up to me and they're like, oh, what's the tactic? What's the hack? What's the little tweak here? What you got to understand is if you don't have these fundamentals in place, none of these tweaks even matter, because you need to have sufficient volume and you need to be doing the work from day one. You need to be doing the majority of the work in order for the tweaks to even matter. So what I tell the majority of students is, okay, let's sit down, work for, let's get the fundamentals done, work for as long as you can with regards to these past paper questions, and then we can talk about optimization. But with that being said, there is one thing that I found over and over and over again that is the highest leverage task in the IB diploma. Okay, if I was to ask yourself, what is the highest leverage task? It would be this thing right here that I have blurred on my screen, as you can see. Now, before I actually get into discussing what this is, I want to take a quick side quest and explain to you what this graph means and a little bit more of the nuance behind this, because understanding this is going to be fundamental for the rest of the discussion in this video. And this really comes down to a concept I like to call as leverage. Okay? And the real mindset shift here is that not all tasks give you the same results, as I talked about earlier. This has to do with a concept known as the Pareto principle, which is the cornerstone for what I like to call executing disproportionate leverage, which basically states that some tasks are higher quality than others in the sense that they give you more results than others. And if you look at any part of the world, in any endeavor, in any discipline, it can be economics, it can be astronomy, anything at all, you'll find that the majority of systems where something is dependent on another thing, right, an input to output system, often always, like in all cases, follows what is known as a Pareto distribution, which I'll explain in just a second. By the way, you just found yourself another Easter egg called Pareto Maths. So if you want more in-depth training on this nuance, go ahead to grizzly.com/salmon and type in Pareto Maths, and you'll see it right there. So the key idea behind this is, imagine you're on a beach and you find yourself some clams, and we got to open up the clams. The amount of leverage that you use to open up those clams is, if you know any amount of physics, is proportional to the actual length of the lever itself. So if I have a longer lever, I can apply a smaller force and then open up the clams. The reason why I say this is because, as Archimedes says, give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. All right, and I mentioned this analogy for two reasons. The first of which is that you can work less time and still get the same results. This is essentially what the Pareto principle comes down to. And the second reason here is that it really comes down to choosing what to do with your time. So when it comes to the Pareto principle, basically everything that we can observe that has an input to output relationship follows this distribution right here, meaning that it's an 80-20, all right? This is the key concept, 80-20. 80% of the results come from 20% of the things that you do, and vice versa, meaning that 20% of the results come from 80% of the things that you do and 80% of the work that you do. This was discovered back by Pareto, who I believe the story goes that he was observing plants, and he came to understand that 80% of the volume of plant growth comes from only 20% of the observed plants, meaning that in an entire garden, 80% of the overall growth of the garden is only coming from 20% of the plants. Isn't that interesting? Now, you can take this to economics. If you look at the highest GDP countries, or the people who have the most amount of wealth, typically follows an 80-20 distribution, where 80% of the riches are stored in 20% of the people. So you can find out that by doing these tasks on the right-hand side, those are the highest value tasks that you have to identify in order to leverage the 80-20 principle. Now, the reason why I gave you that bonus salmon, and by the way, please go check it out. It's Pareto Maths. Again, just one word, P in uppercase and math as an uppercase as well. So Pareto Maths is because if you focus on these tasks on the right-hand side, in other words, the top 20% most valuable tasks that give you 80% of the results, if you focus on that 20% of tasks, you're going to find that those tasks actually give you 16 times in value. And the reason why it's 16 is, and there's a very important lesson behind this, is because if you only do those 20% of the tasks, not only are you doing tasks which are 4 times more valuable, but you now have 4 times the amount of time to do those tasks which are 4 times more valuable, which means that you get actually a 16 times increase in productivity. So I'll say that again for the people in the back. If you focus on the most important 20% of tasks, and you just dial in your focus on getting that 20% of the total 100. And that 20% drives 80% of the results. By only doing those 20%, you can actually get a 16 times improvement in overall productivity. And the reason why that's the case is because not only are you doing tasks which are 4 times more valuable, but you're doing them 4 times as much. All right, now we can even take this even one step further. If you find the 80-20 of the 80-20, meaning of that 20% tasks which are more valuable, those 20% of tasks also follow a Pareto distribution. And you can, if you actually do the math right here, you can find that 64% of the results get driven by 4% of the tasks. Okay, I can take this even one step further. If I look at that 4% and I apply the Pareto principle again, 51% of the results only come from 1% of the tasks. And I can take that even one step further, apply the Pareto distribution, as you can see right here, and you can find out that 41% of the results only come from 0.1% of the tasks that you do, or 0.1% of the studying, 0.1% of the work, 0.1% of the total amount of time that you invest will give you 41% of the results, which is a very thin line of distribution right here. Now, of course, you need a large sample set in order for the numbers to end up being like this. But if you have that large enough sample set, eventually the numbers will converge to this relationship right here. And I can give you tons of examples in basically any industry, in any part of life, in just anything. If you look at the roads with the most amount of traffic, you'll realize that 41% of the traffic happens on 0.1% of the roads. If you think back to your home city, there's probably one road or one highway or one bridge where all of the traffic is happening all the time. That's the Pareto principle at work. If you look at your own room, you're going to realize that you spend 41% of your time in only 0.1% of your house. Isn't that crazy? That could be the side of the bed that you sleep on, or the small amount of space that you take up with when you sit on your chair that you spend countless hours doing work on. That is the Pareto distribution at work. And the exact same thing can be said about space and astronomy, where 41% of the matter is found in only 0.1% of the space. In fact, in space itself, it might even be more extreme than that. But the overall idea here is that every single natural cause and effect can be thought of as falling somewhere within a Pareto-like distribution, which is unequal at its base. All right, the tasks are unequal, and it's up to you to identify what those more valuable tasks are and then take full advantage of it. All right, so the mindset shift here is that it only takes a few seconds of studying where you get 41% of your grade. You realize that 41% of your grade only comes from a few seconds of studying. That could be the aha moment when you finally solve a question, or the aha moment when a concept that's been holding you back, or that's been stopping you from achieving your potential, or really understanding this concept. Maybe it's a physics concept, maybe it's a math concept, maybe it's something in English. You finally get that aha, you finally hear what you have to hear from your professor, from a YouTube video, or from whatever the case may be, and it just clicks, and everything after that makes sense. It could just be those few seconds, those few words you got to hear that gives you the majority of your results. I remember this happening all the time in chemistry, specifically with the stoichiometry unit with moles, where one day I sat down and my professor explained something to me. It took literally 10 seconds. He just had to say one sentence, and it was the exact sentence I had to hear in order for the entire mole and chemistry unit to click with the fractions canceling out. If you know what I'm talking about, basically the moles cancel out and it gives you the overall conversion factor between different chemistry units. The minute I understood that, boom, everything in the mole unit clicked for me essentially instantly. All right, and that gave me 41% of my grade. The tragedy of this that most people don't realize is that in many cases you have to go through the trials and tribulations in order to figure out what that most valuable task is. It just takes experience, and then once you know it, that's when you can finally drill it out. But as Joan Wanamaker said, I'm convinced that about 1/2 of the money I spend for advertising is wasted, but I have never been able to decide which half. Now, if you might be looking at me, oh, Joaquin, you very smart, tall, handsome individual. I already know this. How do I take advantage of this? How do I go about identifying these highest leverage tasks? All right, great question. If you want to identify this, not only in the IB Diploma, but in every other aspect in your life, I urge you to check out this Easter egg right here. This salmon, you're going to absolutely love this. It's called Leverage Drill with an L and a D capitalized, all in one word. This is going to show you my exact methodology basically like a science experiment that I use to identify high leverage tasks in really any aspect in my life, more specifically oriented towards high achievement in the extracurricular sphere when you're applying to top universities. That's what this video is for. I'm about to cover the IB version, but if you want a more general overview that is not for the IB diploma, go ahead and check out this salmon. Again, grizzly.com/salmon. Type in this code and unlock your goodies and treasure on the other side. But overall, the mindset shift here, as I mentioned before, is that not all tasks give you the same results. So it's up to you to decide which ones are the most important. Now, you might be asking, all right, what is the highest leverage strategy to IB success? Okay, I'm glad that you asked, because our side quest now is done. We're now able to go ahead with the necessary information to identify those 45 IB tactics, more specifically these tasks on the right-hand side of the curve that I've circled right here, which are the highest leverage tasks. Now, the highest leverage IB task that I have found that gives you the most ROI, the most return on investment, it gives you the most and best results, is this concept right here. And it's very simply course content. All right, if you look at the syllabus for any of the IB diploma, or for the majority of the IB diploma course, especially the most important that I see students struggle with, or that I get questions about with students, including math HL, physics HL, chemistry HL, all of these more difficult subjects, if you want to call them that, it almost always comes down to content. In fact, if you look at the IB diploma itself and what they release on their curriculum guides, they have been nice enough to tell us exactly what the 80-20 distribution is for their own grades. So understand this, that 20% of the grade comes from the internal assessment, but 80% of the grade comes from sitting down for that few hours on the final week and drilling down the content and finishing the exam. So the highest leverage task that gives you the most return on investment is thoroughly understanding the IB course content. I cannot absolutely stress how important it is to not only know what the content is, but to thoroughly understand it. Okay, understand it in and out, be able to explain it to other people, understand the nuances behind it and everything else that comes with it. The reason why I'm saying that is because I get a lot of questions all the time on the IAs. Okay, understand that the IAs hinges on not only knowing the course content, but deeply understanding it. Those who deeply understand it are able to write compelling IAs, are able to synthesize all the different points that are required to craft a compelling essay, to craft a compelling analysis, to do the evaluation in these STEM courses, to really write an IA that is powerful. Okay, it comes down to understanding that course content, and not only understanding it shallowly, but understanding it thoroughly and being able to make sophisticated arguments around it. So ultimately, when it comes to developing that IA critical thinking, if you want to know about the IA, knowing the content truly is the key stepping stone to that. And in many cases, the analogy I like to think about is that it upgrades. It's like a computer software. Knowing the content deep down upgrades your ability to have strong critical thinking skills that are necessary for doing well in the IA. Why do I say that? Because you have all the necessary information that is required to excel in the topic. So never underestimate content. Prioritize that. If you prioritize truly understand the content, I promise you're going to do very well, not only with your IAs, but in the IB diploma as a whole. So the mindset shift here is that being good at content and bad IAs, this is rare. All right, this does happen. I've seen students who are very good at the content, like they're very good at taking tests, but for whatever reason, they suck at the IAs, or they suck at writing, or they're just not good with the overall IB curriculum itself. The thing is that once you know the content, that is the hard part. Okay, I like to think of knowing the content as the cornerstone, as the key part. If you know the content, then doing the IAs themselves really comes down to following a step-by-step formula and following the rubric essentially of the IAs to really get the high score. So if you know the content, that is the majority of the work that I found, at least when it comes to doing well in the IAs. Otherwise, if you're very good at the content, very rarely do I see people who are good at the content and just absolutely terrible at the IAs. Okay, this is rare. It does happen, but it is rare. Now, for those crying out there and saying, oh, why can't you give us IA-specific advice? All right, first of all, I will give some IA-specific content and advice later on. But the biggest reason why I don't like giving IA-specific advice is because the content changes year to year. And if I was to sit down and give you content-specific advice on how I did my IA, the thing is that there's multiple different ways to do the IA. It's like an artist painting a painting. There are multiple different ways to paint a good painting. Two different artists can paint two radically different paintings, but they can both be great works of art in their own resolve. And what I found oftentimes is that an IA that works well for one student might not work well for another student because there's a different teacher grading it. So if you're struggling with your IA, the best advice I would give is to ask your teacher for advice. Ask your teacher exactly how to do it. Ask your teacher, how do I align myself to the rubric for what they want? And then go about building an IA in that direction. Okay, any advice that I give right now, there's just too many nuances to it that varies from student to student and teacher to teacher, as well as the fact that I haven't done every single IA myself. So I get questions about biology IAs or geo IAs, and I just don't know because I just haven't done them. And I don't want to give advice on things that I don't have much experience in. I only give advice on the stuff that I know for sure that works with students. So for those reasons, this is why I typically don't give IA specific advice, but you can always feel free to ask me either in the Training Academy, in the email down below. You can send me an email as well as JqR@warden.upenn.edu, or you can just comment down below in the YouTube channel. Now, here's a few other questions that I get all the time with the IA, like when did I do them? What was it? What was my scores? All right, let me walk you through this very, very quickly. So when did I do them? The physics IA, I did that in April of my IB DP1 year. So April, maybe a little bit earlier, March, April of my IB DP year. You also got to remember that I did my IAs during the pandemic. So it was right during that time where we broke off school. I did them, and then I had to go back in school. And it was just, by the way, the entire show in 2020 was an absolute disaster for myself and for the just learning the content and my school and everything. So I had to work just extraordinarily more hours to just figure this stuff out by myself. But ultimately, I did my IB physics IA. I did that in March, April. The next IA I did was chemistry, which I did at the beginning of my IBDP 1 year. IBDP 2, excuse me. So this was about September. Then my math, I did it as well about the exact same time. In fact, I remember submitting my chemistry IA and my math IA on the same Friday. I believe it was October, like the second or third week of October. I submitted both of them at the same time, which was the same time I was doing my application. So it's crazy, by the way, that when you go into the IBDP 2 year, those first 2 months are just insane. And I'll tell you, by the way, how I was able to overcome that. But it's definitely a challenge. The next IA that I did was my English IO. I did that in December of my IBDP 2 year. So again, in the middle of my applications and a bunch of other work I was doing. The other IA I had was, so I did English, my economics, so that was a 3-part IA. I did the first one in February on micro, the second one in September on macro, and then the third one on international, which was in December. So December, if not early January. I think the due date was at the end of January of my IBDP 2 year. And again, I did my exams in May of 2021. And then the other IA I did was my language IA, which I did Spanish. That was in November of my IBDP 2 year. So again, right around the time when I was applying to university and the chaos that came with that. So what I did for my physics IA was I built an RC circuit, and I very simply, like the physics HL IA, is you don't have to do anything insane. In fact, I discourage from doing something that just breaks physics, all right? Just do something very simple. What I did was I built an RC circuit. So these are resistors and capacitor circuits, and I changed the resistance of the resistor, and I just measured how that changed the discharge time of a capacitor. All right, very simple stuff. And I got a 7 on it. In fact, I think I got out of 24 marks, I believe I got like a 21 or 22. So I scored very well on that one. Okay, so for my chemistry SL IA, I'm gonna read it right here. It was measuring the activation energy in kilojoules per mole of the decomposition of sodium hypochlorite with catalyst copper 2 oxide. In other words, what is the activation energy of the decomposition reaction of sodium hypochlorite with the catalyst copper 2 oxide? And in fact, you can even see on screen right here what my setup was, where I just fed in a tube from the reaction, and I measured how much volume was displaced by the gas that came out of the tube. And by the way, I made this graphic right here on Google Slides, so super convenient. I just dragged around a bunch of things, found these PNGs, and made something that now that I'm looking at it right now, it's pretty cute. Okay, and then for my economics IA, as you can see right here, I simply did a VAT, also known as a ad valorem tax, which you can actually see right here. The economics graph it's more of a percentage. So there's a 10% tax, and I just talked about that. Pretty simple stuff. When I talk about my macroeconomics part of my economics, I was talking about how the Lithuania government endorses economic stimulus plan, calls against job cuts. So very simply, it was just an expansionary fiscal policy, as you can see in the graph right here. Now, finally was this article here on Switzerland, ready to hold down Frank with sharper intervention. Okay, that's what I was talking about here. So let's go down, see what I wrote about the economy of Switzerland, market for Swiss francs, going up and down. And I think the biggest takeaway here was, which very simply, as you can see right here, the Swiss bank will sell 82.73 billion francs in an attempt to depreciate a pandemic-induced currency appreciation and recession. That was my international economics IA. Next, on to my math HL IA. By far, not my favorite one of the IAs, because the biggest thing about math IAs is that finding a topic was by far the most difficult part. And I spent countless hours, even before the start of we got introduced with the IA, like during the summer, I was spending hours looking for a topic that I could talk about. And I ended up selecting this one right here, transformation of relations and vectors in 2D and 3D space. Come to think about it, I probably wouldn't have done this because there was just a bunch of time wasted with finding out all these equations, trying to graph it, and it was an entire song and dance in and of itself. So the goal here was to use vectors to rotate functions around lines, to rotate functions around points in 2D, 3D space, and then find out what the resulting rotation function looks like. So if I scroll down here, I use the rotation matrix. I talk about matrices, which was not covered in the math HL content, and then I do rotations here with some example functions. And by the way, if you want a very good graphing software for your math IAs, definitely use JqR. I was able to graph all these different functions, which looked very, very nice. But overall, I didn't actually get the highest score on this. I believe I got like a high 6, if not like a low 6 on my math HL, which is fine. Like, I ended up doing well in the final exam because I just drilled the absolute hell out of the IB question bank when I came to doing the math final. So that's really the point I'm trying to get across, that a lot of these IA works, like, people stress way too much about this. If you focus on doing the content, doing it right, even if you get a 6 on your IAs, you're gonna do fine, assuming you do well on the final. But with that being said, you can also score a bunch of easy points on the IA. So it's really a 80-20 type of scenario. But if I was to do this again, I would 100% do what I did back in high school, which was allocate the majority of my time towards understanding the content, really drilling that out, because that built a very good foundation from when I could then write effective IAs. All right, then we talk about the English IO, which I did it on this poem right here, Let Them Eat Chaos by Kate Tempest. And then I did, as well as March for Our Lives, so it was a speech right here by Emma Gonzalez. And for my Spanish BSL, it was just this. Just talking about meditation in Spanish. And I guess I'll cover here my theory of knowledge as well. This was the topic. Within areas of knowledge, how can we differentiate between change and progress? I'm going to make a separate video explaining exactly the methodology behind this and the way that I approached it. But the TOK curriculum has changed since I last did it, so a lot of this stuff is very different than what you would do today. But ultimately, I was talking about, let's see, the ancient Greeks here. I remember mentioning my personal experience going into an animation studio here in Vancouver on Sony, on how they used AI. Yeah, so Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, a 3D animation mimicking the superhero comic book theme and style from the 21st century. Being a 3D animator myself, which is true actually, I did a lot of Minecraft animation back in the day, which you can also find on my channel. If you go to old videos and you scroll down, you can actually find some of my earlier animation work there. Being an animator and learning more about the artwork, I visited the Sony Pictures ImageWorks headquarters, and I talk about the 3D animation, how they used AI, how they used software, etc., technology to enhance their art. So in short though, I don't suggest you try to copy me with my IAs or with any of this TOK, because as I mentioned before, an artist can paint 2 different pieces of art and both of them can be very well done. So consult your teachers, mainly consult the people who are going to be grading this, which is your teacher, and see their opinion, and then really base it off that instead of trying to learn stuff online to make up for the deficit in your IA knowledge. All right, and with that being said, let's continue forward with identifying the most important IB45 tactics, really circling on that most important 20% of things that you can do that gives you 80% of your results. So the first tactic that we're going to talk about, and this is how I mentioned earlier, is to really understand the content. Prioritize, deeply understand the content. Now, you might be asking, okay, how do I go about doing this? The mindset shift here is very simple. I want you to think of your brain as that of a garbage truck. In other words, your brain is constantly deleting the least important information that does not matter. Okay, this is what your memory system, what your brain, if you want to think of it from this analogy, is doing. It's constantly removing and asking itself, okay, what information do I need? What information do I not need? What information can I throw away? What information can I scrap? Similarly to a garbage truck, just consistently removing the garbage information that is no longer useful. So you might be crying out there and asking, all right, what info does my brain delete? Okay, this is the mental model I came up with that helped me improve and get top scores in the IB Diploma that I use whenever I want to learn something. And it really comes down to these two components. The first of which is how recent the content is, and the second of which is how useful the content is in your own life. All right, so when it comes to learning anything, always ask yourself, okay, what is the most recent and what is the most useful content? Because these are the things that my brain is going to remember, the things that are going to stick. So let me explain a bit more what I mean by that. The mindset shift here is that your brain deletes the least recently useful information. In other words, the information that is least useful and least recent, there's a little typo here on the y-axis, should say least recent. That is the information that you're most likely to forget. On the flip side, you're most likely to remember the information that is most recent and most useful. So let's talk about what is considered to be useful information. I like to look at this from an evolutionary perspective. In other words, what's considered to be useful information from an evolutionary perspective is information that guarantees our safety. Because if you think of the purpose of our bodies, the purpose of our nervous system, the purpose of just how we've evolved, we've evolved to survive. We've evolved to be very good at surviving in Mother Nature, in the elements outside, in the environment in which we evolved in. So when it comes to maximizing things that are most useful, I always hinge on asking yourself, okay, what information is critical to my safety? You want to think back to how it was back in the day when we were cavemen trying to survive from an evolutionary survivability standpoint. Knowing the stuff that can possibly kill us or make us unsafe is of critical importance. If you think about a fire, right? Why is it that you've never forgotten the fact that if you touch fire, you're going to get burned and it's going to hurt and you could possibly die? Why have you never forgotten that fact? It's because it is very useful to your safety. So the second part is not only safety, but also status, which goes in turn with safety. Turns out that if you have good status in the tribe, you're well liked, you're well respected, you're at the top of the hierarchy, you are significantly more likely to survive. Therefore, whatever information you know that can increase your status amongst your peers will increase the likelihood that you survive. All right, if you think back to when times were tough and when we were living in the forest as tribes, those who were at the top of the hierarchy always got priority access to the food, always got priority access to the mating options, always got priority access to overall survival. So always ask yourself, okay, what is considered useful information is increasing that status, or things that increase that status you are more likely to remember. And then the third point here is just emotional spikes. And again, this plays again with our component of safety because it's the emotional aspects of our life that really grab our attention. The quote I like to use all the time is that human beings are not thinking beings. We're not thinking beings that sometimes have emotion. Instead, we are emotional beings that sometimes think. That should be, as soon as I heard that was a big wow factor for me. Because it's true, if you look at the evolution of language and when we began to form coherent logical thought, right, that human aspect of our brain, that didn't develop as recently as the emotional aspects that are baked deep down into our subconscious. So always ask yourself, all right, well, how can I make an emotional spike of what I am learning? In other words, how can I laugh? How can I get excited? How can I cry? And what I found that elicits the strongest emotional aspect are those stories, which is why I spent a few minutes earlier of this video explained to you my own background story, how I came here, how I discovered these IB truths, how I got this final score from getting 4s and 5s and doing very poorly to finally getting those 7s and that 45. It's because of this, stories. The human brain, if you were to code up a human brain, this is the analogy I like to think about. If you were to code up the human brain, we think in terms of stories. Everything you think about, at least my perspective, is it comes down from a story. Meaning that if I was to pick something up, if I was to pick up, let's say, these headphones and drop them down, there is a story that is in place as to why these headphones should fall. The story of gravity. If you think of any other system that you've seen in your life, there's typically a story that's associated behind that helps you rationalize and explain what you just experienced, what you just saw, and then the memory that gets built as a result. So for now, just understand that human brains are coded with stories. And really the mindset shift that I'm trying to to get across here is the following. The studying doesn't begin until you've done your first past paper question. Okay, why do I say that? It has to do with usefulness. If we were to graph out, and I like this so much, the learning pyramid here, which are the tasks that give you the highest ROI, which is teaching to others, practice by doing, group discussion, participating teaching methods, and the lowest ROI, which is the passive teaching methods, you'll see that teaching others and practice by doing are going to be the most consequential tasks that you could spend your time doing. In fact, this is what I would call active recall, moving on the right-hand side of the graph, which is by far the highest ROI task you could be doing, active recall. Now, why is this so important to the evolutionary points that I just mentioned? Because notice the key word here. It's called active. Active is doing. Active is utility. Active is moving. There's utility. You do things when you're active. This is a critical component to survival as a whole. Now, why do I mention this? If you look back at it from an evolutionary standpoint, when you do stuff, when you physically move, and I'm talking about physically moving, not just mentally, but physically moving, that's when your body expends calories. And when your body expends calories, there's always a risk associated with that. And the train of thought I like to think about this from is the following. Since I'm spending calories, i.e. energy, doing this, it must be important. It must be important because I'm spending calories. So the way I like to view this from an evolutionary perspective is the following train of thought. Since I'm spending energy, since I'm spending calories doing this task, it must be important. Because if a lion comes to attack me and I have to get a sword and I have to defend myself, I'm spending calories. If I have to go hunting for food, I'm spending calories. If I have to do any form of manual labor, I'm spending calories. And by spending those calories, I'm putting myself in a vulnerable position because I might not have enough calories to survive. Because you gotta remember that back in the day when we were tribes, energy was scarce. Calories were scarce. We didn't know when our next meal would come. Therefore, our body prioritizes those tasks, prioritizes remembering the tasks that we spend a lot of calories on because those were the tasks that were probably important. So when it comes to your own success, this is really the mindset shift. And I promise you, if you look at studying, if you look at really anything you do that you want to remember, critically remember, if you look at it from this angle, you're never going to see the world the same. I promise you that. All right. And it's this concept right here. You need to be as active as possible when studying. Okay. Everything comes down to how active you are. This is the highest leverage task to studying overall. And I've never seen anyone explain it in this way or talk about it at all. But you need to be as active as possible when it comes to studying, when it comes to doing your tasks, when it comes to doing anything worthwhile that you want to remember. Active. All right. The scale is on active. How active are you? And you want to truly maximize that. Even let's say you're just doing some past paper questions and you're sitting down. Active comes down to moving your hands. Active comes down to moving the papers around, thinking, using your brain, moving your hand to write the questions, really engaging with the content. And I'm not telling you to go out and do a bunch of jumping jacks and burn calories. That's not the idea. But you want to train yourself to be as active as possible when it comes down to getting the work done, especially when it comes down to studying. Now, this, and I promise you, if you look at it from this perspective, will increase your productivity by at least 5x. This is what I found. You want to ask yourself, how active is this task? And really, all tasks that you do can be labeled from a scale of active to inactive, or active to passive, as I like to think about it. So a lot of the time that I see students who are not doing well in really academic success in the IB Diploma, in their overall achievement that they want to get when it comes to applying to these top universities, I see that it typically falls in this axis, where the tasks that they're doing are very passive and they're not active enough. They're very passive. So for example, listening to class, just sitting back in the back of the room and just listening, that is a very passive task. Reading the textbook, typically, if done incorrectly, is a very passive task. Oftentimes, students spend their entire study life doing these very passive tasks and they wonder why they can't get ahead. It's because you're not being active. You're not giving your evolutionary brain, your hard wiring, your most basic nature of who you are, how you've evolved to be. You're not giving that person, that caveman version of yourself, you're not giving them a reason why they have to remember the information that you're talking about. And because of that, you forget it, because your brain has no reason at all to remember this information. So what are things that are more active? For example, asking smart questions. This includes you having to dig out the question from the back of your head, say it out loud, and ask it and articulate it in such a way that it's clear. That's an example of something that is active. Doing past paper questions. I found that this right here to be the most impactful thing because it's the most active form of learning that you can possibly imagine. It's doing the questions themselves, having to fetch out the answers from the back of your head. I found that if you do this correctly, it is impossible to be passive when you're doing past paper questions. So always ask yourself, whenever you sit down to do anything that is IB related, whether that be classroom, whether that be just studying, whether that be watching a video, whether that be reading the textbook, always ask yourself, how active is the task I'm doing right now? And if it's passive, like if you look at the task you're doing and you're like, all right, I'm passively doing this, I'm not exerting any of my will, any of my energy, I'm not giving my evolutionary brain a reason why it should focus, stop doing it. Stop doing it. I don't know how else to say it. Stop doing it. If it's passive, stop doing it, or find a better way to turn that passive task into something that is active. All right. If you look at active overall, you're moving your hands, you're thinking, you're listening, you're deducing, you're using your brain, and number 3, you're teaching, you're talking. So these are all great examples of active tasks to do. Notice that even when you read the textbook, right, your hands aren't moving. You're just listening. You're just sitting down and you're just reading. And some people don't even read actively. They just kind of skim the content. They're just looking at the page. They're not actually reading. They're not actually using their brain to try to understand the concepts and make the most out of it. Okay, when I look at the textbook, when I do, I'm always taking very careful notes. I'm going back, I'm making my own questions. I'm trying to deeply understand it. I'm exerting my will, my thought into making the most out of this opportunity that I have. I'm being active. That's the biggest point. All right. The contrary to that is passive. When you're inert, when you're just sitting, when you're staring, when you're just watching, right? There's a difference between listening and hearing. If you're just watching in class and you're just hearing, that's not the same as listening. All right, so the point here is that you need to be as active as possible to study. So I get this question all the time by students who say, oh, I have an exam in a week, I have an exam in 2 weeks, I have an exam in a month, I have my finals next week. How do I go about studying? Okay, this is how you do it. You stack up as many active tasks as possible. All right, the easiest way to do this is by doing past paper questions because they're the most active form. But even if you don't like doing past paper question, or if you reach a limit with that, which I'll tell you how to really reach the limit in just a second, opt for a more active approach to learning. Okay, look to teach it to other people, look to explain it, look to ask your own questions, look to make your own questions, right? Always ask yourself, how active can I be? So my answer is going to be the same for every single one of these questions. If I have an exam in 1 day, how do I study? Be active. If I had an exam in 1 week, how do I study? Be active. If I had an exam in 2 weeks, how do I study? Be active. All right. So active in doing past paper questions, active in teaching, as I mentioned before. All right. So just ask yourself, how can I be as active as possible? That is the key cornerstone that I see that separates the students who get the high scores to those who do not. Then the mindset shift here that I had, and I particularly had this very recently because I used to tell people all the time, and this is what I thought. I used to think that, oh, let's not read the textbook. All right. Reading the textbook is a waste of time. And that is true. Okay, reading the textbook is a waste of time if you do it the wrong way. And what I found, really, the mindset shift here is that the what/how of studying matters much less when you focus on the activity level of the studying itself. All right, so whatever task it is, even something as passive as, or potentially passive as reading the textbook, can be turned into an active task. So I used to mention that reading the textbook were a waste of time. And by the way, if you look at this picture right here, this was the textbooks that I use that I got on the first day of class, and I left it in my locker and I didn't touch it again until the end of the year. All right, so that just goes to show how little I spend my time reading textbook because I knew that it was inherently passive. Okay, do not fall for the trap of just reading the textbook passively. That was the problem. I was studying. Now, there's a few other questions I get all the time. All right, what resources/channels did I use to study? As I mentioned before, matters less what you do as to how active you are to do it. But these were the whats. All right, if you're wondering about what I did, it was this right here. For economics, I use Jason Welker. He has some excellent content on learning the economic syllabus. Definitely recommend you go and check it out. For learning the economic strategies to get the highest possible score on paper 1, paper 2, paper 3 in economics, I used Econ plus Dal. He has some excellent content as well. Physics, I went to Chris Donor. Chemistry, MSJ Chem was my top chemistry guy. And then for math, it was simply the organic chemistry tutor. He has some excellent videos there. So just whatever you're worried on about math or whatever you're studying, there's almost always a video on exactly that topic that you can find in the organic chemistry YouTube channel. So go ahead and check that out. Now, the problem here, again, is I was studying passively, so do not make a mistake. Always ask yourself, all right, how can I make this task more active? So a quick metric that you can use to understand your own level of activity, look at what you're doing right now when you're watching this video. Okay, this video right now, how active are you? Are you taking notes? Are you doing everything you possibly can to learn this content? Or are you just sitting back, relaxing, and not really doing anything? All right, how active are you right now? And how can you make it more active? So if you're currently just sitting down on the couch and just not really caring or just whatever, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. What I'm saying is that if you want to make the most out of this video and truly excel and understand this content, I urge you to get a note paper out, start taking notes, start writing down, start planning, start plotting on how you're going to implement these tactics, because I promise you they're going to change your life. But most importantly, I'm going to promise you that if you approach it from that angle of activity, maximizing that, this is going to be good practice for when you actually go out and then start to learn other most important IB content that you need to get that level 7. All right, so always ask yourself, how active are you right now? And then, as I mentioned before, studying doesn't begin until you've done your first past paper question. So I don't care how much time you spent reading the textbook. I don't care how much time you spent on YouTube. So this is my theory, that studying doesn't begin until you've done your first past paper question. I might even reword this to be that studying doesn't begin until you've done your first piece of active work, or you're actively going out of your way to use your brain to arrive at your own conclusions. You're actively doing it. I found that past paper questions are by far the easiest way to be active and do what I like to call active recall. So when it comes to identifying the highest leverage task, when it comes to studying for the IB Diploma, i.e. learning the content, which is the highest leverage task, it always falls within this spectrum of passive tasks to active tasks, with the active task being the most valuable task on the right-hand side. So the goal here is to do as much active recall as you possibly can. And the observation I've come to terms with over the hundreds of students I've worked with in the past few years is that students who get the best results, okay, there's always a correlation between how much work they do actively compared to how much they don't. And really there's a correlation between their speed and the results. Okay, and let me just explain a little bit more what I mean by this. The students who I found who get the best results are those who take immediate action. In other words, when you have something to do, how long does it take you to actually start the doing? Meaning that if I was to tell you, all right, you got to go ahead and do this study question, or you have to go ahead and learn XYZ content, how long does it take you for you to sit down and actually start the doing? The shorter you can make that period of time, the better your results. And really the mindset shift here is that the person who starts the doing the fastest will always have the advantage. Okay, they will always have the advantage. This is why I urge everybody to take fast action. Live as if you're at gunpoint, meaning that you have to take action as fast as you possibly can. Okay, and I don't mean fast as in you're just like rushing and you're making mistakes and you're just moving very quickly. That can work. And in fact, there's some situations where I suggest you do that, especially if you want to build just mathematical intuition, which I'll talk about in just a second. But when I say fast, what I mean is that the amount of time it takes you from you realizing something has to get done to you actually doing it, that's the amount of time that I want you to minimize. All right. So for example, let's say you're at a work project with your friends, and one of your friends, and you, by the end of that project, you end up assigning that, okay, we're going to do XYZ. I'm going to work on, let's say it's an EC. Let's say you're in a club meeting and you have to, I don't know, make the brochures for the marketing. How soon you start working on those brochures will determine how successful you are in many cases, because it shows that you have a high propensity to take immediate action. So depending on how you fill in the blanks to this question determines how successful you will be based on my own experience. Meaning that the students who answer this with, I will begin doing this right now, meaning as soon as possible, typically these are the most successful students I've worked with. Okay, this is just from my experience that I've worked with. If on the flip side you say, okay, I'll begin working on this later today, or I'll begin working on this in a week, or later this week, or in the weekend, or I'll start working on this later, those are the students typically who get the least amount of results. Why is that? It's because they're not taking action as fast as possible. So when it comes to getting things done, ask yourself, okay, how can I decrease the amount of time it takes me from realizing that I have to do something to actually getting it done? And the litmus test I like to use with this is how long does it take for you to set something up logistically? Meaning that as soon as you see a text on your phone, okay, I'm not suggesting you check your phone all the time. In fact, I think that's a big distraction in reaching states of flow, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But when you realize that when you see a text message, for example, of trying to schedule something, how long does it take you to respond? How long does it take you? Do you see the message and then take a day to respond? Or do you see a message, take an hour to respond? Or do you see a message and respond immediately and try to just figure it out right away? Similarly with email, as soon as you see an important email about some type of logistical thing that you're trying to figure out, maybe it's a logistical issue with your club, maybe it's a logistical party that you're trying to host with your friends, whatever the case may be, how long does it take you to respond quickly to that text message or that email? This is a good indicator as to where you're at right now. If it's taking you a lot of time to respond to logistical queries, I urge you to decrease that amount of time and start taking action as fast as possible. All right. The model I like to use is that there's a direct correlation between how fast you begin to do something and the results you get. All right. This is just from my experience, what I've seen. But most importantly, I've also realized, especially with the IB Diploma, there's a direct correlation between how active you are and the results you get. And given that these two are proportional, there's a proportionality between how active you are and then how fast you do the thing. So in order to be even more active, opt to do things quicker. Opt to do things as fast as possible. All right, so we can upgrade our previous model. On the x-axis here, we have passive tasks. On the left-hand side of the x-axis, we have passive tasks. On the right-hand side of the x-axis, we have active tasks. Let's move the active tasks a little bit to the side and say fast active tasks. All right, these are tasks that you start to do actively as soon as you realize they have to get done. Okay, and I'll give you an example of this in just a second, because you might be looking at me and saying, okay, how do I increase speed? How do I go about doing this? What's the actual tactics? How do I go about implementing this in my own life? All right, I'm great that you asked, because this is a mindset. Okay, this is an IB urgency mindset. It's an urgency mindset, meaning that you have a propensity to take action as fast as possible. Now, there are ways to build up this mindset, which I'll show you in just a second. I'll give you some action points. But at its core, doing things quickly, doing things as fast as possible, decreasing the amount of time it takes you from you realizing you have to do something to actually doing it is a mindset. It's an urgency mindset that you must adopt if you want to become successful, especially in the IB Diploma, and especially if you're applying to any top university. With all the ECs you have to do, with all the work that has to get done, you have to make it a priority to get the work done as fast as possible as soon as you realize it must get done. All right, so how do you go about actually building this IB urgency mindset? All right, let me show you right here. Number one, start homework assignments immediately when assigned. All right, and by that I mean as soon as you get those tasks, go out and start doing them. All right, at least do this for a week just so you start to build that mindset. Okay, the point here is to build the urgency mindset that you want to get things started as quickly as possible. Okay, not necessarily that you're rushing through the task itself, but that you're just getting started as quickly as possible. So when you finish math class and you realize that you have a math homework assignment to do, or you finish your chemistry and you realize that you have a write-up to do for one of your labs, or whatever the case may be, I urge you, exit the classroom, walk towards the seminar room, sit down, and start doing the task immediately. Okay, do it as fast as you possibly can. It's gonna start to build this mindset. So what I would do with IB Math is as soon as I got assigned my homeworks, I would walk out of my class into the seminar room, which was right beside the class. So it took me literally 10 seconds. I would walk into that room with my sheet, with my computer still open, get down, and then just get down to getting that done as fast as I possibly could. The reason why I did this is because it built that urgency mindset. It built it decreased the amount of time it took me from realizing that I had to get something done to me actually doing it. Okay, which helped me in every single part of my life. Okay, number two, respond to emails/texts immediately when you see them. Okay, just make this a habit. As soon as you see an email/text that is a logistical concern, more like I say logistical concerns because these are typically the texts that just people take forever to respond to this. And just from my own experience, it kind of annoys me when we're trying to set something up and I'm waiting on someone to do it and it just takes a day, it takes 2 days. Just respond immediately. If you know that there's something that has to get done with setting up a certain event, respond immediately. All right, so that's number two. Number three is have an accountability partner. Have somebody else who's there to push you to really get this stuff done as soon as possible. And the mindset shift here really is you want to act as if you just have, like you're going to die tomorrow. Okay? If you're at a gut point, how fast would you start to take action? How fast would you be taking action? How fast would you be working? How fast would you be sitting down to get the things done? And surprisingly or not, most students find themselves in this situation when they procrastinate until the last day. Have you ever realized that the night before the exam or the paper is due, that is always the most productive night? Why is that? It's because there is urgency. There's urgency in the fact that you have to submit this tonight or else you're going to get a 0. You have to get it done. And that urgency unlocks a new gear of productivity. So what I'm trying to say is that instead of only saving that for the night before, which by the way can work as a tactic, which I'll talk about in just a second, but instead of saving it only as a task that you do the night before, ask yourself, okay, how can I build this mindset so that I'm always in that state of just grinding and getting the work done as fast as possible? Okay, and of course you want to take rest and proper recovery and all that type of stuff. You don't always want to be in this like super excited state, but I want you to build a mindset where as soon as you realize that something has to get done, you almost have this itch, you almost have this urgency to get the thing done as soon as possible. All right, the other tactic I can give you is I want you to decrease the amount of time it takes you from waking up to actually starting the work. Okay, so my challenge to you is to decrease the time it takes you from waking up to actually working. So what I did and what I suggest everybody do, if you don't have one already, get yourself one of these stopwatches. This is probably one of the best investments I've ever made because this allows me to gain clarity on how much time I'm spending doing my most important tasks and how little time I might be spending on said tasks. So what I urge you to do is get one of these, put it right next to you, or if you want to take this to a truly new level, tie it around your arm or around your wrist so that when you wake up, you feel it and you get reminded that it is go time. And then what I want you to do is as soon as you feel conscious in your bed, start the alarm or start the stopwatch, Start that thing counting up. And then get up and you want to decrease the amount of time it takes you from waking up, like just from feeling conscious in your bed to actually getting the first most important task of the day started. Okay, you want to decrease that time and just make it as small as possible. I promise you that when you start to do this, you're going to get an insane speed, an insane momentum in really the entire day. It really sets the standard for how the day is going to move. And I used to do this all the time, even when I was like 14 years old, as you can see in this picture. I would go around with this stopwatch and tracking the amount of time I spent working on the most important task and tracking the amount of time it took me from waking up to actually getting to work. And if you can get this to less than 5 minutes, that's when you're kicking ass at this point. Okay, and by 5 minutes, I mean I wake up, I change, I go to the washroom, I drink water, and then I just sit down and start working immediately. All right, this sets the pace of the day as one of speed. This sets the pace of the day as one of execution. Okay, let me tell you a few students a few Grizzlies in the training academy who ended up applying this and got excellent results. Jay says right here, I wanted to let you know that some of the tips that helped me a lot. Started using a stopwatch to track my studying and realized how short my attention span was. It's gave me more time to practice golf, and my improved golf results are getting more attention from college courses. I'm getting straight A's and putting less hours in work. Thank you so much. All right, another student who's been using this, absolutely perspective changing training. After a very similar training that I'm giving you right now, this is what you have to say, is because of this strategy of creating this urgency of this speed. Most students, they're just not moving fast enough, okay? And the motto I like to say is more is more, okay? Doing more work, doing more IB question bank questions, just doing more work. It can oftentimes be the solution to 99% of your problems, at least to begin with, okay? Until you reach the point where you are feeling tired and where you are feeling exhausted and you are feeling, God forbid, burned out, that's when we can find better optimization strategies. But most students don't reach that point, okay? Most students, they're not able to reach the point where they're truly maximizing the amount of time that they spend every single day. So focus on that first, and then, which is why I added it here earlier on in the presentation, and then we'll focus on some of the optimization strategies that come later. So ultimately, go ahead and develop this IB urgency mindset. All right, and this was my observation, again, where active recall and doing as much of this as humanly possible gets you the best results. This is what's worked for me, and this is what's worked for the hundreds of students I've worked with. So if you made it this far in the video, you've proven to me that you are an ambitious student. So what I urge you to do is take the next step and join the training academy. All right, this is for those who want to do absolutely everything they can to get results, and let me help work one-on-one with you. Join the training academy. The way you can do that is by going to grizzly.com/apply. This right here is the guaranteed most unique, predictable, and battle-tested system to get a 42 plus in the IB diploma, or else you don't pay. The stats are 93% end up getting a predicted score of 42 to 45. So I urge you to join the training academy. All the magic is happening there. All the one-on-one work I do with students is happening there. So go ahead, apply. You will have to apply at grizzly.com/apply. All right, you can see here the application. But warning that this is not for the faint of heart. This is for those who want to do absolutely everything they possibly can to get results, work one-on-one with myself. And then, as you can see right here, I do guarantee results. So go ahead, join the academy, apply, and I'll see you on the other side. You can talk one-on-one on me, actually, if you apply. I interview everybody applying, or myself or one of my teammates interviews everybody applying into the training academy. So you'll get some one-on-one time with myself where I analyze your own situation, help you out, give you some free action points. And the reason why I'm doing this for free is because I want to first earn your trust. I want to get you results as fast as possible, because once you get results, statistically, those who get results the fastest are more likely to join the academy. So go ahead, apply right here, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, and now let's continue with identifying these IB45 tactics. So we talked about the first one, which is to be as active as possible. And if there was one tactic that I urge you to do, it's this right here: to do as many past paper questions as you possibly can. You want to literally become a machine, a killer robot when it comes to doing these past paper questions. All right, the mindset shift here, as I mentioned before, is that more is more. Sometimes doing more volume can be the solution to greater results. We always talk about less is more. Like, I hear this all the time. If you're not at your maximum capacity yet, do not focus on doing less. That should not be your focus. Your focus should be on doing as much as you possibly can. Once you hit that peak, I'll talk about what that peak is in just a second. But once you hit that peak, then we can begin to talk about more optimization strategies. But for now, understand that more is more. Sometimes doing more volume can be the solution to greater results. And what I've realized is that most people do not, especially most students, don't know how much work is actually required to get truly amazing results. And a lot of students who I know who think that they're working a lot are actually not doing enough work, or the work that is required to truly get them the results that they want. So when we talk about speed, understand that speed enables you to do more volume. Speed enables you to really multiply the amount of volume that you get done. And as Thomas A. Callaghan Jr. says that quantity has a quality all of its own. It's not to say that quality is unimportant, but that is not the only factor that determines success in war. In many cases, sheer weight of numbers can overcome qualitative superiority. So the mindset shift here, and I learned this one from Hermosi, is that we do the quantity to get the quality. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the quantity allows you to build intuition. Okay, and I'll explain what this means in just a second. Now, for those crying and saying, oh, what exactly is high past paper studying quality? How do I know that I'm doing this right? My answer to that is to run tests. Okay, the way that I used to do this, and this is really the upgrade and the way that I found this out for myself, is that you can find your own strategies. Okay, there are tons of different ways to approach doing past paper questions that might work better for some people than to others. I'm going to tell you what worked for myself in just a second. But when it comes to identifying your own model, your own strategy, treat it like a science experiment. Ask yourself, okay, if I do X, what is the result? If I do past paper questions in this specific way, what is the result that I end up getting? So overall, if you want a life strategy for really any task that you're doing and you're trying to identify where it fits on this 80-20 curve, run an experiment and ask yourself, okay, based on the task that I did today, what gave me the best results? What gave me the worst results? How can I tweak that? And then continue to run the experiment until you've figured out what are those highest leverage tasks. When I ran this experiment in my own life, getting the highest scores I possibly could in the IB Diploma, I found that this right here was my best and most successful strat. It was to ignore those low value points. So if we go back here to the leverage curve, my personal strat was selectively doing these questions in what I like to call an aha way. All right, let me explain exactly what I mean by this. I found out that my personal strat that gave me the best results when doing past paper questions was to do it by selectively doing the questions in the aha way. Okay, and let me explain a little bit more what I mean by this aha methodology. When you sit down to do your past paper questions, your past paper goal, okay, the goal with doing these past paper questions should be to build intuition. Okay, in other words, to build a high value intuition. The way I like to think about it is that whenever you see a question, you don't necessarily want to look at the question and know exactly what the answer is. Okay, that'd be great, but that shouldn't be the primary objective. Okay, the first objective should be to look at a question and instantly know or have a general idea of what knowledge or what strategy you need to implement in order to get that question done. In other words, you want to create a mental mapping between a question that you see and then a strategy that must be used to complete that question. So this is my goal whenever I sit down to do past paper questions, especially back in the IB Diploma, is to create this mental mapping of question to strategy, question to strategy, question to strategy. In other words, identify the relationship for a certain class of questions. And I found that there's really two ways to do past paper questions based on this methodology. I like to call this the past paper coin of your brain, because there's two sides to the past paper grind coin, all right? If you want to call it that. There's the intuitive side and there's the logical side. So the intuitive nature is to get the general idea, right? This is the robot part of your brain. And then there's the conscious part of your brain to logically justify the idea and to use higher levels of thinking in order to solve the question. And what I found is that the subconscious makes up maybe 90% of your brain, while the conscious part makes up less than 10% of your brain. I think this has to do back to evolution, or at least it's the way that I like to think about it, where evolutionary speaking, we didn't develop the conscious part of rational thinking we didn't develop that until a fraction of the total amount of time that we've been evolving. So there's a large chasm of potential in our brain that oftentimes gets neglected by not focusing on the right strategies, which include developing that subconscious part, similarly to an iceberg that has to be developed. So one of those highest value tasks is to focus on improving the subconscious aspect of your brain. And what I mean by that is to start to build intuition whenever you see a question. The way I can describe intuition, it's that robot part of your brain, which is a gut feeling, meaning that as soon as you look at a question, you see that question, and I'm going to give you examples on exactly what I mean by this in just a second, but you look at the question and you get a gut feeling as to what you have to do in order to implement and then solve that question. All right, so that's the gut feeling, that's the intuition aspect to getting top scores. And I found that you really have these two parts of your brain. You have the intuitive part, you have the logical part. This part right here is fast, is unconscious. Oftentimes you don't even know that you arrived at this conclusion, but you just kind of feel it. You just kind of arrive very quickly. So if you can focus, at least to begin with, on really developing a strong intuition, I found that the logical part in many cases falls into place. All right. So let me give you a few examples on what I mean by this. Let's say I was to show you this image right here, okay, of a grizzly bear. Notice how fast it took you for your brain to identify that this is a grizzly bear. Okay, you didn't have to sit there and logically think about, oh, what is this? Is this an animal? Is this a chair? Is this an object? No, you saw this and you instantly knew that it was an animal, and more specifically that it was a grizzly bear. That was your intuitive robot part of your brain identifying right away what it is that you're looking at. That was the intuitive part of your brain instantly being able to identify what it was that it was looking at. Okay, let me give you another example here. Let's say I was to show you this equation or this set of numbers, all right? What just went through your mind when you saw this? Maybe the first thing you did was you identified these symbols as a 5, as a 2, as a 7. Then maybe you identified this as an add and an equal. Then maybe you identified this right here as a variable. Now, for anybody who has experience with math, which hopefully is everybody here, hopefully you did the following without even thinking about it, all right? This is the then. You hopefully went across and subtracted out the 2's. So you got 5x equal to 5, and then you divided out the 5, and this gave you x equal to 1. So notice what just happened. If you did this, if you actually solved this equation in your brain, notice what just happened. I literally just showed you, if we go back here, I just showed you a bunch of symbols. I didn't say anything. I didn't say solve this. I didn't say rearrange. I didn't say find x. I didn't say anything. I just showed you a bunch of symbols, and instantly your brain identified it as something that you've done probably 1,000 times in the past. And when it identified that, it then took the next steps that were required, and it just went through a logical, intuitive progression of finding the answer to this question. So when boom, 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 solve for x equals 1. So notice how fast you're able to do that based purely on intuition. So when it comes to the tactics itself, let's leverage this part of the intuition using what I like to call the AHA method, which is where you go through a question and you find what is the bottleneck stopping you from solving that question, and then you bake that bottleneck, you drill that bottleneck out, and you bake that into your subconscious, into your intuition, so that when you see a question, you know what the bottleneck was in the past, and you're then able to apply the set of tactics you've used in the past to overcome that bottleneck and then solve the question, all right? I like to call that finding the AHA method. So let me show you a few examples. Okay, and this example, I love giving this example all the time. If you've seen some of my previous math videos, you know that I love to give this example simply because it emphasizes this point to such a powerful degree. All right, so it's this example right here. Let's say I gave you this equation, a plus b is equal to 5. Then I give you the equation, a times b is equal to 5. Now let me ask you the question, what is a squared plus b squared equal to? Okay, if you haven't done this question yet, pause the video right now, spend maybe 5 to 10 minutes, try to figure out what this is. Okay, ready? Go. All right, now that you've done the question, let me explain to you how you can use the AHA method to solve this right here. The point is that you can basically ignore / speedrun almost everything that does not correspond to the one little trick or the one little bottleneck that is going to stop you from solving and completing this question. And this speed run right here that allows you to build the intuition because you're focusing on the most critical path of execution, the most important things that are stopping you from finding the final result. All right, this includes stop doing the useless arithmetic if this is not the bottleneck that is stopping you. And I see this all the time with students who they waste tons of time doing a bunch of useless arithmetic when that is not the highest value task. If you're already good at math, which you probably are good at just rearranging numbers, doing algebra at this point in your career. If you're not, I very much urge you drill that out. But for most students that I work with, they are pretty good at just rearranging numbers, dividing, etc. So stop spending your time doing this once you figure out what the AHA moment is. All right, let me explain what I mean by going back to this question. So the AHA moment, if you were to write this out, so first of all, you gotta understand, if you don't know that, first of all, and I get this all the time, a squared plus b squared is not the same as a plus b squared in brackets. Okay, a squared plus b squared is not the same as a plus b in brackets squared. So those are two different things. Just keep that in mind. All right. The point here is that you need to understand the AHA moment, which is the fact that you can rewrite this expression in terms of a plus b in brackets squared. So if you go to the third line right here, we see that a squared plus b squared can be written as a squared plus b squared plus 2ab minus 2ab. Now, why did I add that 2ab term? Because I can collect the terms on the fourth line in the brackets, right? The a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. I can collect those terms in the brackets, and then I can simplify this into an expression that I already know. In other words, that a plus b squared is equal to that. So notice what I have right now by the time I reach the fifth line. I now have an expression that I can then use to plug in the values that I've been given. So for most students, the aha moment is the third line. They don't see that you have to rearrange this. You have to add the plus 2ab and then subtract the 2ab itself in order to get an expression that you can then simplify into a plus b and square it. Okay, most students don't see that. Like they don't see that that is what you have to do. And this is one of the things that you either see or you don't see. And the entire purpose of doing these aha methods is to build the intuition so that you're able to see those things. And then when you get to a similar question on the exam, you can go, aha, I've seen it, I know how to do it, or I know the stepping stones or the line of thinking that I used in the past in order to solve that question. So I like to call these moments right here the aha moments, which are the moments that for most students, right? For most students, this is going to be the bottleneck of the question because they just haven't seen it yet, right? They don't know that plus 2ab minus 2ab can be simplified and then you can rearrange the terms. Like that's just not something that most students might have seen. Maybe you've seen it in the past, but for most students that I show this question, they just don't know because they haven't seen this before. The aha method is about doing past paper questions with the objective of identifying what these constraints are and then drilling those into your intuition. So that next time you see a question, such as a plus b is equal to 5 and a times b is equal to 3, you can pull out, from your intuition, you can pull out a way of solving where you were like, aha, I had an expression that I was able to manipulate, a plus b squared. I was able to simplify that down, and it all started by manipulating the a squared plus b squared by adding a 2ab and a 2 minus b. So I'm going to just start thinking if I can do something similar in that direction. Okay, that's what the aha method is. It's about identifying what these aha moments are, what these constraints are, and then only doing that part of the question. In other words, if you spend all your time on these easy side quests, these are low value tasks. And there's many times, and I don't suggest you start by doing this, but once you've become good at past paper questions, there are many times where you can ignore these lower value tasks, such as completing the arithmetic, because it's just a waste of time. Okay, if you're already competent at the arithmetic, and again, if you're not, I strongly urge you practice that. But if you're already competent at the arithmetic, I urge you to just skip that step altogether and instead focus in on the aha methods that are the bottleneck to you scoring highly in that question. All right. Ultimately, the reason why most students fall for the arithmetic trap is because it's easy. I want you to ignore what's easy. Okay, Jerry spends all his time on the easy filler instead of focusing on the tasks that are the most difficult, that require the most amount of brain power, that are the most active. Or let me remind you, that are the most active, that are the ultimate constraint to the question. So this is a skill in and of itself. It's a skill of being able to look at a question and identify what is the thing that will likely stop me. What is the thing that is slowing me down? Why am I not able to understand what to do next? That in and of itself, ladies and gentlemen, is a skill. And it's up to you to train that skill by viewing these questions through the aha method, as I mentioned before. So the mindset shift here really is, if you do what's easy, your life will be hard. If you do what's hard, your life will be easy. So understand that your brain is designed to do what's fun and easy. Why is that? From an evolutionary perspective, again, we want to do what burns the least amount of calories. And if we had two different options between going out, doing something difficult, and not doing it at all, in other words, taking the lazy path and still getting the same result, our brain will opt for the lazy path any day of the week because it conserves calories. So you want to go against this primal instinct in this situation. And by the way, every single time I see something that is evolutionary based, I love it. I love it so much. And the reason why I love these evolutionary hacks, if you want to call them that, is because this is how the majority of people act. Meaning that if I can go against my evolution in some cases, such as this one right here, I'm going to have a large advantage to everyone else who falls victim to their own evolutionary tendencies. On the flip side, if I'm able to identify an evolutionary leverage point, which I'll mention in the habit section later on how exactly to do that. If I can identify an evolutionary leverage point, something that I am more inclined to do from an evolutionary standpoint that helps me achieve my goals, especially my IB diploma and studying goals, etc., my habit goals, as I'm going to talk about later. I love doing that as much as possible because it makes it easy for me to execute without even thinking. So the ultimate mindset shift here is that Bjorn takes the least possible amount of steps to find that aha moment. So your goal when you do these past paper questions, at least later on, to begin with, I don't necessarily suggest you do this, just volume first, and then you'll begin to identify what is the best way to approach these questions. But once you know what the question, like a general idea of what the questions are, go to the aha moment, identify what that is, and then ignore everything else. Okay, in the ideal world, in the best scenario, in the best Pareto principle, 80-20, most productive leverage point, whatever you want to call it, in the best scenario, the only thing you would be doing would be those constraint parts of the question. Okay, those parts that are most difficult, because that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is where the learning happens. So if you're able to drill that as much as possible and overcome it, you're going to get a huge advantage. All right, let me tell you someone who implemented this and got incredible results because of it. Catherine right here, she stated that changed my entire academic mindset with only one training session. Guess what? It was this concept right here. Iggy as well mentioned the following after going through the training academy, and he really took this to a next level when it comes to the aha moments, really doing them as many times as he possibly could on the bus. As well as Yusuf right here, as you can see on the screen, who was able to get perfect scores on his chemistry HL test. Absolutely incredible by using this method that I'm talking about in this video right here. And if you want a few more examples of how I go about doing this, you just found yourself another Easter egg. Congratulations. So just type in the code AHA Examples 22 with a capital A, capital H, capital E, no space, AHA Examples 22 at grizzly.com/salmon and unlock your treasure. All right, let's go through another example though while we mention this question right here of mathematical induction. If you're not in Math HL, that's okay. I'm not going to be getting into the weeds, but the point is that I've done this question right here probably like 100 times. And the reason why I love doing this question and just mathematical induction and proof questions in general is because, and same thing with calculus, like integration level calculus questions. The reason why I love doing those is because those are the best examples I know of when it comes to developing the critical thinking skills necessary to truly build a strong mathematical intuition. Okay, the aha moments that I've had doing induction questions or doing proof questions or doing integration questions have been fast. So I'm going to be going through this example in the Easter egg that I just showed. But if you want some more training as to how to build this aha moments, I urge you to do these difficult induction and proof questions because that really builds that intuition. Okay, so ultimately when it comes to tactics as to how I get a 45, you want to do as many past paper questions as possible, but you don't only want to do a large volume of questions, but you want to do a large volume of aha method in the question. But you want to do a large volume of the aha method with that question. And then you want to go about and track it with the aha method. So get out a notebook, get out your stopwatch, get out whatever you got to do to actually track the amount of questions that you do with the aha method. I promise you this will change the way that you approach studying for the IB Diploma. Now, for those of you crying and saying, oh, isn't this repetitive and monotonous? Yes, that's the point. It is repetitive. All right. That's what it takes to become successful. You want to truly become a machine, just do as much as you possibly can. And just keep going over and over and over and over again. It takes reps. This is why it's called work. Right? It's labor. It's work. All right, just doing it over and over and over and over and over again until you build that strong intuition. Now, is it monotonous? Not necessarily. Okay, you can make monotonous tasks fun. And let me show you what I did to get myself through studying. There was a few days where I was able to study, say like 14 hours. And this is actual time studying, by the way. People say, oh, I work 14-hour days. Half the time, that's absolute bull. And the reason why is because they're not actually tracking the amount of time with their stopwatch of how much time they're actually studying. So what I did is I tracked, and I got 14 hours on my stopwatch of time I was spending in states of utter complete flow. Okay? This did not include times that I went up to get water. This did not include times that I ate. This did not include times that I went to the washroom. This included times that I was seated at my desk working. I got it up to 14 hours. So the way I was able to do that, and the reason why I'm saying that is because the way I was able to reach 14 hours was by making these monotonous tasks fun. For me, it didn't feel like work. For me, it felt like a game. Okay, we're going to get back to this a little bit later, but I gamified this entire system. It just felt like a game. It felt like I was playing myself. It felt like I was trying to beat my last score. Like I was trying to it felt like a game, all right? The main way that I was able to do this was by listening to EDM music. This really got me into a complete state of flow. So this was actually, a bunch of these songs was in the playlist that I used, and I still listen to this playlist to this day, that I used to study. All right. Obviously, this isn't the original playlist, but I've compiled a lot of my favorite songs back in high school in this one. I found especially that trance and progressive house really just gets me into that state of flow. And you need to understand that you need to have a level of competence in actually knowing the content before you do this. My general rule is that I know maybe like 70%, 80% of I truly understand the content before I begin doing my past paper question. After that, it becomes very easy to just steamroll through these past paper questions and you start to really understand the nuances that the IB diploma uses. That's one of the other big things that I've realized, that once you start doing enough past paper questions, you begin to understand the nuances and the wording in which the questions are asked, which allows you to then build that intuition. Okay, you start to see patterns as if you're like Neo in the Matrix. You start to just see how things are working and how things fit together in relation to the question scheme. So that's another bonus that comes with this. Now, if you want access to this music playlist and you want to use it yourself, go ahead to Grizzly's Wild 34. So type in the Easter egg or the salmon that you just caught right here. Grizzly's Wild with a capital G and capital W all in one word, 34 at grizzly.com/salmon, and you'll get access to that salmon. All right, hope you enjoy that one. All right, so the question here is, how do you do as many past paper questions as possible? And you want to track that with the AHA method. All right, it really comes down to a volume of questions done, which is why I urge you to get out a piece of paper every single time you sit down to do questions and start tallying. Start tallying the past paper points that you get. Start tallying and continue to improve that over and over and over again. And you're gonna be surprised at how fun this starts to feel when you begin to gamify it. Okay, and the task itself might not be fun, like doing a math question might not be fun for you. I completely understand it. But the reason why you're doing it, to try to beat yourself, to try to win the competition, to try to see how far you can go, to try to beat your score, that in and of itself, right? The gamification aspect in and of itself can be fun. All right. I mention this all the time, but most students have absolutely no idea how much work is actually required to achieve success. And most students dramatically underestimate how much work is required and how much work they're actually doing on a day-to-day basis, which is why it's critical for you to track. Critical for you to track the amount of points that you do and how much time you spend actually doing them. Just for reference, I did the entire question bank at least twice. Okay, probably even 3 times. I don't remember exactly. I just kept doing the questions over and over and over again. There were some questions that I did over 100 times. I mentioned this one right here. I did this question at least 100 times on 100 different study occasions. Okay, it got so fast that I did this question in like 15 seconds. Just the AHA method. Like I just wrote out the inductive hypothesis, then substituted in, made the rearrangement, and then boom, I was done. 15 seconds, 30 seconds. That's all it took. So if I was to challenge you to do 500 points of questions in the next 3 hours, if you can reach this point, you're going to be absolutely crushing it. And the other question I have is that if you were to do 500 points in the next 3 hours, how would you do those points and how would you do them differently? This is why I say that you have to do it with the AHA method. So you ignore all the nonsense that doesn't matter, and you only focalize on the most critical parts of the question that are going to be that choking point, right? That bottleneck, excuse me. So once, and it's a skill being able to identify what those aha moments is. But once you find it and you do it as much as possible and you do them as quickly as you possibly can, that's where you start to reach true levels of 45 success. Okay, that's at least what I did. So that's number 1. Do as many past paper questions as you possibly can. Number 2, and this right here, by the way, is the single greatest way to get back your study time. I get all these students who complain, oh, I don't have enough time, oh, I don't have enough attention, I'm always tired, all this type of stuff. This is the single greatest way to get back your study time. And it's to optimize your class time. All right, I'm going to instantly add back maybe 40 hours of productive time to your work, to your week that you're already spending, but you don't even realize it. Okay, most students, they cry to me and they say, oh, class is a waste of time. Yes, I agree. Class is a waste of time if you don't use your class time effectively. And what I mean by that is as follows. Class can be boring because you have that student in the class who's asking the clueless question. You're maybe behind on the content, so you don't really understand what's going on. You're just there because you're there. That's happened to me actually multiple times. Or number 3, you have some other work done, so you're trying to multitask in class and you're just kind of thinking about something else. You're trying to do this, but you're also trying to listen and you're not trying to look like a fool. So it's all this playing it together that makes class extraordinarily boring. And this is why I see students all the time complain about, oh, class is a waste of time. So I completely understand what you're coming from because I used to think the exact same. In fact, this was me being quote unquote productive during class. I would multitask, I would check email, I would try to recover. I was trying to like sleep or just look at the ceiling or just close my eyes. All of this is absolutely useless. Now, the mindset shift and the magic wand. All right, this is the magic wand. And this is a mental exercise I want you to think about when it comes to utilizing your class time. All right, you ready for this? It's this right here. What if, just hypothetically, what if you couldn't spend any time studying outside of school? All right, what would you do differently? What would you do differently in class if you could not spend any time studying outside of school? All right, what if? So I have magic wand right here. You could not spend any time studying outside of school. What would you do differently? So let me tell you a story about my classmate here, Jeff. He was very well respected in the school. Jeff would not spend that much time studying, okay, because he had tons of other commitments. He had tons of other sports commitments, tons of other work, but he still got good grades at school. How did he do it? He paid attention in class. He made the most out of class. Whenever I saw him at class, he was always near the front, listening, taking notes, and making the most out of the class time. So when it comes to these tactics about how to make the most of your IB diploma journey, how to get that top score, it really comes down to this: single task during class time. Okay, and track this with your stopwatch as well. Get out your stopwatch and track the amount of time that you're spending in class focused. Okay, you're completely focused, without distraction, without checking email, without doing anything else that would pull you away from a state of flow. Track the amount of time that you spend focused in class. You're going to realize that it's significantly less than you actually think. All right, and I want you to single task. Meaning you're not switching between two different things. You're not jumping between tasks. You're focusing on one thing and one thing only. All right, quick side quest right here when it comes to multitasking. All right, this is the most seductive and evilest of the distractions and of the sirens. It's this fantasy that you're able to multitask. All right, it's a fantasy. The mindset shift here is you don't multitask to become more productive. Instead, you multitask because you're easily distracted. This is the reason why students are multitasking, because they are easily distracted. By the way, you just found yourself a salmon Easter egg called multitasking proof, with a capital M, capital T, capital P, all in one word, multitasking proof. So go ahead and type in that salmon in the grizzly.com/salmon and get a video where I explain actually how I prove that multitasking is a sham. But ultimately, the point here is that people multitask not out of the desire to boost productivity, but because they're easily distracted and cannot focus on one activity. It's not because you're trying to be more productive, but it's because you're easily distracted, cannot focus on one activity. And I'm also going to add here that you probably don't have your priorities up straight. That's, for those three reasons, that's why you're multitasking. Okay, it's not because you want to be more productive, but it's probably because you're not productive and you're easily distracted and you don't have your priorities straight. All right, let me tell you who mastered this and the world remembers him because of it. Learn Napoleon's secret to success to stop multitasking. All right, by the way, I love history. So if you want to see an exclusive salmon here, an exclusive Easter egg training on me going through Napoleon tactics, simply type in the word or the words Napoleon tactics, and I'll go through a few things that we can learn from Napoleon's success. So again, that's one word, Napoleon tactics, with capital N, capital T. Type that in grizzly.com/salmon, Napoleon tactics, and score your salmon today. All right. So let's say you try to multitask. I was going to think of it this way. Multitasking is actually switch tasking. Okay. There's no such thing as multitask. There's no such thing as trying to do two things at the same time. There's only such thing as switching between tasks. Okay. In fact, research shows that multitasking is worse than marijuana for your IQ. It's worse. It's worse than doing weed than your IQ. So effectively, when you multitask, you're going through the entire day stoned. When you're in class and you're multitasking, just let that sink in for a second. When you're in class and you're multitasking, you're paying attention to your laptop, you're paying attention to trying to do this email or try to do this other task, you're basically stoned. You're doing every single task stoned. You're doing the task you're doing stoned. You're listening to class stoned. You're absolutely nerfing your IQ. So please, I urge you, single task in class. Do not multitask. Do not multitask. As Elon Musk said right here, why don't we just launch Earth into space? Not a good idea. Not a good idea. All right. In fact, someone says, I bet Elon Musk will approve of this video. One of the comments I got. Absolutely. So the commitment here I wish for you to make, get out your Grizzly claws again and say it with me. I commit to single task. I commit to single task. Excellent. If you said that, or if you make the commitment to doing that, or just write down your piece of paper, preferably if you say it out loud, that's an even stronger level of commitment. I urge you to single task, at least for the next week. Okay. 2 weeks if you truly want to kick ass. Rest of your life if you want to reach extraordinary levels of success. I commit to single tasks, doing only one task at a time. Now, let me explain to you very briefly, why does this work? Why does single tasking work? What is the reasons behind this? All right. Number one, it's faster to reach states of flow. So when you sit down to do work, all right, when you're in class listening, it is much faster for you to reach a state of flow if you're only single tasking. Okay, research here shows that when we get distracted by another task, when we got to interrupt, change task, and do something else, it takes us on average 23 minutes and 15 seconds to get back into a state of focus. 23 minutes. And if we get distracted every minute or every 30 seconds, that means we're basically never able to reach a state of focus and flow. All right. So number one, it's faster to reach states of flow, because there's less distractions in starting up the task. Okay, this is really the way I like to think about it, is that it takes less amount of time to get that momentum going in reaching states of flow with the task. The other reason why it's faster to reach states of flow is because there are less attention leaks, so there's less mental bandwidth that is pulling away from your focus. I'll be talking about this a little bit later in the video. The other pro that comes out of single tasking is that you're able to reach a non-linear creative problem-solving streak. In other words, if you're to think of your brain in terms of nodes, in terms of ideas, and the edges are idea connections, when you single task, you're able to build up more nodes, more pieces of information in your short-term memory. Okay, this is at least how I like to think about it. Now, what most people don't understand is that if I was to spend, let's say, twice the amount of time working on one task, Let's say instead of spending 4 hours on physics, I now spend 8 hours on physics. You start to get, let's say in those 4 hours, you gain twice the amount of information that you spend. Okay, so let's say I was learning about topic number 1, then I finished learning about topic number 1, and then I spent the next 4 hours learning about topic number 2. Okay, so I have twice the amount of information to work with. What most people fail to realize is, sure, I have twice the amount of information. So therefore, that means I have twice the amount of progress or twice the amount of knowledge that gets gained. That's actually not true. The reason why that's not true is because your brain makes connections, or at least it's the way I like to think about it. Your brain makes connections at a non-linear pace. And you can see by just comparing these two graphs right here, where the amount of connections, meaning the amount of edges that you have between different pieces of information, increases non-linearly. So if you look at this from a graph perspective with the example I just gave you, let's say you have task A, task B, task C. These are linear to learn. So task A, you spend linear amount of time, then task B, you spend linear amount of time, then task C, you spend linear amount of time. But if you were to spend all your time on task A, and you spend those same amount of hours on task A, you start to get non-linear returns the more you spend on it. Why? Because just as I mentioned in that graph, you begin to get a non-linear amount of connections that get made. Okay, non-linear creative returns. This is what happens when you single task. Now, if you compare that to multitasking, meaning you're constantly switching between the two, hopefully you can see right here that there's a difference actually in the creativity output that you get between switching between tasks and staying in one task and getting non-linear returns. This right here is where you can get disproportionate results and disproportionate leverage. In other words, it is absolutely critical that you single task. Single task during class, single task during the entire day. Sometimes the most important days that I've had in terms of, or the most valuable days I've had in my life were the days where I just single task and did just one thing the entire day. For example, I was working on my extended essay and I spent the entire day just working on that extended essay. And by the end of that day, I had tons of different creative ideas, tons of different connections in my short-term memory because I spent the entire day working on it. So I'm able to get that non-linear creative returns. And that gives me disproportionate results than if I just did one thing. So that's number 2. You gotta understand though, very briefly, that your attention is like a candle. It's very easy to light out and go to something else. So we'll talk about this a little bit later. But for now, it is absolutely crucial that you focus in on one thing and one thing at a time, and you do that without fail, and you single task. All right, and I urge you, if you want to truly kick ass with this, get out your stopwatch and track the amount of time that you're doing one task during class. All right. Now, as a quick bonus, the teacher will notice if you care / are multitasking. You understand that your teachers are humans. Okay, they're up there in class, they're giving their own presentation. They know who is paying attention. They know who is not listening. They also have their favorites, whether they want to admit it or not. They have their favorite students, the students that they like the most, and they're humans. And you got to understand that emotions make up 100% of human decisions. And what I tell my students all the time is that predicted grades are in part emotionally driven. So if you're not giving your teacher an emotional basis by which they should justify giving you a good predicted grade, it becomes very difficult when you're at that, let's say, 6 to 7 band and you want to move up to a 7, or you're at that 5 to 6 band and you want to move up. So if you haven't given your teacher emotional reassurance that you're able to pull it off because you pay attention in class and because you do your homework and because you're genuinely enthusiastic and eager to learn, it becomes very difficult for them to view you as a high achieving student. In other words, you want to ask yourself, okay, what expectation am I giving my teacher? What expectation are you giving your teacher? So again, I'm going to get my magic wand here. This is a good mental exercise that I want you to do. When you walk into a classroom and the teacher sees you and she says hi, hello, or she makes eye contact with you, what are the 3 words that come to mind? So as soon as I got clear on this with my teacher, I decided that the 3 words I wanted the teacher to truly remember me as would be growth, productive, and discipline. And the crazy part about this is, if you know any amount of marketing or you know anything about how the stores work, it takes about 3 to 7 seconds for someone to walk into a store and make a buying decision. Meaning that for the majority of students, your teacher already has a set precedent. They already have an expectation of what type of student you are. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't change that. Obviously, if you start acting more productive and you start acting like you want to get top scores and you really show that, obviously they're gonna understand that and they're gonna know that you are a student, so you are learning. So phases of growth like that are to be expected. So 100% don't look at this as a set in stone, but just look at it more as mud. That it's harder to move in thicker mud if you set the expectation wrong from the get-go. So this is more a precedent for those who have not started the IB Diploma yet. Make sure you set your expectations well. And for those who have already set their expectations, doesn't matter, set them well starting next class, meaning show up productively, show up on time, show up as if you are that high achieving student who wants to get into the top score. And I tell this all the time to my students as well. You want to get very clear to your teacher that you're trying to get into an elite university. Okay, especially those who are looking for elite US universities. Most teachers might not know that. And they might not know that you have tons of other commitments going on, that you are a very, God forbid, quote unquote, busy student, that you got a lot of stuff going on in the background. So by making that clear, that can even paint a better picture in her eye as to what type of student you are and what type of marks you're looking to get, notably those of a 7. So I want to urge you to live your life as if you couldn't spend any time studying outside of school. All right? What if this had to happen? What if the only time you could spend studying was during the hours that you were in school? How would you approach school differently? All right, personally, if I couldn't study outside of school and I could study only in school, I would sit in the front of the class, okay, so that I learn as much information as I possibly can, so I wouldn't have to go back and relearn it in my free time. I find it absolutely crazy how there's some students who show up to class just to go back home and then relearn the content that was already being taught in class. Okay, do not do that. Do not look at your class time from that angle, because it's just overall unproductive and you have higher priority tasks to be doing when you get back home. So understand that class time should be used to learn. I want you to view it from that perspective. I want you to make truly the most out of the time you have there. So that includes, most importantly, sitting in front of class. There's a direct correlation that they found where those who sit behind their peers in classrooms performed nearly a full grade worse than the peers who sat in the middle and front of the class. All right, is there a causation correlation argument? I don't know. But the point is, just sit at the front of the class, because that's the expectation. The expectation is that if you're at the front of the class, you are a good student and you will get a good mark. So even if this is some correlation, causation type of argument, it frames it in the perspective of the teacher, where she looks at you and she's like, okay, XYZ is at the front of class, Joaquin's at the front of class, Bjorn's at the front of class, therefore they must be a good student. So just keep that in mind. That's how you want to be, how you want to position yourself. The other thing I want you to do, as I mentioned before, is I want you to single task during class. None of this multitasking, none of this trying to get more things done. Instead, eliminate the classroom sirens and single task on only one thing, and the most important thing that matters, which is why I urge you to put your phone in your bag. All right, the mindset shift here is that there's zero advantage, to having your phone close to you in class. Zero. There's zero advantage to having your phone close to you in class. Like, there's literally nothing that could be so important that you have to go and check your phone in the middle of class. And if there is something that is so important that that's the case, I would urge you to relook at your priorities. Okay? So ultimately, what I did is I just put my phone in my bag, and then I put my bag in another room, or put your bag in your locker, or put your bag somewhere else, or just get your phone out of the class. Okay? I promise you that's going to change the way in which you approach schoolwork and just class time in general. Okay, the other thing that a lot of students talk to me about is the end of day fatigue, where they go to school and then they come back absolutely exhausted. All right, it's because of this right here. It's because of the fact that they're multitasking in class, which causes their brain to go back and forth, causes them to be stoned, but also causes them to have this high switching cost, which is energy. It takes a mental bandwidth. It takes out a mental bandwidth, a willpower. In fact, research has shown that your willpower is similar to that of a battery. If you keep using the willpower over and over and over again, it drains your battery. So you want to set up your life so that you avoid as many instances of willpower drainage as you possibly can. By multitasking, you're basically draining that willpower, because you're constantly choosing between which tasks to do, how frequently to do them, and at what time to do it. So that drains your willpower faster than short-circuiting your phone, right? It drains your battery completely, so don't do it. The other thing that drains your battery a lot is having to constantly make choices. So if you put your phone in your bag and you make the bag non-accessible, you don't even have the choice. You don't have the choice. There is no choice to check your phone, which allows you to focus on what truly matters, okay, which is single tasking in class. So that's number one. The second thing I'd like to bring to your attention is the lack of breaks. All right, students who tell themselves, oh, I don't need breaks, I can just sit through the entire class and not move. That is a fallacy. Do not fall for that. Instead, make it a priority to get up and take breaks whenever you need it. Maybe every 30 minutes, maybe every 15 minutes, maybe every hour. Just go up, walk, drink some water, and get back. Don't make it so that you're wasting your time. But what I found, at least in my own experience, is I took a break maybe every 40 minutes, 50 minutes. I found that your ability to focus without taking a break begins to increase. So you can sit down for hours at a time and not need to take a break because you've trained yourself to focus on one thing for a prolonged period of time. So it's a skill. It really is a skill that you train in the same way that you train a sport, right? Skiing or whatever the case may be. You can train a skill of staying focused for a prolonged period of time. All right. But ultimately, stop doing this type of stuff. Stop not taking breaks and stop multitasking. Okay. I promise you're going to have a much better use of your time. The second thing that can cause multitasking distractions is stress about future classes. All right. If you're stressed about maybe a homework you have to do later, or you have a task that you have to do with a certain class, or you have a class presentation, whatever the case may be, that stress can actually eat away your ability to focus. So what I did is this time chunking method where I told myself, okay, first of all, I got a calendar, a digital calendar. I'll explain why that's important in the future. But when you have a calendar, you can actually block out the times during the day when you're going to think about certain things and when you're not going to think about it. So for example, if I block in a time, I'm going to do XYZ project, I know that during that block time, the only thing I have to think about is XYZ project. I don't have to think about anything else. Why? Because my calendar is taking care of when during the day I get to think about certain things. So if you're constantly thinking about other classes, I urge you, number one, to do mindfulness, which is to train your ability to focus on one thing. And number two, it's to mentally tell yourself, okay, in this class, I'm only going to be thinking about the class right now. And it's like a mental chunking. It's like this mental chunking type of exercise. Or if you have a bunch of drawers, it's like opening up the drawer and only thinking about that drawer. And then when class is done, when task A is done, you close that drawer and you don't think about it anymore. All right. So this is a trainable skill that can be learned through mindfulness. And then number three is conversations with friends. All right. This is why I do not like studying in groups. You'll hear me say this a million times. I do not like group study sessions. The reason why I don't like it is because you're trying to do two things at the same time. You're trying to study, but you're also trying to hang out with your friends. I'd rather study in silence or study by myself or work by myself, contribute if I have to a group project, but then hang out with my friends and have fun with my friends. So when I'm in class, especially I'm talking about class time when the teacher's explaining something, that is one of the best times to just single task on the content. Then in between recess or between lunch, that's when you can single task on being with your friends. So what I found is that the students who are able to single task in every single endeavor in their own life have the most amount of success. Meaning that when it's time to eat food, you single task on eating food. When it's time to study, you single task on studying. When it's time to hang out with your friends and have fun, you single task on having fun with your friends. You don't try to do work or you're trying to think about anything else. You single task in the moment. I found that leads to the best results. All right. So if I could only sit in class, number one, I'd sit to the front of class. I would single task during class. Number two is I'd ask a bunch of good questions, follow up, again, being active until I 100% understand what the content is and fill out any doubts that I might have. Now, how do you know what 100% means? Well, this right here can be determined by the quality of your notes. It also can be determined by your competence in the area, meaning that once you've gone enough sevens, you start to realize what level of content you need to know in order to get that next seven. And the only way I can explain this is to go out and study until you get a 7. And then you'll begin to build an intuition as to how to study. In other words, how much content you need to get that 7. And that threshold of content typically, from my experience, tends to be the same throughout any type of subject that you do. But understand that it's intuition that you build in understanding the content. Now, let's talk briefly about the quality of notes. I get this all the time. How do I take notes? How exactly do you do this? Well, remember, we talked about this last time. You want to make this as active as possible. Meaning that when it comes to notes, you're not just writing things down. Instead, you're actively analyzing what you're writing things down. You're writing things down in your own words. You're writing things down in your own way. You're writing things down, asking your own questions. You're actively recalling the information while you write things down. All right, a few points I want to emphasize before I get into the actual way that I do this. Number one, always use paper, okay? The actual act, like the physical motion of using your hand, helps you tremendously in understanding the content, all right? I believe you probably know this is pretty common knowledge, but just writing with your hand instead of typing, exponentially more likely to increase the content. Number one, because of the physical motion, and number two, because your writing speed is much slower than your typing speed, typically, which means that if you were to write things down on a piece of paper, it forces you to write less words, which in turn forces you to summarize the content in your own words rather than write it word for word. Okay, so make sure you are writing things down by hand on a piece of paper. That's number one. The number two way to take advantage of writing notes by hand is to use colored pencils, colored markers, colored crayons, whatever you want to use, just use color, okay? And really draw out the notes, make the most out of it. You want to rip up the notes, just completely delve into the material. Don't be shy to make the most out of your notebook. Use it as a workbook. Write in the margins, write notes here, just write in it, okay? That's the second point I have. Now, when it comes to actually the note-taking method that I use, this is the framework that I followed. Meaning that I wrote things down in class, the notes, the ideas I have. Then after class, or when we had a small break, or when the teacher was on an idea that was already kind of review, I went back and I asked questions about the content that I covered. Meaning, for example, if I talked about, let's say, chemistry on stoichiometry, I would ask questions about, okay, what exactly is a mole? How does this work? How does this conversion work? What is decimeters cubed? I would ask myself questions about the content that I just learned. What I mean by questions is I want to ask questions that help delve deeper into my understanding. So things such as, okay, why exactly are we using mole? Like, why exactly is this the number? Why exactly is the Avogadro's number the number we're using? Or if we look at economics, why exactly does demand down, like, why exactly is it downward sloping? Like, what's the reason behind that? What's the reason behind marginal utility? How exactly do people think? So there's a lot more granular you can get with understanding the content when you frame the questions correctly and you start to ask the right questions. So after you write the notes, just go through the notes that you took and then ask yourself, okay, how can I develop a deeper understanding in this content? And on top of that, how can I start to ask better questions that allow me to get a deeper understanding? Again, as you're probably going to hear me say, this in and of itself is a skill, but the more you practice this of just asking yourself, okay, what question can I ask about this? How can I get a deeper understanding? The better you're going to be. All right, and then after that, answer the questions yourself or go to the teacher and ask them. Have them help you out, fill in the blanks, because it's really that blank where you build the intuition. Now, if you're bored in class, for whatever reason, or you're staring in the ceiling, this is what I used to do. I would just ask myself these questions and try to answer them myself and think about it. Okay, this is called being active. The last thing you want to do is be passive in class. I mean, you're sitting down, watching the ceiling, not doing anything, thinking about XYZ. Be active, meaning that even if the content is boring, even if there's a classmate who's asking a stupid question, whatever the case may be, just sit down and begin to ask yourself questions of the content you're learning, of the topic you're learning. Be active. Take the initiative and be active, all right? Number 3 is to pre-study. The mindset shift I want you to have is that for every 2 minutes of class content, I want you to spend at least 1 minute pre-studying. So make it a 1-to-2 ratio. 1 minute pre-studying for every 2 minutes of class content. Now, I used to do this on the bus going to school, where I would look at what the curriculum is, what are we going to cover today, and then just pre-study that. Either watch a few YouTube videos, go through a few past paper questions, which actually leads me to what I consider to be a baller move and a complete high priority task if you want to truly maximize your success in the IB Diploma, is to pre-study with past paper questions, all right? Which means what? Which means that before you even learn the content, make it a goal to do past paper questions. This is a baller move. You are going to have extraordinary success when you've done this. In fact, that's the one time I got a perfect score in mathematics was because of this. I pre-studied all of calculus, and then I pre-studied the question bank before we even got to the calculus section. So by the time we were being introduced calculus, I understood exactly where everything was going. I saw all the nuances a second time at normal speed, because by the way, the teachers don't talk at 2 times speed, they talk at 1 time speed, which means that you understand and you take in the content at a much slower pace, which allows you to analyze precisely what they're saying. I was able to take all of that in and then develop a very sophisticated model as to how I was able to, as to how the content worked. But that all came from pre-framing the content through the lens of this pre-studying right here, of understanding exactly what past paper questions I would encounter once I begin to do them and once I begin to thoroughly practice for the exam. So I did this not only for my derivatives, I also did this for my integration test, which I got nearly a perfect. I believe it was like one or 2 points off. Vectors test, which I also nearly got a perfect, and physics test on energy production, which I also got a perfect. So I got a perfect score on that one. And this was during the most chaotic time in the IB. So right at the beginning of my IB DP2 year, when I had a bunch of IAs to do, I had a bunch of work to do. I had to submit my application. I had a bunch of ECs. I had to write my extended essay. I had all this stuff to do, but I still managed to get perfect scores. Why? It was because I pre-studied the content and I did pre-studying of the past paper. So if there's one thing you take away, please do this. Please pre-study to such a point where you're able to do the past paper questions. Do past paper questions before you get to class, and I promise you, you're going to have a massive advantage over everyone else and in your own learning. Okay? And also understand that it doesn't take much to pre-study. Okay, and then point number 3 was that I pre-studied, more specifically with past paper questions during class. So the biggest takeaway here is live your life as if you couldn't spend any time outside of school to study. How would you optimize your time? What mindset would you have when you go to class and spend the entire day at school. Approach it from that lens, and you're going to make the most out of the time you're already spending. Mind you, you're already spending those 40 hours a week at school. Might as well make the most out of it. All right, let me tell you who made the most of this and got incredible results because of it was Charlotte. As you can see right here, this was one of her big takeaways that led to these results. And yeah, now let's talk briefly about my daily routine. I get this question all the time. What was my daily routine like? So I've gone ahead and did my best to recreate what a typical day would look like for myself when I was in high school. So as you can see right here, I would start my day, wake up at about 6:30. I did my best to get to doing past paper questions as fast as possible. So I'd get out of bed, boom, with the stopwatch, go and do past paper questions. Next, I'd have breakfast around 7 a.m. and then hop on the bus 7:30. On the bus, I would work on past papers, again, because you want to be as active as possible, until I got back to school at 8:30 in the morning. Then I had school itself, made the most out of that, as I mentioned before. A few things to note about how I actually spent my school time. So I would use recess as a big break, hang out with my friends, have fun outside, run, do something workout related. And occasionally I would actually use my lunchtime as a strength workout time. Then I'd finish school at about 3:30, 3:40. I believe near the end it was at 3:50 that school would actually finish. And I'd hop on the bus until about 5:30. That's where I would finish as many question banks as I possibly could. So you gotta understand, by the time I got back home at like 5:30, I already had 3 hours of past paper under my belt. So that is so much more than most people would do, okay? And it's actually not that hard to do it because you're already going to be spending this time. You're already going to be spending this time traveling. You're already going to be spending this time at school. You're already going to be spending this time working. So might as well make the most out of it. Then I would spend the rest of my day either working on one of my ECs or spend an extra hour doing past paper, or occasionally I had a sport, maybe it was football. Otherwise, I would get some other work done and then eat for 30 minutes with my family, do some other work, and then go to sleep. Now, for those crying out there and saying, oh, what about rest? What about burnout? All right, number one, I rested during recess and lunch. That's when I hanged out with friends and got my socializing in. Number two, I would also rest and recover during the weekends. So Friday evening after about 6, I would have a lot of fun. Same thing with Saturday evening and the majority of Sunday, especially during the ski season. I would go out to Whistler on Sundays for the majority of the day, go out, ski, have fun, rest and recover. And that's all I needed. Now, the second point I want to make about rest and recovery and burnout is that this was really never a problem for me. Okay, I don't remember the last time I was quote unquote burned out. And the reason why I can say that is because of this mindset shift right here, where I loved the reason why I was working. Okay, I did not necessarily like the work itself. In fact, there were times where I very much disliked the IB for what they were doing, and just some of the questions were just some of the paper, especially the TOK form thing. I did not like that. They removed it, thankfully, but back in the day, we had to fill out this form. I did not like that. And there was a lot of things during the IB Diploma that I did not like doing, but I did it anyways, and I loved the doing itself because it made me a better, more competent, more able, stronger individual. And it was that vision, it was that self-improvement journey that I thoroughly enjoyed, and it pushed me to continue to work even when I didn't want to, because I knew I was getting better. So when you frame it from that perspective of, hey, sure, this thing sucks, but I'm going to do it anyways because it's going to make me a better person, you realize that you get a lot more done and you enjoy it more as well. And you don't get burned out because you see that vision and you feel like you're working towards that goal. So that's my takeaway from that. If you want a more sophisticated answer as to how exactly I avoided burnout and why I think it's a scam, okay, burnout for many people is an absolute sham. Type in this code right here, break burnout without any space and with capital B. So break burnout at grizzlyelite.com and unlock your treasure, which is going to be a training by myself of how exactly to never get burned out, why it's a scam, and what to do instead to make sure that you always have the attention, the speed, and the competence and ability to execute. Okay, so as the first thing we covered, we talked about identifying IB 45 tactics. In other words, finding those 99.9th percentile IB tasks. Now, there's a few more nuances that I want to mention before we go on to the execution stage of this video, and includes this concept right here of seasons. Now, depending on where you are in your academic journey, so where you are in high school, can actually determine, or in most cases, severely determines what your priorities are for that day. And if you want to know an admissions perspective of this, congratulations, you just found yourself an Easter egg. So go ahead and type in admission season at grizzlyelite.com/salmon, admission season with a capital A, capital S, all one word. And you're going to get a more admission perspective on this, meaning how to get accepted into a top elite university. For now, I'm going to approach this from an IB perspective because this is everything you have to know for the IB type of video. So I'm going to ignore grade 9 to 10. And instead, I'm going to go right into grade 11 to 11 and a half. All right. So if we look at this from an IB perspective, and if we look at this as well as from an admission perspective, meaning that the end goal is to get accepted into a top university, which with basically all the students I work with, that is their end goal, to get accepted into a top university, which is why they're doing the IB in the first place. Grade 11 to the first half of grade 11 is about building the rocket ship. Okay, if the goal is to get to space and you're building a rocket ship to get to your top university, which in the analogy would be in space in this case, grade 10 is about building. All right, so grade 9 is about choosing where to put the launch ship. Grade 10 is about building the launch pad. Grade 11 is about building the rocket ship, and grade 12 is about launching the rocket. So by the time grade 12 comes around, it's almost always too late to make large changes that will have a consequential impact on your university admissions. Okay, I'm not saying it's impossible, like it has been done. There are people who do it, but for what I like, for students who want to get into a top university that I suggest, I would consider it to be too late. Like that should not be your goal. Your goal should not be by grade 12. In other words, IB DP2, to be saying, all right, what else do I got to do for my EC list of my extracurriculars to get accepted into a top university? That should not be your goal, okay? Now, if we look at this from an IB perspective, understand that at the beginning of grade 11, grades really do matter. Okay, in fact, this is the distribution that I did, is I put maybe 30% of my time in my extracurriculars and 70% of my time in my grades. I also suggest you do your ACT/SAT by the end of grade 10. And your number one priority, mindset shift, should be about setting expectations. Okay, as I'm talking about earlier, what expectation are you giving your teacher? Do the best you possibly can to set high expectations. And I'm going to add a few more points that I didn't mention earlier. I want to add them in right now. So to help you in really, because I cannot emphasize how important this is, to set good expectations so that the teacher sees you as a high achieving student who wants to get top grades and who also wants to get into an elite US or an elite university. US or not, but elite university. All right, set high expectations. Number one, punctuality. Why should you show up on time? Number one, it shows that you care. It also shows that you have respect. And number three, it shows that you care. All right. And in short, it showcases that you care. And by showing up on time, especially to class, especially early, if you show up 10 minutes early, it showcases that you care. And this doesn't mean that you gotta like sit in class for 10 minutes while all your friends are having fun. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is show up to class, leave your stuff in class, and then go off, have fun, and then arrive right when class starts. But do not be arriving late to class, because that showcases that you do not care, and it's fundamentally disrespectful to the teacher. Okay? As I mentioned right here, not caring about your grades is likely the most significant reason why students fail. Okay, and if you don't care, guess what? Your brain also has no reason why it has to remember the information. So if you show up in class, meaning you're consciously telling yourself, you're physically telling yourself that yes, I care about this class. It gives your brain an even extra reason to care about your grades, and it also shows your teacher that you do care. So it's a win-win in that perspective. Now, for those out there crying and saying, oh, I don't care about my chemistry exam. Guess what? I didn't either. I didn't either at all. I only cared about my business, the things I was doing, my family, my friends, etc., my health. I didn't really care about the IB chemistry that much. But you need to find a reason why you should care. Okay, and it's not the content itself. I mentioned this earlier, but it's not the content yourself that actually cares. You can care for a multitude of different reasons, such as what you do, why you do it, how you do it, who you do it for, and where you do it. Okay, so you doing your homework, for example, or you doing that IA, or you spending an extra 20 minutes on your EE when you're tired and you just want to get it done, spending an extra 20 minutes on that and actually caring. The reason why you do that might be to not be broke. Okay, maybe it's to have a financial future that's stable for your family. And I see a lot of memes where people are like, oh, I did the IB diploma and then I ended up as a farmer and I don't know what to do next. Okay, sure. But the thing about the IB diploma, and just not even the IB diploma, just any education in general, is that it teaches you how to think. And those who know how to think have a massive advantage, especially critical thinking. Those have a massive advantage in their ability to achieve success for the rest of their life. Okay, so look at it as that advantage. Look at it as giving you that advantage to ultimately become financially free if that is your goal. Or maybe it's the how, it's the process that you go through in discovering a new drug. Maybe that inspires you. Maybe that gets you excited. Maybe it's to become strong and powerful. Maybe it's that by becoming competent and being able to express yourself articulately and precisely, that gives you a sense of power, especially a sense of intellectual power that allows you to be strong and powerful. That could be another reason. Maybe it's about the process to your ideal self. This was really what drove me. I always wanted to become the best version of myself possible. I saw it kind of as a game, and also as getting closer to the divine, and also as becoming the best version of myself and finding out what I'm truly possible of achieving. I think that's really inspiring, and it really gets me up every single morning. So ultimately, this was my vision, and this was my goal to get into this top university. Why? Because I know that by getting into this top university, it would push me to become the best version of myself. So ultimately, care about the process to your ideal self. That's what moves you forward. Someone who mastered this was one of my Grizzlies back in the day, Neela, who said, yeah, following the strategies taught on every single Sunday session at Grizzly so far has made me feel less stressed and not at all burned out. Why? Because it gave her greater, and this is what she told me, she found the specifically the module on what we just talked about here on finding your quote unquote purpose, passion, if you want to call it that. I don't really like calling it purpose and passion. It sounds kind of wishy-washy, but finding out the reason why you do things that can really give you that energy to continue moving forward. All right, that's what she found the most valuable based on the feedback I got. So the showcase here that you care, arrive at class on time. Number 3, have that necessity for growth. So showcase that to the teacher moving forward, that you want to grow, that you want to become better, that you're here to learn, because that's what school is for. After all, is to learn, is to become better. Number 4 is engagement. I mean, you're engaging in class. Now, the mindset shift here is you don't want to be annoying. Like, we all know that one person in class who's always just talking and just saying stupid things because he just wants to talk. Right? You don't have to be annoying. All right. You don't want the teacher saying, "Oh, you asked a question again." Instead, you want the teacher saying, "Oh, he's really paying attention to what I'm saying." The best way to do this that I found is to pre-study. Because when you pre-study, you know what's coming. You know what the teacher's going to say next. And as a result, you can ask smarter questions because you have that background knowledge to back up those questions. And it's not about how often you talk. This is another misconception. It's not about asking a lot of questions, but it's instead about asking a few smart questions. So just keep that in mind. And you also got to remember that if you've done the pre-studying, if you've done past paper questions before you go into class, you should already have a very good understanding of what's going on. And because of that, you should be in a state where you're going to be asking smarter questions because of your enhanced understanding on the topic. This is why studying before class, especially doing past paper questions before class, is such a major hack because of this reason right here. So you want the teacher asking, wow, he is really paying attention. Okay. And the way you do that is by asking smart questions that show that you have competency in the area and that you're thinking ahead of what's going to happen. So again, another reason why you should pre-study before class. Number 5 is a single task. We talked about this earlier. Number 6 is your first grade. Now, Mr. Moore made an analogy, and he pulled up a class on the first day of school instead. And by the way, Mr. Moore was my favorite teacher at Mulgrave. He said that there's a direct correlation between your first exam and your final grade. Of course, it's a paraphrase, but I remember him going to the front of class and showing a graph that said that this is the score that people got in their first exam, and this was their final exam grade, and there was a direct correlation between that. When I heard this, it put me into a different gear. Okay, I did everything I possibly could to get a 7 in my first physics HL test, and I remember banding together with a bunch of my friends who were also just high achievers who wanted to get into a top university and get these high grades, and we worked together in solving past paper questions. We just did everything. We were just absolutely obsessed for like the week and a half leading up to that first exam. And guess what? We basically almost all of us got level 7s. I believe in like a class of 11, maybe like 6 or 7 or 8 all got 7s in that first exam, which was very, very motivating for everybody involved. And true to his word, in our class we got, I believe the majority of us got 7s as like a final. It was absolutely crazy. Okay. Next mindset shift is to make the teacher look good. So you gotta understand, whether there are formal procedures or not, teachers are being evaluated for their success. Okay. As you can see right here, I literally just searched up teacher evaluations online, and this is the image I got. If you ever come here to Penn, they have an entire evaluation framework. For example, one of the courses, SIS 240, they actually give ratings on the teachers after the classes are done. And because of that, the teachers have a standard to uphold, that they must uphold high ratings in their class, or else students aren't going to like them and they might not get the job anymore. All right. So the mindset shift here is that you want to make their lives easier. Okay. You understand that, again, teachers are humans. Teachers are pretty stressed with all the work that they have to complete, all the stuff that they got to get done. They have teacher evaluations of how engaged their classes are, how good their students get high grades, the material they learn. So you want to do everything you can to just make your teacher's life easy. Okay, meaning that you show up in class, you understand the content, you submit your homework on time, you get good grades. This all comes into play with making your teacher's life easier and really doing everything you can to be proactive. Okay, the last thing a teacher wants to do is to chase students or do any of the type of stuff who are submitting their EE late or not doing their IAs, or they're kind of being annoying in class, they're multitasking, they're distracting in class. Just don't do that. All right, pretty obvious stuff, but I just want to say it here as something to do because, again, this is everything I did in the IB Diploma. All right, so the mindset shift here is that with a strong wow factor, the entire community buzzes. Okay, this is how you really set the expectation of becoming a high achieving student to your teacher. Have a strong wow factor that cements you as that high achieving kid. Then the teachers start to talk amongst themselves about that high achieving student. All right, so let me show you how I did this. I became the kid who helps others become more productive. All right, I ran this academy even back when I was this just goes to show how long I've been doing this. Even back when I was like 14, 15 years old, I was helping out middle school students with their productivity. I was helping out students with the Scholars Cup. I was doing presentations just like the ones that you're seeing right now, helping students improve their executive functioning skills. And eventually I became known as the kid who helps students out with productivity. The crazy part about that is that when you start to become the kid who helps students out with productivity, eventually the teachers, begin to think of you as a productive student, which of course I was. But it really reinforced that image of who I was, that I wasn't trying to do this. Like I wasn't trying to go out of my way to force this image. It just kind of happened naturally. But I can assure you it helped me out so many times, because there were so many times where the teachers saw one of my bad scores and they're like, okay, you're super productive. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I'm sure you're going to somehow get a high score. And that just reinforced their expectation of me as being a good achieving student, which can only help, right? That can only push up my predicteds higher. That can only help me get more reinforcement learning from them, more resources, more help, and ultimately help me get a better grade. So understand that by framing yourself as that high achieving kid, and you don't have to do it with productivity. That's just how I did it. But if you, let's say you're very good at building technology and you win, say, the science fair, and then everybody knows you as the guy who won the science fair. Well, that's a high achieving kid. Okay, that's a high achieving kid. That is a student who's going to be talked well of within the teacher. Like the faculty are going to talk well about that student, and there's going to become a precedent that you are a student who achieves high scores. And that expectation is naturally going to manifest in the way that the teachers treat you subconsciously without them even realizing, right? They set these expectations, then they treat you to live up to those expectations, which allows them to push you further and ultimately get that higher grade. So the way that I frame this is I wanted the teacher to say, oh, that's the kid who helps other students become more productive. Or, oh, that's the kid who helps the middle school students with their executive functioning skills. Okay, that's how I ended up framing myself, and it worked pretty well by the end, I can tell you that. All right, so your number one priority in this first period of time. So again, we're talking about seasons. We're talking about the first grade 11 to first half of grade 11, or your IB DP1 to the halfway through your IB DP2, is to set expectations. Now, let's say you're a little bit further on in your journey and you're in, let's say, IB DP2, or you're in your second half of IB DP1, wherever you are in your journey, it doesn't really matter. This still should be something that you do, okay? If your expectations haven't been the best so far, I urge you to start by ground zero and build up expectations. Okay, identity is built by evidence that supports it, as I talked about earlier. So if you want to become known, if you want to become identified as a high achieving student, you need to have enough evidence to back that up, to support that premise that you're trying to showcase to the teacher. So if for whatever reason you're lacking that identity right now, I urge you to focus in on one of your ECs, excel in that, in one of your extracurriculars, become excellent in that, become well known for that one thing, and naturally that identity of a high achieving student will become known. The other thing you can do is just in your next exam, get a level 7 and get a top score, get the highest score you possibly can. If you can be the number one student in, let's say, your math HL, and the teacher, because the teacher knows who gets who. If you're the number one student, that sets the identity. If you sit at the front of class, that sets the identity. So do everything you possibly can to start setting a positive identity, and I promise you that's going to help you significantly, especially when it comes to your predicted grades and overall success in the IB Diploma. So that should be your number one priority, to set high expectations. Now, in order to build the largest skyscraper, it starts by building a good base, meaning that in order to set good expectations and a good identity, it does take time. Please be patient. Please be patient in the sense that it does take time. All right. Bonus during this time. Myself, I was doing strength training maybe 4 to 5 times per week and bulking up. Putting on muscle in your teenage years is probably the best time to do it, so might as well start now. Bulking up during your grade 11 year to your grade 12 year is probably the best way to do it, and then you can look shredded and you can lean down and look shredded and do an actual cut by the time the end of grade 12 comes, so you just look shredded in all your group pictures and all your celebration, all the parties that you'll end up doing, all the celebration later on. You can look shredded for that. But for now, putting on muscle, since it's just a work time, it's just time to grind, is most certainly, or would have been, my number one priority if I was to do this again. Okay, so with that being said, grade 11 to grade 11 and a half is done, or IBDP1 to the first half of IBDP1 is done. Now let's talk about the second half. The number one priority about this time in your IBDP journey is not about setting high expectations. That should have already been done. Now, granted, if you don't have those high expectations, as I mentioned, please make sure you do that. But your number one priority right now is to get top predicted grades. If I was to look back at a certain time in your IB Diploma journey where your predicted grades are determined by this period of time, it would be this time. In other words, the second half of IBDP1, it's the most important period of time during the year that directly sets those predicted grades. Okay, when your teacher goes back, they're going to look at this period of time. The reason why this is so important is because at the beginning of the IB Diploma, so IBDP1 for the first semester, you're still figuring things out. Okay, the teacher says, oh, he doesn't, like, oh, Joaquin didn't do very well on the first exam. He was just figuring things out. He wasn't getting the flow. He didn't have the right study strategies, blah, 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 blah. Then for the first part of your IBDP2 year, it's almost always too late, because this is when the majority of people start to realize that their predicteds are too low. So they start harassing the teacher, they start haranguing, they start trying to do everything they possibly can to increase those predicted grades. But the most important time that not enough people take advantage of, which is, by the way, the time when the teacher is going to look back and see the results from, is that middle period after the first half of the first year of the IB and before the first half of the second year of the IB. In other words, the second half of the first year of the IB is the most important. When teachers, they go back and look at their predicteds, yes, they're going to look at that first half of the second year, but oftentimes they opt for the second half of the first year because of the reasons I mentioned before. Okay, so your number one priority here is to set a good standard, get good grades, because predicteds are going to be largely determined by your results during this period of time. Now, if this period of time has already happened for you, and let's say you're looking back and you're panicking because you didn't get good grades at all, there is still hope. I'm not saying there is no hope. It's just going to be much harder. And the analogy I like to use, and I'll say this again, it's that of mud or that of quicksand, where once you're in the quicksand, sure, you can move, but it's just like, it's slower. It's more difficult. All right, so just keep that in mind. You can still break expectations and get higher predicted, but from my experience, it's much harder to do so, especially given that a lot of teachers, especially in schools where they measure their predicteds based on the actual results that they get at the end, most teachers like to become more conservative with their predicteds. I start to realize at least that schools are becoming more conservative with their predicteds, so just keep that in mind moving forward. All right, so this was my distribution when I was in the IB Diploma. I was spending 95% of the time on grades, understanding the content, building a good base of knowledge, deeply understanding what's going to be taught. This, by the way, is how I get asked the question of how do you have so much time during the exam, IB exam week? Because if I was to tell you, like, during that IB exam week, I went on multiple different dates. I had a lot of fun. I went to multiple different parties. I was exploring the city in my car. I was having fun. To put it lightly, I was having fun during that time. The reason why I was able to do that is because I put in all the work beforehand. Similarly to the analogy I used earlier, where you have hot water and you just add a little bit more energy to it and then it begins to boil, you can think of the work you're doing right now as heating up the water. You might not be getting the results immediately, but I promise you it's building up that base, it's building up that internal energy, it's building up all what you need to then succeed in the IB Diploma, which is why I cannot emphasize how critically important it is to not only get good grades, but also to deeply understand the content. Because every minute you spend not deeply understand the content, trying to just memorize it because you're trying to pass an exam, is an extra minute you're going to have to spend restudying it later on in the IB DP2. So do not, that's not a good trade. Okay, I'm telling you right now, that is not a good trade, both for your instant success and for your long-term success. So instead of studying to try to get a good grade, study to deeply understand and build that pyramid as early on as you possibly can. All right. So I also spent as much time as I possibly can pre-learning the content up to, say, the middle of grade 12, which was, or the middle of my IB DP2 year, because that was when my applications were due. The entire idea behind this was that as soon as year 2 begins, I thought to myself that I would just be absolutely swamped with work, which was true. I had IAs, I had EEs, I had to do my essays for university, I had to finish off my ECs. I had all this work to do that it was very difficult to just sit down and study for a prolonged period of time, which is why I made it a goal to actually pre-learn all the content up to the middle of grade 12. And if you do this, you're going to be surprised at how little time you have to spend studying when everyone else is absolutely freaking out, pulling all-nighters and doing all this crazy stuff. That will happen at the beginning of your second year of the IB Diploma. Okay, as a bonus, if you're trying to build strength, so mainly for the men, but women as well who want to build strength here, I strongly urge doing at least 5 times per week, going on a bulk, continuing during this period. Again, you got to remember that, and I see this as well, like people ask for fitness advice. This is the fitness advice I can give you based on what I've experienced. If you try to cut too early, especially before like 2 years of actually bulking up, it's not a good idea. This is a time in your life that it's better to bulk. Okay, it's better to put on more size and then cut a little bit later. So that's my 2 cents on the topic. On grade 11, first half to the end of grade 11, we're done with that. Now let's talk about the summer. What exactly do you do during your summers? How to maximize your score, how to maximize getting accepted into a top university. All right, the number one priority during this time is not grades, but instead it's to complete your university application so that by the time you start the IB DP2, you don't have a massive amount of essays to do. You don't have a massive amount of to-do lists and trying to pick your universities or any of this crap. Instead, you know that the majority of the work is done and you can move on from there. All right. So this is how I allocated my time. I spent 10% of my time just relearning, just restudying, keeping myself fresh, doing past paper questions with my grades. Then 40% of my time on my extracurriculars and 50% of my time on my university application. All right. How exactly do you go about doing this? Well, number one, I urge you to complete your university list. Number two, write out your essays. When I was in summer, I wrote maybe 35 plus essays. I wrote way too many essays here. I wrote over 100 drafts. And by the way, these are completed essays. So I wrote maybe hundreds of drafts of those essays. I was constantly writing essays back and forth, editing them, going back, re-editing them again until I got them perfect. And then by the time I applied to my dream university of the MNT program, I had the essay done by the time the year 2 started. Okay, or basically done. I think I spent maybe like a few hours really just tweaking a few last points at the beginning of September, but for the most part, it was done. Okay. The other thing you want to do is fill in holes with your extracurriculars. So, for example, in grade 11, I was working on these ECs right here. Okay, and as for habits that I would like you to develop during this time, number one, write out your university essays. Make sure you have your list done, especially if you're applying to top elite universities. The early decision deadline, which I urge anybody who's serious in getting accepted into a top university to consider, is the first day of November 1st. So everything has to be done before that. So I urge you to do it during the summer. That's when you have the most amount of time. That's when you have the most amount of undistracted time for you to single task. Okay, the biggest issue I see with students is that they're not macro single tasking. So they're constantly chopping up things, which doesn't allow them to get into a state of creative flow, which is what is 100% required if you want success in your essays, especially university essays. All right, and then number 2 is to polish up your ECs and use the leverage habits that I talk about in the Training Academy, as well as in this video and in the other videos on my channel. Now, the big point here is to get as much done as you possibly can with your extracurriculars. So go ahead and do that. Number 3 is question bank. Do 1 hour a day, machine mode, just get it done. The point here is to review questions, get in the habit of doing questions, and really never lose this habit, man. Like, you want to make it a priority to do at least 1 hour a day of question bank because it keeps you sharp, it keeps you thinking, it keeps you doing active things, and it gives your brain a reason why it should remember the content deeply, especially in the long-term memory. So do that. Also finish up your extended essay and your other essays. I finished up my E, which was on rocket propulsion right here. Okay, what actually was my E, in case you're wondering, like, what did I do? I did an extended essay on rocket propulsion, specifically measuring how the expansion area ratio of a rocket nozzle affects its specific impulse. So if you want to read more about this, you don't have to know about this, but I did it in Physics HL. If you want to read about this, I made an entire video in my channel, which you can see, and you also found yourself an Easter egg. Type in the word extended essay, all as one word. You can do capitals. You can, I believe without capitals it also works, but just for safety, type in this exact phrase, extended essay with a capital E in the middle, one word, extended essay, at grizzly.com/salmon. You can get access to read my full extended essay. All right, and then bonus, this is when I would start doing more strength training. Maybe if you want to do some martial arts as well, 5 to 6 times per week. You're going to have a lot of free time here, so I continue urging to bulk up. And that's about it when it comes to by the end of summer. All right, now we're entering the first half of grade 12. In other words, the first half of your IB DP2 year. Congratulations, this is grind season. All right, this is typically the ratio that I urge students to adopt. Finish up your university application and finish up your grades. At the end of the day, the most important thing that matters right now is your university application. All right, really getting in a good application to then submit to these universities to then get accepted, right? At the end of the day, that's the goal. So the way you go about doing this is by getting all the work done with your grades as soon as possible. We talked about doing it in the summer, but allocating as much time as you possibly can to your university application, which is why myself, I was probably spending 60% of my time on my university application and then 40% of my time on my grades. Now, notice that the grades are still very important because the predicteds, as I mentioned, were largely determined by what you did before, but this period of time, the way I like to think about it is that it cements those predicted. It cements those expectations. So if you did very well and now you did poorly, the teacher now has a reason to doubt those expectations and what you did previously. But if you're doing very well and then you just continue to do well, just keep doing that, there's absolutely no reason at all why she wouldn't want to give you a high predicted score. Okay, so that's where we allocate our time. This is how I did it, at least. The mindset shift here is that the rigor of this period largely depends on your preparation from before. If you spent your summer preparing, this period is going to be much easier. If you spent all the hours doing past paper questions, deeply understand the content, pre-studying class, doing all the things I talked about earlier in your first IBDP 1 year, this time is going to be much, much, much simpler. And as I mentioned before, really the number one priority here is to get accepted into your top university. The rocket has launched. Okay, the rocket has launched. By this time, it's pretty difficult to get any new ECs going or build anything that's wow factor worthy. So the rocket has launched for all intents and purposes. Okay, so just keep that in mind and understand that there are some tweaks you can make. But for the most part, the rocket is large, and it's all about making those last few tweaks. All right? So when I say the rocket is launched, what I mean is this is the launching process. Okay? If you look at an actual rocket launch itself, they put in the liquid oxidizer, I believe I want to say 10 minutes before or an hour before, I don't exactly remember, but they put the liquid oxygen right when the rocket is at the launch pad waiting. So these are the last tweaks, the last most important critical aspects for the rocket to then launch up. That is what you're doing. You're not building the rocket from scratch. You're not making massive changes. You're not doing anything. The rocket is already there. You're just going to add the last amount of liquid oxygen, maybe run a few last checks to make sure that everything is up and ready, all the systems work, and then boom, you launch. So the mindset shift here, again, as I mentioned, is at this point it's almost too late. The only real impact I was able to make with my EC, and I didn't really even do this at the beginning of grade 12, I did this mainly during the summer, was my extended essay, okay, which was one of my ECs. All right, the mindset shift here is that the distance from good to great is often 5x the work, which is why you just have to spend so much time on making the essays good, so much time on making your IAs good, so much more time than you might think on truly making spectacular work. All right, a lot of these tweaks that I make in Uni app, I had to spend maybe 4 to 5 times a week. I had to spend maybe 4 to 5 times as much time as I had initially thought working on it until it got to a standard that I consider to be excellent. And another interesting point behind all of this is that your standard of excellent changes the more stuff you do. The more work you do, the more essays you write, you're going to realize that your standard of what good means, like the definition of good itself, is going to change depending on how much work you've done. So just take that as a given, that if you want to do truly spectacular work, you have to be willing to continue to put in the hours over and over and over again, not only to make the work so good that it's exceptional, but also to develop the skill and the eyes and the lens by which you can view the work and then make the judgment as to whether or not the work is good. So just keep that in mind. That is what I was working on. I spent maybe 3 or 4 sprints every single day, so 1.5 hour blocks on my university, as well as working on perfect grades, as I showed here on 7. But you gotta understand that this 7 right here that I got perfect in the derivatives, this came from all the pre-studying I did back at the end of my DP1 year. Okay, I pre-learned calculus in, I want to say May of 2020, and so this exam was in October of 2020. So I pre-learned this a few months before, and I just knew this, and I was already doing questions, so I was well trained. So by the time I got down to actually doing my last review, there really wasn't much to review, and I sat down and I still got a 7. So just keep that in mind. That's how this thing works. That's how you maximize your results. That's how you truly kick it out of the park. A few habits during this period. Number 1, tweak that university application 3 hours a day. Do as much of this as possible. Number 2, question bank / essay machine mode. Do as much of this as you possibly can. And then, of course, number 3 is to maintain your health. I never suggest anyone sacrifice sleep. I never suggest anyone give up time to like bad mental health. I don't think any of that is necessary to actually achieve results. Maybe there's like a 1 or 2 times in your entire life or in your entire academic life where you get that golden goose opportunity, and maybe it's worth it to sacrifice a little bit of sleep, but I do not recommend that. Like, especially not as a consistent strategy, because it's not good for your health. So number 1, please get 8 to 8.5 hours of sleep. Number 2, please do proper recovery. So still on Friday evenings, I was still going out for my walks. I was still enjoying time with my friends. In fact, I was just basically doing the exact same routine I had before, except I was overemphasizing on the fact of grades and university acceptance. Okay, so this picture right here I actually took with my dog when I went walking outside. So I'm from Canada, so we have these nice forests and nice views. So I was walking with my dog outside, Pablo, rest in peace, and it was here. So I even took a screenshot. I remember taking a screenshot of this. This was Friday, October the 9th at 4:50. I got back, and it's actually funny because I believe this was the day that I had both my math IA and my chemistry IA due. So they were both due at this day. But before I got down to making final adjustments, I went outside for a good 15-20 minute walk with my dog, listened to some nice relaxing music that I enjoyed, some indie folk music, of the Canadian type that I really like. And I was just walking outside, enjoying my time, and really maintaining good mental health. Okay, and if you want to continue to strength train, I suggest you cut during this period of time. So don't spend too much time at the gym, because this is just not the priority. And what you got to understand is there are certain periods of time where you have that golden goose opportunity, meaning that the work you do right now is you spending extra time on XYZ tasks is going to give you disproportionately more results than anything else you could be doing. I like to call that a golden goose opportunity. I'll give an example. Let's say you have a soccer match. So you have football, or football as the majority of people call it, right? So you have a soccer match, you have football, and let's say you have a soccer match on Sunday. So you have the World Cup final. Let's say you're Messi. You have the World Cup final on Sunday, okay, or on Saturday, whatever the day it was. Let's say you have the World Cup final on Sunday. Does anything else you do during that week, does anything matter compared to the World Cup final in that week? Probably not. Meaning that any other task that you could be giving your attention to, let's say Messi wanted to play the piano and he spent his time playing the piano, that would be a complete distraction, because the only thing that you're going to remember from that week is going to be whether or not you succeeded at winning the World Cup. So you can think of it from a similar perspective when it comes to your academics, meaning that in this month or in these 2 months or in this period of time, the only thing that you're going to look back and remember yourself achieving during this period of time is whether or not you got accepted into your top university or what your predicteds were. Okay, if you were to ask me, like, if I look back at this period of time in my own life, this was the only thing this is the only thing I remember. I don't remember any other hobbies I did. I don't really remember the progress I made in the gym. I just don't remember. The only thing I remember doing is working very hard, getting to my top university, getting these top grades, and succeeding with that. So given that that is the objective, that right there is your golden goose opportunity, meaning all of your attention should be spent on maximizing that one achievement, because that is the one thing that's going to matter that you're going to remember for the rest of your life if you look back at this time. So understand that that's your priority. Nothing else really matters, assuming you, like, of course, maintain proper health, because proper health is a component to get success in that. But no other really extracurriculars, no other hobbies matter as much as getting accepted into your top university as your number one priority and taking full advantage of this golden goose opportunity. So with that being said, I suggest you just cut down to bare minimum of strength, which is, I found myself at least 3 times a week. I can work out 3 times a week and maintain my muscle, especially if I'm doing a cut. So if I'm losing fat, this is the protocol that I followed. And I got this from Greg O'Gallagher. So shout out to him. You can find stuff online. That's Greg O'Gallagher. But I was just doing strength training 3 times a week. Okay, so that's for the first half of grade 12 or your IB DP2 year. Now let's get into the second half of your IB DP2 year. At this point, congratulations. Hopefully you've gotten accepted into your top university. This is typically the time when students senioritis, where people start really sitting back, especially after mock. So around February, March, April. I always kept the habit of consistent studying. In fact, I urge you to do the exact same, where even though, senioritis, even though you've gotten accepted, I mean, I got accepted in December, early decision at the M&T program. But even though you're done with school for all intents and purposes, or quote unquote done, I still kept up that habit of consistently doing past paper questions. Okay, because the final exam does matter. People say it doesn't. It still does matter. So make the most out of it. And it also matters for the fact that you want to show respect out of your teachers and everyone else who's getting there. Because if you do poorly on your final exam, it reflects poorly on the school. So please do well on your final exam for that reason alone, if any. Because your teachers, believe it or not, they actually do care about your success, and they want to do, at least my teachers, they want to do everything they possibly could to help me get that grade. So when it comes to how you allocate your time, this is what I suggest. 20% of your time should be spent on your grades. This is just a bare minimum. You can spend more, but just have that underlying habit in place where you're constantly doing past paper questions, you're constantly reviewing content, you're keeping yourself sharp. Okay, similar to what I talked about in the summer period, keep yourself sharp. You don't want to lose that. Okay. Then 80% of your time is really spent on lifestyle. So this is when you can quote unquote enjoy your school life, and then the other 80% can be spent on the lifestyle. So how exactly did I do the base grades? Have your grades as a base. I would basically spend my time on the bus going to school. That's when I spend my time studying. All right, and this was time I was already spending nonetheless. So on the bus time, on the time that I spent on the bus going to school, that's when I would sit down and go through. I got a bunch of good memories actually about this period of time, but that's when I would actually review my grades, and on the bus back, that's when I review, and then all the other time I had was just to hang out, have fun, and enjoy my life. So lifestyle right here. How do you maximize this? Number 1, strength train, bulk up again 6 times a week, and then go for a cut later if you want to look shredded. for the end of high school, so you can start cutting around this time. I believe if you went for a cut at the beginning of your IB DP2 year, you should already be pretty cut. So you can either maintain that or bulk up a little bit more. Really depends on what your goals are, but this is probably what I would do. You can also enjoy high school as the king/queen. I can tell you that getting accepted into a top university does nothing but just earn you respect from everybody in the grade. Especially given that I was the only person in the early decision round to get accepted into an Ivy League top university. So get to enjoy it. It was definitely a good time. And then go ahead and maximize your Grizzly 1, which is going to be the skill. And I talk about this all the time in the Training Academy and in some other videos. This is going to be the skill that you're going to become the best in the world at. So now's your time to start doing those hobbies. Now's your time to start building your skills for the real world, and really just have fun with it, man. I want to keep this part a little bit vague, because the more you try to plan out lifestyle, the more robotic things can feel, and it just feels unnatural. Sometimes the best lifestyle experiences I've had when I've looked back in my life, and I've just had so much fun, were the times where I didn't try to plan things. Things just kind of happen, right? I met XYZ people. I just did things spontaneously. I'm like, hey, let's hang out here. Let's do this. We just go. We explore around. So don't think too much about this. Just have fun. Enjoy your time. You earned it. All right, so I hope you're enjoying this video so far. If you can do me a quick favor and please share this with your friends or anyone in the IB Diploma who is working for a 45, wants to get top scores, or anyone who might be struggling and maybe needs to kick up, this video, I promise you, will help them. So please go ahead, share this video. It would mean the world to me. All right, now let's move on. We've identified what are the 99th percentile tasks to do for the IB Diploma. Identifying the IB 45 tactics, which we talked about. Now let's talk about doing them, executing them, how to get those elite IB tasks done. Get them done as fast as possible, as much as possible, so that you can get the best results specifically for the IB Diploma. Okay, I like to call this the execution strategies for IB 45 tactics. And the goal here is to do these as much as possible. The tactics we talked about in the class, including do as many past paper questions as you possibly can, single tasking during each class, making sure you pre-study as well, the 50 points past paper questions before class, as well as all the other tactics we talked about in the past. Now, the point here is to get as much done as humanly possible. In other words, volume plus speed. The idea here is that more is more. Sometimes doing more volume can be solution to greater results. Of course, there is a mental health component to that, and of course, you will eventually hit a limit. But for most students who are struggling with the IB Diploma, this is the first thing I tell them to do. I tell them, hey, let's do more of what works, more studying, more doing past paper questions, more paying attention in class. Let's just do more volume of the solution to get greater results. Now, the mindset shift here is that most students already probably know what to do. Okay, if I was to ask you, all right, what do you need to study? You would probably agree with me that studying more, doing more past papers will probably get you better results. Yet most students fail to do even this. In fact, most students fail to do the stuff they already know what to do. Not necessarily because they're not doing it. Okay, as I mentioned before, it's not a binary. It's not whether or not you're doing it. It's not a yes or no, but instead it's how much. It's to what extent, thank you TOK, that you're actually doing these tasks. And most of the time, these students are simply not doing sufficient volume. So let's talk about how to do that. How do you execute? How do you make the most of the study time that you do? And every single time you sit down to execute upon these IB tasks, as well as others, which I'll talk about in just a second, how do you get the most of that done? All right, and it's not trivial. There is a lot of nuance to this, and specifically strategies that I use to really get the most out of my study time and reach that level 45 in the IB Diploma. So your goal right here is to do high leverage tasks in flow. This is your goal every single time you sit down to study, every single time you sit down to do anything in the IB Diploma, is to do these tasks in flow, these high leverage tasks in flow. So then the question becomes, okay, how exactly do you reach flow? How do you go about reaching that precise state of flow? Or a better question to ask, again, because we're not talking about binaries here, we're talking about to what extent, how much are we doing something? The real question is, how do you reach even more flow? What I start to learn with the students that I work with is that there's a direct correlation between flow and the results they get. Meaning the more amount of time they're able to do these high value tasks in a state of flow, I've never seen a student where they get less results because of it. Okay, so let's talk about how to reach flow. The mindset shift here is that competence plus stimulating plus focus equals flow. This is the framework that I followed to get my 45 in the IB Diploma, how I studied my sketch sessions, how I went about doing this. It was simply following these 3 steps. First of all, you have to have competence in what you're doing. Second of all, it must be stimulating. And third of all, you must be able to focus for a long period of time. If you have these 3 things nailed down, I have realized in my own life and with the hundreds of students I worked with that this is the concoction necessary to reach a state of flow. Now, if we go back and actually look at the research, you can actually outline the challenges and skills. And there's a very nice diagram here from, I'm 100% not going to pronounce that name, but from a researcher back in the day. You want to reach that golden period where your skills are high, meaning that you have a competence in this, but it's also challenging. And then the third component that I want to add is you have the skill, because it's a skill, the skill to focus. Okay, so that's what we're going to be talking about right here. So do I have a perceived competence in this task? Is it challenging enough to stimulate me? And number 3, can I stay focused on it for a long period of time for me to then reap the rewards? Okay, if you're for whatever reason struggling and you're not able to reach states of flow, or you sit down and you just can't focus, or you just can't get things done, and you're just not able to maximize your potential, ask yourself very simply, which one of these 3 things am I missing? Is it a competence issue? Is it a challenging issue? Is it a I can't focus for enough time issue? All right. Once you identify which one of these 3 it is, you can go about systematically plotting to do more of that, and therefore increase the likelihood that you reach flow and reach it and stay in it for a prolonged period of time. Okay, so it's this idea right here. Competence plus stimulating plus focus equals flow. So ask yourself again, what are you missing if you ever find yourself not in flow, and figure it out. All right, this was a big takeaway for Gonzalo. This was his testimonial after completing the training academy, and this is what he had to say about it. Okay, and he was someone who was able to truly master this, and he won one of the awards, which was the Sprinter Award, which is exactly this. It's on this concept right here of being able to reach flow. So let's talk about how to do that. Number 1 is on competence, how to reach flow. Okay, do I have a perceived level of competence in this task? All right, the first thing with anything, in order to have competence in any task, I don't care if it's the IB Diploma, I don't care if it's one of your ECs, I don't care if you're trying to write your university application essay. What matters here is having clarity, not only in what you want to do, not only in the actual thing you're doing, but also in the degree of excellence you want to achieve in doing that thing. Okay, so there's a distinction here. It's not only the thing you want to do. You do need clarity in that, but that's not the only thing. The other most important and critical aspect is what degree of excellence do I want to achieve while doing this thing? Right? It's not I got to do XYZ math question, or I got to study for Math HL. No, it's to what extent do I want to do well in Math HL, and how can I make that end goal, the end goal of doing well, as clear as possible, and define that to the best of my abilities. So I urge you now, as we're getting towards this section, how do you increase perceived confidence? Well, it starts by writing down exactly what you want to achieve, being very clear as to what you want to do and the extent to which you want to do it. In other words, the results you want to get. The mindset shift here is that perceived competence comes from recent evidence of success. Okay, not only do you need evidence of success from the past. In fact, a lot of students that I work with, they were very successful in the past, in the sense that they've always been told that they were the smartest student in the class, or back in middle school or primary school, they were always told as you'd be like the good smart kid, or you're good at math, all this type of stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of this competence, sure, it builds your identity, but what's an even stronger driving point for identity is recent evidence of success. Recent evidence of success. And this drives perceived competence. So if you want to know some action points on how I did this, every single day before I went to bed, I did my best. I didn't do this every single day, but I made it a priority to do this at least maybe 1 to 2, 3 times a week. I would write down all my wins for that week, or all my wins for that day. What this allowed me to do is allowed me to sit down, look back and say, yes, I actually got things done. Yes, there are things that I did well. And yes, I did do well in this exam. Yes, I did do well in the study. Yes, I did hit my goals. And the thing is, you can break this down into daily action points. You don't have to be waiting until you complete the exam to look back and say, yes, I did well in that exam. Instead, you can sit down and say, okay, I'm going to crank out 500 past paper questions. If I reach that goal, boom, that's a win. Or if I reach that goal and get 300 of those questions correct, boom, that's a win. Or if I do this in under 10, I was going to say 10 seconds. If I do this under a few hours, boom, that's a win. So you can write down those daily wins based on your daily tasks. But the point here is that you want to begin to create a journal log where it's very evident to you what you have achieved. And that allows you to build up that perceived competence. And as we talked about before, the identity of being a high achieving student. So I urge you every single time before you go to bed every single day, spend maybe 10 seconds. Like, it only takes 10 seconds. Write down 1 to 2 things that you achieved during the day. It's going to start to make you, the biggest thing I've noticed is that it primes your brain to look for the successes in your life. Not only is this going to make you happier because you're more grateful of what you notice, meaning that you actually realize that you have a lot of abundance in your life and you're not even realize it. But number two, it's going to make you a better individual in the sense that you're able to identify the wins that you have in the past, which is going to build that competence and then ultimately allow you to have a confidence and have faith in what you're doing. That's another big thing. All right, so that's number two, build competence. Number one was write your daily wins. Number two now is to build competence through minor wins. Okay, let me give you an example. I was just working with a student very recently who was struggling specifically with the Math HL. And I told him very simply, I was like, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to start off by looking at these IB questions. So I'll give you an example right here. Let's look at a question like this. Solve the quadratic equation, x squared minus 5 minus kx plus k plus 2 equals 0. We can look at a question like this that for some students might be difficult. And I told him, all right, let's look at an IB question like this. And I want you to break down what are the fundamental things you need to know in order to solve this question. And then after that, let's start by solving those simpler questions and building our way up. In other words, let's build competence and let's build confidence in the simpler, smaller questions before we start trying to attack the large question altogether. So for example, if we go back to this question right here that I gave you, a simpler way to do this question would be to simply find the discriminant. So open up another question and find the discriminant. Or an even simpler question to build competence is to solve, let's say, this quadratic equation by factoring in and of itself. So instead of solving the final equation, which for some people might be pretty difficult, especially if you haven't reviewed this in a while or if you're a little bit lost, just go back, break it down into simpler and simpler and simpler and simpler concepts until you arrive at a point where you have 100% confidence in what you're doing and then build up from there. Okay, so that's example number one. Let's look at example number two, which is this math question right here. The curve has this equation. Some students might look at this and say, oh no, it's difficult. I don't really understand what's going on. What's going on here? Like, why is there a y on the left-hand side? What's the dy, dx? Like, what is this? Like, what's happening here? All right, to do this simple question, let's break it down a little bit simpler. Let's open up just a very simple implicit differentiation equation. Okay, so basically the same thing, just simpler. Just a simple version of that. If you've studied implicit differentiation and you might not know the answer to the first one, you could probably figure out the answer to this one. Now, if this is still too confusing, if you don't know, I'm like, well, what the hell's going on? What is this? Let's break it down to an even simpler question, which is just to find the derivative of a given function. And if that's even too difficult for you, just go back to even simpler derivatives, like what's the derivative of x squared, or what's the derivative of whatever the case may be, just some simpler version of the equation and then slowly build up from there. So what I suggested this student do was go back, do as many of these simple questions as possible until you have complete competence in that area. And it might take 100 questions, it might take 200 questions of this simple question. But I promise you, that's going to give you the competence you need to reach a state of flow much faster. Okay? So that's the goal. The goal here is to reach a state of flow so that when you see this question on a past paper, you can just shoot through it because you know what to do, because you have experience with it and you have confidence to back that up. But that only comes from having a degree of certainty in what you're doing and backing that up with evidence of completion. Okay, so example number 3 that I give you is if you look at one of these past papers specifically for English. All right, most students might look at this and be confused, but let's break it down a little bit simpler. Instead of telling yourself, oh, I'm going to go ahead and write the entire essay, let's just start off by making 5 bullet points. Okay, what are some bullet points of analysis I noticed? What are some bullet points of what the author is talking about here? What are some literary features I can just look at and pinpoint? Okay, so I don't need to write an essay. I'm not telling you to write an essay. Just don't even think about that. Just think about completing the very simple task of just writing down a few bullet points. All right, same thing. I'm just going to find one literary device. All right, so the point here is to build perceived competence through minor wins. That way you have a foundation by which you can begin to do more difficult questions and then reach a state of flow significantly faster. Right, now let's talk about the second point. So number 1 was competence. Number 2 was stimulating. All right, how do you reach flow? Number 2 is you make the task stimulating. The easiest way I've been able to do this is by always changing the difficulty of the task so that it's in my challenge zone. All right, it's not too cold or too hot. It's like right in that point where it pushes me to become better. In fact, if you read any of the high performance research, you notice that they always talk about being in that sweet spot, because it's that sweet spot that really pushes you forward, where it's not too hard, it's not too easy. It's right in that area that it's stimulating, that's engaging, where you want to learn, where you want to become better, and ultimately helps you reach a state of flow. So the question I want to ask you is, or ask yourself when it comes to reaching flow, is this task challenging enough to stimulate me? Now, if you look at the task and you tell yourself, oh, damn, this task is too difficult. By the way, oftentimes this is an excuse, because I love this quote by Stephen King, right? The scariest moment is always just before you start. and also by Stephen King. Amateurs sit and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. So get used to pushing through the difficulty. Get used to going at a difficult task and telling yourself, okay, I'm going to sit through this. I'm just going to work. I'm going to try my hand at least for 10 to 15 minutes, see how far I get. But if the task is way too difficult, you can always make it easier by chunking it down into smaller pieces, as we talked about before. But if the task is too easy, the mindset shift here, very simply, is that you can adjust the difficulty with time. What I want you to do is I want you to use time as a lever. All right, in fact, that's my next slide right here. Use time as a lever. And you can do that by scheduling what I like to call bomb time. All right, bomb time. And I use the Grizzly right here on the left-hand side is James Bond, or Grizzly Bond. And the entire idea behind this is if you watch any James Bond movie, there's typically a climax moment where there's some type of countdown, or there's something's about to blow up, or some planes about to fall off. Whatever the case may be, there's always like some intense moment, and he has to figure out and resolve the problem before the explosion happens, right? You need to disarm the bomb before the explosion goes up. What do I mean by this? Well, this is what I mean. You can use time as a mechanism, as a lever to expand how much effort is required to complete the task. And what I mean by that is a very simple concept known as Parkinson's law, which simply states that work expands the time to fit the available time of completion. Meaning that if you give yourself a day to do XYZ task, it's going to take you the entire day. If you give yourself an hour, it's probably going to take you an hour. You're going to find shortcuts. You're going to push yourself to improve, to just do whatever you possibly can to get it done in that hour. Now, granted, the quality probably isn't going to be that good, but at least you'll get a working copy of something done by the time that hour is over. So the analogy I like to think about is bomb time, meaning that if you give James Bond 1 hour to disarm the bomb, it's probably going to take him 1 hour. But if you give him 10 minutes, it's probably going to take him 10 minutes, right? In all the movies, he always disarms the bomb like 2 seconds before it goes off. So the mindset shift here is that we justify how long/hard we work based on the limits we set up in our own mind. We work how long we want based on the deadlines we set, based on the constraints we set, based on all these other external things that, by the way, are controllable, and it's up to us to control and then get the result. So I urge you, as we're sitting here today, use deadlines as a necessity. Use it as a necessity trigger to get the work done. A few notable examples that I use in my own life is before school. I knew that about 7 a.m. in the morning, I had to go and eat breakfast, which meant that by the time I woke up, I only had 30 or so minutes to do past paper question. That gave me a necessity to work. All right. I had to just get the questions done in that time. Same thing with the bus, same thing with the period of time I had right before school starts. The other thing you can do is you can schedule to hang out with your friends, let's say at 5 p.m. And then you tell yourself, all right, right before I go hang out with my friends, I'm going to work from 3 to 5 p.m. And by 5 p.m., I have to have that task done, because after that, I'm going to work with my friends and I can no longer work. So that constrains the amount of time you have to only those 2 hours, and you have to get that task done. So for example, if you're working on, let's say, one of your essays or one of your EEs, and you're like, okay, I'm going to write out the introduction of my EE in the next 2 hours, because after that I have to go and sit down, because after that I have to go and hang out with my friends, and I can no longer work on it for the rest of the day. Okay, so that adds a necessity, that adds a time limit, which makes the task more challenging. And notice that you can either decrease or increase the amount of time that you give yourself, or you can add more to do with the task itself. So instead of saying, oh, I'm only going to write the introduction, you can tell yourself, okay, I'm going to write the introduction and then part of the background research, or 500 words of the background research. Okay, so now I've added more to the task, even though the time period itself has stayed the same. So there's a lot of tweaks that you can make, but it all comes down by, number one, setting clear goals of what you want to achieve in that work period. I like to call them sprints, 1.5 hour periods of time where you're focused on one thing, setting very clear goals, and then utilizing deadlines as a necessity in order to achieve that goal during that period of time. Then the third component here is creating accountability bets, which I'll talk about a little bit later. It basically has to do with adding risk to the task. So I found that time is the easiest way to add risk to a task. So you can decrease or increase the amount of time that you give yourself. And if you just have a set amount of time, you can also increase the amount of work that you do in that time. So point is, by doing that, you add the amount of stimulating activity that you have to get done in that time, which makes it significantly more likely for you to reach a state of flow. Now, what exactly is my favorite form of necessity? It's this right here. It's bets. In fact, there's an entire story. I'm not going to get into it right now, but I amassed a bet with a few people in my high school where I would not raise $10,000 for this project I was working on, this productivity project. And you can even see we were here featured in the North Shore News after we made it happen. So we failed to reach $10,000 because we actually reached 12 grand. So we overachieved that goal and I ended up winning the bet. So the point here is that having that bet pushed me to work harder, because I knew that if I did not get it done, I would be losing, and I just couldn't get that happen. I just could not let myself lose when I had such an interesting product here, and I just wanted to achieve this goal. Okay, so that's one way to do it right here. It really makes you laser focused on your goal and eliminates everything else on the side. Now, with that being said, please don't do anything stupid. Don't bet your house or bet your car, or I don't think you can even bet your car, but don't do anything stupid. Okay, use your common sense with this. These are some of my favorite bets that I've seen in the past. For example, the loser does a talent show bet, or number two, a monetary bet. For example, there was a time in high school where I made a financial bet with one of my friends that I would get a 7 in Mandarin. Now, this came off me getting like 4s in Mandarin. I was not doing well at all in Mandarin. I was maybe getting 4s and 5s. And then I was so fed up, I'm like, all right, I bet you, it was only a few dollars. All right, it wasn't really much of anything. But I bet you a few dollars to one of my friends that I would get a 7 in Mandarin. And guess what? I got a 7. It was the first time I ever got a 7 in a Chinese exam because of that bet. Now, I want to emphasize here that the monetary value or the actual bet itself doesn't really, that's not the part that matters. Okay. The part that matters here is the fact that you're doing a bet. It's the fact that your honor's on the line, if you want to call it that. The fact that your reputation as someone who lives up and does what they say they would do. That's the thing that's on the line. So it doesn't matter if you're betting $1, $10,000, $1 million. The actual thing itself doesn't really matter. What matters is that your reputation is on the line as someone who's able to win in these bets. All right. So with that being said, please don't do anything stupid. And in fact, most of the time, just having a low amount of just having a few dollar bets is fine. The point is having that incentive is the thing that just makes this more engaging. Okay. The third thing is loser has to buy tickets for XYZ to go to XYZ concert or whatever the case may be. So the point here, add risk to the task. This is the point. Add risk so that there are consequences. All right. This is why, by the way, the nights when, I've seen this happen, and I've seen it happen in my own life, where the night before something is due is always the time where I'm most productive. Why is that? It's because there is a consequence. I sit down and I reach flow instantly. There are consequences if I don't get it done by that day. Therefore, as soon as I get back home and I need to execute, I just execute because I know that time is running out. Okay. So keep that in mind. That's number 2. Number 3 is focus. So number 1, I talked about, do I have a perceived competence in this task? Number 2, I asked myself, is it challenging enough for it to stimulate me? And then number 3, can I stay focused on it for a long time? All right. This is probably one of the most important ones. How do you stay focused for a long period of time? All right. Let me tell you exactly how to do that. Number 1, be unreachable. Okay. AKA distraction free. Remove the distractions from your life. You want to make it as difficult, if not impossible, for you to get distracted. I said this before and I'll say it again, but most students have absolutely no idea. They have no idea how distracted they actually are. So it comes down to number 1, tracking your distractions. And then number 2, once you understand what is distracting you, make it difficult, if not impossible, for you to get distracted to begin with. I like to call these the sirens. All right, we talked about the sirens earlier from Odysseus. Seductive calls, they seduce anyone, they distract you. You got to eliminate these sirens so that they cannot pull you away from a state of flow. All right, I like to call this becoming wired in. The point here is to create a bubble of silence where nobody can penetrate, where nobody can distract you, where you're completely in your own world. All right, the mindset shift here is they can't distract you if they can't find you. And by they, I don't only mean people, like actual physical people. I also mean the distractions themselves. If your phone is not near you, you cannot get distracted. It's not in your vicinity. If XYZ game is not in your vicinity, you can't play. If XYZ person is just not near you, if they can't open your door, if let's say your mom distracts you by opening your door and saying, honey, what do you want for dinner? Whatever the case may be, go work somewhere where that cannot happen. Okay, put yourself physically away from a spot where they cannot distract you. And then most importantly, make it difficult, if not impossible, to get distracted. All right, as Randy Alcorn said, it's always easier to avoid temptation than to resist it. Okay, so it's up to you to add as many barriers as you possibly can in order to avoid it. Now, I'll talk briefly about leveraging your evolution. I talked about this earlier, how the person who's able to understand how they're built from an evolutionary perspective and then take advantage of that and do that as much as possible will have a massive advantage moving forward. Why? Because we as humans are predisposed to fall into our evolutionary tendencies. So it is up to you to identify what those are and make the commitment that you're either going to take advantage of it or let it take advantage of you. So I'll talk about the first thing that I did to leverage my own evolution when it came to the IB Diploma. All right. I used to get distracted by video games. Okay, this was actually even before the IB Diploma, maybe like when I was like 13, 14 years old. So what I did was I removed the video game from my laptop. I installed it in the desktop downstairs, and I made it super uncomfortable, super annoying for me to actually play that game. So I put it in my basement in a spot that was very cold, I put the laptop on the window monitor, so I'd have to look up, sometimes looking at the sun. It was just absolutely abysmal down there. And I put a very uncomfortable chair. So I had like this small IKEA chair that I was looking up, and then I put the chair to be so low compared to the height, and the height of the desk was up here. And then I made it so that the mouse was also like super finicky. It wasn't my favorite mouse. So everything was just annoying about that spot. Plus the fact that my mom would constantly come down and see me playing video games and just pester me about it. It was just an absolutely abysmal environment to play video games. So I was there on my desk, I was looking up, I was getting neck pain, I was being blinded by the sun, I couldn't really hear. I think it reached a point where I ended up uninstalling the speakers, and then you can even remove the color. I don't think I ended up actually removing the color, but there were some days I remember where I just couldn't hear anything. I think the speakers weren't working as well down there. So the point is, it was so incredibly uncomfortable to play the video game that it was just so painful. It was just pain. It was pain. I was getting neck pain. I was getting back pain. I was in pain after playing for like an hour. So after that, I just did not want to play anymore. I was absolutely annoyed and just did not want to play. So that was what it took. That was what it took for me to break it. Okay, so what do you have to go to in order to remove your bad distractions that are sapping you from your energy? The other distraction I had was this right here, Clash Royale, which I used to play all the time, but I just made it difficult to do so. And there was one app in particular, OneSec, which I 100% recommend. Make sure you install this app. It's excellent. I'm not sponsored by them in any way, but by the way, if you do work for OneSec, please sponsor me. But the point is that this just adds an extra barrier, makes it difficult for you to check these apps to begin with. So this right here was my largest IB distraction. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to quickly pause the video and write down what is your largest distraction. And then let's go about annihilating each of these distractions. Okay, so pause, write down what is your largest distraction, because I promise you it will become very beneficial for you to gain that clarity as to what is pulling you away, and then we'll address it and eliminate it moving forward. All right, so let's talk about each distraction one by one. We're going to convert it from the jack distraction that it might be, put it on some clown clothes, turn it into a bonobo, and then set it on fire and smother to absolute ash. All right, I absolutely hate everything to do with distractions. I hate their utter existence because they suck away my life force, my ability to achieve my goals, my ability to become the best version of themselves. Distractions eliminate that all together. All right, so let's talk about how to remove that right now. Now, before we go on any further, let's work one-on-one together. You might be asking, all right, why am I doing this video for free? What's in it for me? I'm doing this for free, and I'm doing these one-on-ones for free because I want to get you results. And the faster you get the results, the more likely you are to join the Training Academy. And I want you in the Training Academy, not only because it helps expand my own mission and my own company, but because I know for a fact that those who are in the Training Academy get the best results. So go ahead, let's schedule a time, apply to that, please, at grizzlyelite.com/apply. I should say apply, not Salmon. Should say apply. grizzlyelite.com/apply, and you get to this application right here. Go ahead, and you're going to actually have to submit evidence of success. So when you do that, you're then going to be brought up to this website where you can submit a time. You get access to my own calendar. Please note, though, that spots are limited. Spots are limited when applying. So please go ahead, grizzly.com/apply. And let me help you do absolutely everything you possibly can to get a top score in the IB Diploma or get accepted into your dream university. All right, let's continue on here. So the mindset shift here is that not all distractions are the same. As we talked about before, not all tasks are the same, not all recovery sessions are the same, and not all distractions are the same. There are certain distractions for certain people that are going to be on the further side, that 80% of results of the leverage curve. They're going to be in that section. It is up to you to look at your own life and make the judgment and identify what it is. But from my experience, the biggest distraction is by far your phone. Primarily when you sit down to do work, primarily when you sit down in class, students are often checking their phone every few minutes, and it's absolutely crushing your potential. Let me show it to you through this study right here that they did, and ultimately shows that the presence of a phone decreases the quality of interactions. So even just by talking to other people and just having a phone in the middle, that decreases the quality of the interaction. Why? Because you are distracted. You're thinking about what could be on the phone, and that takes away from the quality of the interaction, which is crazy in and of itself, as you can see right here. Alone, disrupt performance on attention. Putting down your phone may help you live longer. So there are tons of research papers and studies that have been shown about the effect of your phone. You probably heard a bunch of these. I'm not going to go through anymore, but the easiest way to eliminate this is every single time you sit down, I want you to just avoid the distraction. All right, make it impossible to get distracted. Imagine you are 5,000 feet in the air on an airplane and you just do not have access to Wi-Fi. It is impossible for you to access Wi-Fi. That is the state I want you to put yourself in. So give your phone maybe to a parent, maybe put it under your bed, maybe put it somewhere where it's not in your room when you study, or maybe just leave your phone at home. Have you ever thought about that for just a day? Like, what's going to happen? You're going to take the bus, you're going to do your life, then you're going to come back. You don't need to have your phone with you. So point is, reach states of productive flow without getting distracted, especially by your phone. All right. The mindset shift here ultimately is that willpower is overrated. Willpower is overrated. Bjorn doesn't rely exclusively on willpower because he knows that willpower is like a battery pack. It will eventually run out and you will reach a point where you no longer have the willpower to continue. That's just how it is. Now, you can go about improving your willpower through strength exercises, through like what David Goggins talks about, like all this type of stuff. You can go about actually improving your willpower. By all means, go ahead and do that. But what I'm saying is that it is much easier to simply avoid it than to try to will your way out of it. Okay, and that's what I've noticed in my own life. That's what I've noticed with the students I've worked with in the past. Just go ahead, do that, and it's going to be much easier for you to avoid it altogether. All right, distraction number 2 is computer notifications. Okay, and let's apply the exact same line of reasoning as I mentioned before. How can we make it impossible to get distracted? Well, if you're on your computer, you can go ahead and actually just press right here and it'll remove the notifications altogether. If you're on PC, if you're on Mac, you can do the exact same thing right there. Boom, problem solved. All right. Number 3, computers, websites / app distractions. Let's say you go on YouTube a lot and you get distracted by that. I do have a solution for you. And again, I'm not sponsored by these guys, but this is just an excellent app that I strongly suggest you do use. It's this called Cold Turkey, which blocks the websites, blocks social media. You can block whatever you want, basically, and any app or anything on your computer. And it just removes it and allows you to focus in on one thing. Next is social media itself. Now, do you think Jeff Bezos spends all his time on Instagram scrolling, checking other people's stories? You think Elon Musk, while he was building Tesla or SpaceX, was spending all his hours on Instagram? All right, maybe now he spends more time because of X and everything he's doing there. But the point is, and this is really the mindset shift, I want you to take away the idea that social media is social. I look at social media not at something being social, but instead, and this is a mindset shift, instead, look at it as entertainment, okay? It's a entertainment. It's a distraction from real life. It's a means of feeling important in an otherwise uninteresting and unimportant life. So I want you to treat it as entertainment. The same way that you would sit down and watch some reality TV show, treat it as entertainment. You wouldn't sit down and watch one of these. I just searched up reality TV, you got the first one. You wouldn't watch one of these reality TV shows and tell yourself, all right, this is social, okay? Social media is the exact same thing. View it as entertainment. Now, I'm not saying don't use social media. Okay, so for those that are crying and said, oh, how do I keep it up? Okay, I myself, I actually never scroll. I don't spend any time on social media. But I'm not saying you live my lifestyle. In fact, if you want to use social media, by all means. I found that just simply prioritizing in-person talking, in-person reunion, and using cell phones as a means by which to meet people in person, I found that is the best way to have a social life from my experience based on my goals. So you can choose to do that. You can choose not to. Completely up to you. But if you do want to go on social media and you do want to keep up and you do want to do all this type of stuff, I urge you to treat it as entertainment. View it as entertainment. View it as if you're going to sit down and watch a Netflix movie. That's how you should treat it. View it as entertainment and treat it as such. The other thing you can do is you can check social media during designated times with the intention of learning. All right, so you can go on social media and say, all right, now I gotta learn, I gotta see what's up, and you do it with the intention of learning. You're not doing it on autopilot, you're not doing it with quote unquote doom scrolling or whatever term is used these days. You're doing it with the intention of learning. Okay, then you're gonna realize that social media is actually very boring. It's actually like incredible. Like I don't find anything fun about just learning about what other people are doing. Like maybe there's like a little bit of fun where like, oh, John is being XYZ, or oh, my friend Albert has been doing this. But like at the end of the day, like it just feels like work for myself. And that's why I don't enjoy it. Like it genuinely feels like work to go on social media and check it. So really up to you, man. At the end of the day, you got to remember and just ask yourself the question, do you want to be a bot? Because if you go on social media, you realize that the algorithm is controlling what you think. The algorithm is controlling where you go in your life. The algorithm is just completely changing the trajectory of your life. And you're basically like a salmon at the end of a puppet string and you're just being controlled. Like that's how I think about it. When you go on social media and you just scroll, whether that be YouTube, whether that be Instagram, whatever the case may be, you're basically being controlled. So view it as it is. I'm very happy, by the way, that you found this video. That means that the algorithm is doing its work. Or if a friend shared it to you, please share it to another friend as well and spread the love. But ultimately, ask yourself the following question. Do you want to be useless, miserable, and distracted? Because that's what's going to happen if you let your caveman monkey brain take over and rule your life as if you're at the end of a puppet string. The other mindset shift is that you don't need to know 99% of what's on social. Okay, I don't know. Like I misinformation very often about what my friends are doing. I don't know. Like I don't know. It's only until I sit down and talk to them and have a genuine interest where I begin to better understand and better learn what people are doing. But a lot of stuff that you see on social media, you just don't need to know. You just don't need to know, man. And the reason why this is so powerful is because if you look at the Meta, the offices at Meta or the offices at any of these social media networks, they're doing everything they possibly can to keep you on the social media network for as long as possible. All right, you're going against trained PhD physicists, you're going against trained engineers, trained neuroscientists, psychology majors, etc. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep you on the platform for as long as possible. So and you hopefully know that, but just view it from that perspective and you're like, okay, maybe I don't want to spend this much time on social media. But again, I'm just suggesting you do what you think is best. The next distraction here is music. All right, yes, I suggest you do not listen to music, but I always like wearing headphones. Okay, I like wearing headphones because it allows, it's like a physical barrier that allows me to feel as if I'm getting focused, which is why, by the way, I got these headphones right here that I use. I am saying though, if you want to increase the likelihood that you single task and don't get distracted, don't do it. But if you are going to listen to music, the best way I found that it just removes any sense of potential distraction is to avoid lyrics. Okay, and there's sometimes, especially when I'm doing math questions or I'm just grinding out past paper questions, there's sometimes where it just makes the task more fun. And even though I'm just minutely less productive, that fun keeps me going for the long run, which even though it's not the most optimized solution, I can continue to do it for a prolonged period of time, which increases the likelihood that I get those results. And this is another point that I want to emphasize, that sometimes the most optimal strategy is not the best strategy, simply because it's not the easiest strategy to do consistently for a prolonged period of time. And as I talk about all the time, consistency truly is the pillar to success in the IB Diploma. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. If you try to learn everything in a month, like, good luck. You need time to build up that pyramid and gain a strong foundation. So I urge you right now to, next time you listen to music, avoid lyrics. Make sure it's not pop, make sure it's not anything. I do listen to music occasionally, but the music I listen to nowadays, it's basically just melodic trance and EDM without lyrics. So it's just very, very basic EDM in the background, like trance, ethereal, and I really like listening to that. It gets me into a state of flow. But there's many times where I just don't listen to music at all. Like when I'm writing an essay or I'm doing anything that's very demanding computationally, I don't listen to music. Okay. So what is better than instrumental music? The mindset shift here is no music at all. Okay. And by the way, this is one of the largest contributors to burnout. If you feel like you're constantly being burnt out, I can almost promise you that it has to do with the fact that you're stacking too many tasks at the same time. So burnout really comes from the fact that you're trying to do music, you're trying to listen to music, you're also doing work, you're also trying to do the work as fast as possible, so you're constantly stimulated. You also got caffeine, so you got all of these stimulants added on top of each other, which ultimately leads to burnout. So keep that in mind. Now, if for whatever reason this is too hard for you, if you must listen to music or you feel compelled to by every fiber of your being, what I suggest you can do instead is you can get a coin and flip it. Meaning that today I'm going to listen to music. If I flip it, I'm going to listen to music for the next hour. If it's heads, yes. If it's tails, no. And then just do that every single day. Or you can go online and you can find a weighted coin and slowly start to change the probability as the weeks go on. That way you slowly get used to not listening to music and working without distractions. Okay, our next distraction is right after you finish your work. All right, this was actually a big one for myself, where whenever I finished work or some task that was mentally strenuous, I would just sit on the chair and just kind of wait there and just waste time and let my mind wander. Instead, what I suggest you do is when you're done with work, stop, get up, actually move your body up and walk around, and then just walk before you do your next task. But don't just stay there seated. In fact, what I actually created was I coded up a script on AutoHotkey, which if you have a PC, 100% use the script. It helps. You can code your PC to do basically anything. That would essentially close down my browser whenever I finish. So I could just close it, and then there was nothing I could do. I had to get up. I couldn't just stay there and go on YouTube and waste my time. The other idea here is the 5-second rule, which I got from Mel Robbins. I'll talk about this a little bit later, but just keep this in mind. If you know what I'm talking about, this is a perfect time to apply this rule. If not, wait, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Okay, the next distraction here is other people. So the mindset shift here is that it's rude to be distracted while working. This is why I made myself one of these placards that I put on my door, which said, deep focus, do not distract. In fact, this was me when I was taking the IB Diploma, or right before. I think I was like 14 or 15. And I made myself one of these and I put on the door so that people wouldn't get in. Okay, next thing is desk items. These can be used as triggers, but they can also be distractions. So what I did instead is I got this work hat that I use. I used to do this all the time. Now I find that I don't really need it as much because I've just been able to drill on this skill so much. But basically having the actual hat itself blocks out your field of vision, which blocks out any other distractions in your room. So consider it as something altogether. And with that being said, congratulations, you just caught yourself another salmon. There's so many of these in this video, Jesus. The salmon in this case is called OHQ, so go ahead to grizzly.com/salmon, type in OHQ, and this is going to talk about how to really master and eliminate this distraction with office hours. Okay, this is the office hour idea, and I'll talk about what that means in depth in this training, but I urge you to go ahead, check it out. You're going to love this one. Okay, distraction. Being busy. This is by far a large distraction because it's a distraction in the sense that you are busy from doing the most valuable work. Instead of actually getting to the stuff that matters, you're busy and you're doing something else. God forbid busy. You're doing something that is non-essential and you're tricking yourself into thinking that this has to get done first, which is a distraction. Most people actually end up being busy instead of doing the work that's required, because the work that's required can be scary, it can be difficult, it can be challenging. Because of that, you'd rather just shy away from it. It's like, I don't want to do it. And instead, you do something busy and something easier. Understand that being busy oftentimes is an excuse for non-action. It's also a substitute for achievement. It's people trying to sound as if they're doing a lot of work when in reality, they're not. So the mindset shift here is that lack of time is simply equal to lack of poorly defined priorities. If you ever find that you don't have time, or you're busy, or you have too much going on, it simply means that you don't have properly defined priorities. Okay, you don't lack time. We all have the exact same 24 hours every single day. I had the exact same 2 years of doing the IB Diploma that you probably had. The exact same. Like I didn't get any more time than you did. I had the exact same time. So it's not time that I lacked. Okay, it was that I had well-defined priorities. And if you ever lack time, it's not time that you do lack, it's that you don't have well-defined priorities. But again, if you look out throughout history, all the greats in whatever field, they all have the exact same amount of time. So saying that you don't have time, that is not a valid excuse. Mindset shift here is ultimately that if you're busy today, you're probably going to be busy tomorrow. And the fallacy of I'll have time when I'm not busy. I can tell you right now, the more you grow up, the more your priorities are going to stack up, the more responsibilities you're going to have, the more difficult it's going to be to not be quote unquote busy. So just keep that in mind. Really, this translates to when I don't have enough time, I'll do it, or I'll do that later, translates to this isn't a large enough priority to me. And funny thing about this is that people are now using this as like a status symbol. And I had this happen all the time at my own school, where I had these students walking around who had massive eye bags under their eyes because they're not getting any sleep, bragging about how much time they're working. They go around and say, oh yeah, I spent XYZ amount of time working. Oh yeah, I spent this amount of time working. Oh, I couldn't sleep yesterday. I spent all-nighter finishing my EE. All right, they were doing it as a status symbol, as if it's something to be behold. Like, oh, now I should respect you for the fact that you just haven't been able to sleep. Understand the following: that if you're one of these people, stop doing that. And the second thing is, I don't really care how much time you spend working. Okay, I don't care. I don't care if you spent a minute, 10 minutes, or 50 hours, or 50 days. All that matters is the result. Okay, and I want you to reframe your mindset from the amount of time you spend on something and the result. Now, when it comes to actually tracking your most important priorities, to begin with, at least the amount of time that you spend on those priorities can be the result itself, especially if you don't actually know how much time you're spending. So just a nuance there that I want to make clear. Ultimately though, you got to understand that busy work is the lack of quantifiable results. If you're constantly busy, that probably means that you lack quantifiable results. As a society, we can obsess and focus on how long we worked on something and less on the results it produced. We're constantly rushing, constantly moving around. Most people make a career out of it. Stop doing it. It's as if you're at the end of a puppet string being pulled in all different directions. Ultimately, the reason why I say this is because your brain is designed to do what's fun and easy instead of what's hard and necessary. Okay, and when you work just to feel like you're working, you fall into this trap of being overwhelmed, of being burned out. And even though you feel overwhelmed and you feel burned out, this gives you a false sense of accomplishment, as if you're actually achieving something, when in reality it's just pulling you away. So keep that in mind, identify what's most important, and go from there. The mindset shift here is that you love being busy. Most students thrive in it. It feels good to be busy because it makes us feel as if we have something to do. It gives us some type of meaning to our life, some type of meaning to the chaos that, yes, I got all this work that I'm doing, therefore I must be making progress. On the flip side, while being stressed and rushing around might be exhilarating, not doing anything can raise all sorts of insecurities. So the mindset shift here is that simply doing work for the sake of work, example, rushing, is weak. Busy equals weak. Busy equals lazy. Busy also equals lack of priorities. Busy is also an addiction that most people will never break out of. Do not fall for this trap. Instead, the mindset shift that I want to bring to your attention is that busy is an excuse. View it as an excuse. Okay, because this oftentimes, if let's say you're super busy and you don't end up achieving the goal you want to achieve, or you don't get that grade, or you don't get that essay, it ultimately ends up leading to the excuse that, oh, I was just trying as hard as I can. Okay, in fact, I had one friend in particular in my old school who he was like, yeah, I'm gonna try as hard as I can for my next English. Okay, like, I'm actually going to try. I'm actually going to try for this one. So he sits down, he actually tries. Then he comes back to me, he's like, yeah, I actually tried and I still didn't do any better. And then the next time he doesn't, quote unquote, doesn't try, and he does, and he gets an even better score by not trying. So the point is, by being busy, by rushing around, it gives you the false ability to say, oh, I'm just trying as hard as I can, and oh, I didn't make it. But I still tried as hard as I can. So it gives you that excuse, which is absolute bonkers. Do not do that. So focus on being productive instead of busy. That's the big takeaway here. And if we were to nail this down to productivity equations, time does not equal results, movement does not equal achievement, speed does not equal productivity. All right, if you're listening to the audio of this program, please burn this into your soul. Okay, burn this deep down to your soul that time does not equal results, movement, how much I move around, does not equal achievement, and speed does not equal productivity. I don't care how much you've moved around, just going around here and there, does not equal, just does not lead to actual quantifiable results. Now, I talked about speed earlier on in this training, how important it is to be fast and decrease the amount of time it takes from you realizing you have to do something to actually doing it. I 100% agree, but do not mistaken simply being fast as the result itself. It is not. The result itself is the quantifiable output you're able to produce at the end of the day. So that's the thing you should be measuring. Now, speed is crucial for getting as much done as you possibly can, but do not mistaken the doing aspect as the end result itself, which is the result. So I just want to make that very clear. I still want you to be fast. I still want you to be active when it comes to learning, especially when it comes to learning, but do not mistaken that as the outcropping that you should be getting at the end of the day. In other words, don't mistake that as the achievement itself. Okay, effort does not equal success, or at least effort does not equal extraordinary success in the way that we're trying to achieve here today. So do not mistake effort as extraordinary success, especially if you're looking to get those top scores of a 45 in the IB Diploma or get into your dream universities. I cannot tell you how many times I have students and just Reddit, especially Reddit posts. Every time I go on Reddit, this drives me absolutely nuts, of people who are crying about how hard they worked. They're like, oh, I worked so hard. I did so much, and I still didn't get accepted, as if there's like some level of entitlement behind that, as if like the work itself entitles you to get the result. Absolutely bonkers. Do not make that conclusion. Do not trick yourself into thinking that the more effort I do, the more extraordinary success I'm going to get, especially if your goal is to get that 45. Now, there is a correlation, and for most students, doing more effort is going to get more results, but the effort itself is not the result, and that's the big distinction I'm trying to make right here. How do you break out of this? All right, yes, Joaquin, I know that this is the case. How do I break out of this? It comes down to doing one simple thing that you can do every single night before you go to bed. Ask yourself, what quantifiable results did I achieve today? Again, this is going to go ahead and build that competence that we talked about before, but it's also going to help you to focus on the results itself rather than the work you did during the day, right? The amount of time you spend working does not matter if you didn't accomplish any results to begin with. So don't tell me anything else. I don't care about how long you spend working. I only care about the results. And there's many times, and I've noticed this in my own life when I was doing the IB Diploma, where there's many times where I spent the entire day working or I spent the entire day at school. And if you were to tell me what I achieved, I could not tell you. I literally could not tell you. I spent the entire day working, but I could not tell you what that was. So do not make this mistake. One of the easiest ways to overcome this is get that stopwatch and then track the amount of time you spend on your most important tasks. And typically always those critical tasks that are the most difficult to do are the ones that are going to give you the best result. Okay, we'll talk about that in depth a little bit later. The next distraction here are called attention leaks. This is called mental bandwidth. Okay, so let's say I sit down to do work on XYZ task, but I'm thinking about some other commitment, some other, let's say, social life commitment, or some other task that I got to do, or let's say I got to go to the gym in 2 hours, so I'm just thinking about how to optimize for that. All these different things can distract you in the sense that it pulls you away from being able to reach states of utter focus and flow. All these random thoughts in your head distract you from really being able to achieve your maximum potential. So this is where it is crucial to determine where your attention is being allocated. Okay, and I say where very, very carefully, because you can think of your attention similar to that of a bucket. Okay, if you have a bucket of water and that bucket contains your attention, if you have tiny holes in that bucket and it's going to leak out water, well, guess what? Your attention is being lost. You are draining out your attention in areas that do not matter. Instead, if I plug out these attention leaks and I use the bucket, then I can use the water, pour it into, let's say, a plant or whatever I'm trying to grow in the analogy I'm trying to use here. I can pour all the water without it leaking out. So the point here is that you want to go ahead and plug these attention splits. So identify what parts of your life are the most important, and then what things are you constantly thinking about on a consistent basis that are taking away your bandwidth to focus in on the things that matter the most. And then you want to plug these out. Okay, you want to eliminate them. You want to do everything you possibly can so that it's not taking up mental bandwidth, mental storage. All right, I use the garden analogy here because if you want to build a massive oak tree, which is the result of your success, that 45, getting accepted into a top university, it takes a lot of watering. And if that bottle of water has holes in it, Good luck trying to achieve it. By the way, you found yourself another salmon. Congratulations. Go ahead, type in balance myth, just one word, capital B, capital M, one word, balance myth into grizzly.com/salmon and unlock your treasure. This is a good one because I talk about the myth that a lot of students fall into of thinking that they have to have balance. Balance is absolute nonsense, and I explain exactly why that's the case in this training. So go ahead, type it in. You're going to love this one. Next up, let's talk about these common attention leaks. These are common leaks that I see with students that are taking away their bandwidth to focus in on one thing at a time. Now, how exactly do you go about identifying these in your own life? What I urge you to do is get out a piece of paper and have that next to you every single day when you work. And while you're trying to work, let's say you're working on math or you're working on physics or you're writing one of your English A essays, whatever the case may be, whenever you're working, have that piece of paper next to you on the right-hand side and write out every single time you get distracted. In the sense that every single time you start to think about something that is not the task at hand. What are you thinking about? Are you thinking about parties? Are you thinking about social events in the future? Are you thinking about, I say these two because these are common attention leaks in my own life. Like I have a social event I gotta host, or I have a barbecue that's coming up, or whatever the case may be. And I'm just constantly thinking about that in the background instead of focusing on the stuff that I gotta do. And or is it other projects, other ECs, other friends, other drama, whatever the case may be, write it down and gain awareness of what those attention leaks are. And do your best to either, number one, eliminate it, or number two, practice mindfulness long enough to train yourself out of it. Okay, and I'll explain that second point in just a second. But in this point, get on a piece of paper, write it out. I promise you this is going to help identify what are the most crucial attention leaks in your own life. These are the ones I've compiled based on my own experience and the hundreds of students I've worked with. Number one is content. The mindset shift here is that your brain builds a model of the world based on all the content you take in through your senses. So almost every single thing that comes in through your senses, whether that's what you see, what you hear, what you smell, builds a model of the world or reinforces a model of the world, which helps you understand how the world works and your place in it. So understand that the content you take in, and by content I mean any piece of information that you take in through one of your senses, helps reinforce the way in which you view the world. Okay, if you've heard the allegory of the cave, the people who were chained up at the cave could only experience the world based on the shadows that they saw on the wall because that was their only experience of it. They had no other reference point. They had no idea what the world looked out in 3D color, but they could only imagine the stuff that they saw on the wall. So that's the idea right here. Ultimately, you want to build your own reality. And this is your choice. The crazy part about this is, sure, there's a lot of bad stuff happening in the world, but there's also a lot of good stuff. And given that our attention is very finite, we can actually choose what we want to think about on a consistent basis. And that will give you a world of abundance where you're constantly thinking about the good stuff that's going on in your own life and the positive impact you want to make, etc. Or you can look at all the negative stuff and focus on only the negative. It's up to you to completely build your reality. All right, this is why it is crucial for you to protect your mind at all cost. Any single piece of information you consume, whether that be reading the news, whether that be watching a YouTube video, whether that be listening to a podcast, whether that be listening to a song while you're in the shopping mall, every single piece of information goes in and changes the way that you view the world. You can think of it kind of like a pair of goggles or a pair of lenses. If the lenses are very dirty and you're viewing the world through these dirty lenses, you can only see the world through this perverted lens. So the question I want to ask you is, how do you want to think? So how exactly do you want to view the world? And more importantly, what type of world do you want to live in? I mentioned the point about our attention being finite. If you think about all the information that's available in the course of humanity, just every single piece of information they can possibly conceive of, your attention is nothing but a speck of dust in that vast ocean of information. And you're never ever going to be able to identify all of it and scoop up all of it. So you get to choose very selectively where you allocate your attention. Okay, what type of world do you want to live in? And you really get to choose. Like, you can put this wherever you want. So a few action points that I want you to take away. First of all, the fact that you're watching this video, bravo. This is excellent because this is the exact type of content that allows you to, that opens up your mind to what's possible, that opens up your mind to your potential, that opens up your mind to truly identify what it takes to become a high achieving student, achieve your goals, live a life of abundance, do good in the world, all that type of stuff. This type of content helps you open up your mind and builds a reality of the world, which is predicated amongst success, especially in academic success and admission success with the IB Diploma. Okay, that's what I do. The second thing I want to bring to your attention is I urge you to stop watching the news. I was very careful with this, and I still am very careful as to every single piece of information I watch. You got to understand that the news is selective exposure. They selectively pick out the most negative, heinous crimes to showcase on the news simply because those are the things that are going to sell the most. So if you go to the news, that's exactly what you get bombarded on your consciousness every single day. In fact, I don't even want to show you that image because that's going to elicit some type of input into your brain, which is going to change the way in which you view the world. So you just got to be very careful as to how you defend your attention. There's a lot of other ways you do this. Number one, by monitoring very carefully what you consume on social media. Number two, the people you put around. Number three, the music you think. The reason why people have been telling me that I have all these creative ideas, especially with Grizzly, especially with the work we're doing with the medieval aspect of Grizzly, which is very exciting. I'm very excited for that. It's going to be releasing hopefully very soon. Like I actually don't want to spoil it, but there's something very, very creative that I've been working on for the past year and a bit. And the reason why I found that I'm able to unlock those levels of creativity is because I don't consume the content that other people are consuming. Okay, I don't look at social media. I do my best to remove as much YouTube as possible. Do I sometimes go on YouTube? Yeah, to just watch videos, but like very rarely am I doing that. I'm trying to consume content that is very niche, very selective, because that allows you to view the world completely differently. So be very careful with social media. Number two, people you're around. Number three, the music. The people you're around is also a very large influence. If you're around people who consume XYZ news, or they watch XYZ TV show, or they're into XYZ things, you're going to realize that your interests slowly begin to align. It might take some time, but it slowly begins to align in that direction. Now, let me talk briefly about music. There was a period in my life where I used to love listening to Tupac. In fact, I still do. I love a lot of his songs. But I began to realize that the more time I spent listening to Tupac, the more I would start to think about all these things that I did not want to think about. I just didn't like the way it made me feel when it came to a lot of stuff, like a lot of his lyrics and whatnot. I'm not getting into the specifics, but I didn't like the way that it made me think. That was the biggest point. So I stopped listening to Tupac music. And instead I listened to ethereal trance and just trance music in general, because I found that it just inspires me to become a better person. Same thing with all the content that is played on popular songs. So understand that by listening to this popular music, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying I dislike this. I'm just saying that be careful, because this is exactly the type of stuff that the average person listens to. This is the exact way that the average person thinks. So be very careful as to what information you take in, because that's going to impact the way they view the world. And if you're taking in average information, you're going to begin to think like the average individual. That was number one. Number two, interpersonal drama. The mindset shift here is that Hollywood has led us astray. Do not fall for the myth that by partying and just having a chaotic social life and all this type of stuff that we love to watch on social media, on Hollywood, don't think of this as the norm for high achievers. Okay, the high achievers I worked with, the students who get the high scores that I found, these tend to be very, very, very quiet individuals. Okay, what I mean by quiet is that they're not like introverted necessarily, although some of them are. It's instead the fact that they don't have a lot going on in terms of drama. They don't have a lot of drama. They might have an active social life. In fact, I have an active social life, but in my own life, I have basically zero drama. I don't have time for drama. I don't want any type of drama. If someone starts making drama with me, I just won't talk to them again. That's basically how this stuff works. All right, in my own life at least. Now, understand that this drama that you see in a lot of this type of stuff, it's really just corner cases. It's over exaggerated, and I do my best to engage in zero drama. Okay, I don't cut people out completely. That was a little bit exaggerated. That was a little bit harsh. But if someone is giving me a lot of drama purposely, I do my best to tell them, hey, like this is not how I roll. Okay, and if they just continue to do that, it's so much easier to just say, okay, like I'm just gonna step away. I'm just gonna distance myself. I don't need to engage with this. There's just 0 point in any form of drama, at least that I found in my own life. And I've been pretty consistent with that. I've had very little drama over the past few years, especially. And because of that, allows me to focus in on achieving my goals and really having a social life of abundance as well, because you're not focused on all these minute details and all this stuff that just does not matter. All right. And I think I learned this skill back when I was in high school doing the Get Productive Alpha, where I had every single person, and when I mean everyone, I mean absolutely everyone in my high school was against me, from the teachers to my own coworkers to my own, like the old co-founders of the startup. Just everyone was telling me just stop. It was embarrassing. They were watching my YouTube videos. They were laughing, all this type of stuff. And looking back, they probably were right to a certain degree, because just the quality was just not good. But I'm so happy I didn't listen to them, because it was by not listening to them that I was able to develop the skill and then ultimately get the results, and allowed me to maneuver through that drama. So what I found in my own life is the following, that there's a direct correlation between drama and the inverse of results. Meaning that if you increase drama in your own life, the probability of your results going down increases significantly. In other words, if you want to increase results, I urge you to decrease interpersonal drama in your own life. Okay, so that's number two. Number three is unresolved tasks. These are akin to mosquito bites. These are tasks that you have to get done, or small assignments, or emails, or messages that I got to respond to that I didn't respond to, and they're just kind of in the back of my head. You can think of these as dozens and dozens of mosquito bites. And the biggest issue with all of these small tasks is that it prevents you from macro single tasking for the entire day. Okay, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but in order for you to truly get disproportionate results in whatever you do, you need to build the habit of macro multitasking. Okay, what I like to call macro multitasking, where you stay consistent on one thing and all your attention is on one thing for a prolonged period of time. Having dozens of mosquito tasks and dozens of these different tasks, which are akin to mosquito bites, just increase the likelihood that you're going to multitask during the day. That's the big point. Number 4 is our past conflicts, past mistakes, past drama. Just make it a purpose to identify those and do the best you can to eliminate it, okay? So when it comes to conquering your attention, number 1, identify where your attention is going. This is going to be a habit. Number 2 is to eliminate those attention leaks. So identify what those inputs are, eliminate them as much as you possibly can. And then number 3, build your attention towards a singular purpose. So if you want to conquer your attention, which is by far the most important currency of the 21st century, it's the most important thing to get a 45 in the IB Diploma is to control where your attention goes. Same thing with your ECs, control where your attention goes. That's where you get disproportionate results. It is critical for you to, number 1, identify where it's going. Then based on what you identify, eliminate those at all costs, and then build your attention towards a singular purpose, okay? And the distraction here really is attention leaks. So these are all the random thoughts in your head that are distracting you. Okay, and this in and of itself can become its own distraction. So what I urge you to do, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but get out a piece of paper, and every single time you get distracted, write it down. And if you're not a paper type of guy, you can open up Notion, which I use. I'm not sponsored by them, but if you're from Notion, sponsor me by all means. I'm just kidding. I like sponsoring my own company instead. But the point is that by having your own Notion part, I just do like one hotkey here that I coded up on AutoHotkey script, and then opens up Notion instantly, and I can just write it down. Okay. The other thing, which is significantly more important and that gets you the best results when it comes to truly maximizing your focus. Okay, are you ready for this? Is to develop this one skill. And hopefully you know what that one skill is based on this image right here. People ask me all the time, how are you able to stay focused for such a long period of time? How are you able to sit down and just focus on one thing when it comes to doing academics, your essays, etc.? How was I able to do that in the IB Diploma? It was because of this right here. All right, it was because of mindfulness. I was able to train myself to sit down for a prolonged period of time without distraction by consistently practicing mindfulness. So I'll talk about mindfulness in depth in just a second, but I want to introduce that concept because that was the key point to building focus. All right, so let's review a few key points here. Number 1 is to be unreachable, to delete distractions. The second point is to work for 45 to 90 minutes straight with pure focus and will. Okay, if you can get upwards of 90 minutes, even 2 hours straight without any distractions, focusing on only one thing, you are going to kill it. You are going to absolutely kill it. Okay, research shows that the average person without mindfulness training can focus upwards of maybe, 45 minutes of information. After that starts to decrease its capacity to absorb anything. And you kind of get this point of diminishing returns. Now, I found, this is at least my own observation. I might be wrong with this, but with the students I've worked with, this is what I've seen, and students typically get extraordinary results when they start doing this consistently. But when you focus on mindfulness and meditation, and I'll talk about how to do this in just a second, when you focus on really improving that aspect, it's kind of like leveling up that skill of how long you're able to focus on one thing. So if you look at this graph right here, where at the top, you're at the point of maximum return of output, and then you get diminishing returns. By consistently meditating, by consistently practicing mindfulness, you're able to move that diminishing return intercept on the x-axis further to the right, which allows you to go on for longer periods of time focusing on getting your academics done. All right, so I urge you to go on for maybe 90 minutes plus. Work for 45 to 90 minutes straight with pure focus and wills. I like to call this sprint sessions. Okay, you're sprinting. You're doing everything possibly can to focus on one thing for 90 minutes plus. All right, this was Kanan, who after going through the training academy, this is what he had to say based on this one strategy. Where progress on my EC wow factors would normally take me 10 hours, I'm completing it in less than 1. Why? Because of the ability to sit down for an hour without distractions, focus on one thing, and training. It's about training your ability to focus with mindfulness. All right, so this is what I urge you to do. All right, mindfulness meditation. This is a trainable skill, and it is one of the most important skills. Now, the question is, how exactly to do this? What is the protocol that I use? I urge you to set up 5 to 10 minutes per day to do nothing. Be fully present and doing nothing. So for example, when I would get back from the bus, I would spend maybe 5 minutes just looking out the window. I do my past paper questions, and then right before I arrived back home to school, I would just spend 5 minutes looking out the window. Okay, doing nothing, being 100% present. You can also do this at any time, anywhere. It doesn't matter what it is you're doing. You can always focus on being 100% present. For example, if you're eating dinner with your family, be 100% present at the dinner. Don't be thinking about an assignment you have to do. Don't be thinking about XYZ task. Don't be thinking about anything except the dinner with your family. Actually taste the food. Actually bite into it. Make the most out of it. You're gonna realize how much sensory input you've been missing out on by being 100% present. So when you're having dinner, be 100% present. When you're out working out, be 100% present. When you're studying, be 100% present. When you're watching this video, when you're listening to this video, be 100% present right now. That's how you do it. And you can do mindfulness basically anytime, anywhere. It doesn't matter. When you're in class, be 100% present. In fact, if you can just build a habit of being present in everything that you do, that's going to do more for your ability to focus than anything else. Okay? So it's a trainable skill, and just start very small. Tell yourself, okay, I'm just going to be present for the next 5 minutes. I'm just going to focus on the present moment. So you look outside the window and you just look at the things and you focus on being present. You're not thinking about anything else except the stuff you see outside. All right? So that is mindfulness. If you just practice that 5 to 10 minutes a day, I urge you to do this. It will 100% change your life. And this is how you eliminate this distraction of random thoughts. I'll tell you another student, Johnny right here, who was able to absolutely kill it by just mastering this one concept of mindfulness. He told me, I remember in one of the first sessions that we had together on random thoughts, making it difficult for him to focus. He was able to do this and get significant results. He's now at his top university of U of T. So mindfulness right here, I urge you to go 6 to 8 weeks to see results. That's really all you got to go. So tell yourself, okay, for the next few weeks, I'm just going to spend 5 minutes every single day doing nothing. And you're going to realize that your life becomes much simpler because you're going to start to see things clear. Okay. So when it comes to distractions, eliminate these random thoughts and go from there. Hopefully I made this point clear enough. The other thing I want to mention to make it very easy for you to sit down for 45 to 90 minutes straight and have pure focus and will nonstop is to do what I like to call focus triggers. Okay, this is the ray of Archimedes. So you build all these different rays that would capture the reflection of the sun pointed towards one point in boats. And this was apparently what happened. And then the rays would go down and start to burn the boat, and he would basically have like a laser at his disposal is the analogy I like to think of it. As Alexander Graham Bell says, you want to concentrate your thoughts on the task at hand. The sun rays do not burn until brought to a complete focus. Thank you so much, Alexander. And thank you so much, by the way, for making the telephone. So the point is, every single time I sit down to do work, I put these headphones on. This is like a trigger. That I put the headphones on, I got the cap on, and I got all these things that just focuses me on the thing at hand. And it's a very effective cue that I found. It's more of a ritual where as soon as I do it, I'm basically locked in and wired in on doing the work. Okay, so there's a few triggers that I use. Number one was headphones. Number two was workroom. So I have the setup exactly like I like it. I don't have anything here in my work office that can pull me out of that state of flow. And then number three is that stopwatch, which is the time constraint. I love having the stopwatch next to me because when I see it counting down, it's just a mental trigger that tells me, okay, I know that I need to be doing focus work right now because it's counting down and it's counting down. So I need to keep my self-discipline and get the focus work done. All right, this was a big takeaway by Danielson, who says productivity improved by 250% after implementing this strategy right here of the focus triggers and general focus and flow. So we talked about how to reach flow. We talked about the 3-step equation here of competence plus stimulating plus focus plus flow itself. So the questions you want to be asking in order to help you reach a state of flow is, number one, do I have perceived competence in this task? Number two, is it challenging enough to stimulate me? And number three, can I stay focused on this task for a long period of time? All right, so number 1 and 2 are really part of the setup. And then number 3 is the doing itself, okay, which is where I see most students, they struggle in really being able to sit down for 90 minutes straight, focusing on one thing. If you're able to do that, you're going to have a huge advantage with the IB Diploma, with your ECs, and with your overall application to applying to these top universities. Okay, so number 2 was on executing IB 45 tactics. Let me answer a few questions that I've been getting because this is absolutely everything I did with the IB Diploma after all. Number 1 was, when did I work? Okay, so what I did early on in my high school career was I went ahead and actually plotted out what times during the day I was most productive and what times during the day I was least productive. Okay, I got this from, I want to say, the Productivity Project, which was a book I read a while back. It's a book with a, I want to say, a blue cover. Productivity Project. He did this exact same experiment where he went ahead and actually measured from a scale of 1 to 10 how he felt on these 4 axes. So then what I did is I went ahead and tracked on a scale of 1 to 10 every single day how I felt on these 3 metrics. First of which was my energy, then my motivation, then my focus. And then after graphing it out, as you can see in this graph right here, I went ahead and scheduled my day in accordance the best I possibly could. Then I went ahead and scheduled my priorities the best I possibly could on these times during the day when I had the most energy and I had the most focus and I was just feeling the best to do work. All right, so I naturally played to my own circadian rhythm, if you want to call it that, to truly maximize my results. Okay, I can do the exact same thing with the gym. In fact, that's what I did. I found that during high school, it was in the afternoon where I had the most amount of energy. What I found is that it was during the afternoons that I had the most amount of energy and the most amount of incentive to actually want to go to the gym. So what I urge you to do is find those power hours yourself. Find the times during the day when you're the most focused, the most motivated, you have the most energy, and then do do the best you possibly can to schedule your day and your time around those power hours, especially during the weekends. Okay. Now, the modern day calendar irony, and this is the thing that just drives me absolutely nuts whenever I speak to students. Number one, a lot of students I speak with don't even have a calendar. All right. So before you go and apply to the one-on-ones before, please make sure you have a calendar. Please make sure you have a Google Calendar that you can use. This drives me nuts when I meet students who don't use a Google Calendar. I can only tell them like what are you doing? How do you track your time? You need to understand that a calendar is equivalent to your balance sheet, except for the time you have. That's really the mindset shift I have, that like in accounting where you have the balance sheet, which tells you how your business is doing. Calendar is simply a way it's the exact same thing as a balance sheet, only with your time. If you want to have a successful business, you need to have a good performing company from a financial standpoint. And the only way you can do that is by being very careful about your books. So in the same lens, if we want to have a high performing student, we need to be very careful as to how we allocate our time. So on top of that, the issue I find all the time is that students schedule everything but their most important priority. This is the irony of today's day and age, where we have a calendar, but instead of scheduling in the things that matter the most, which are those most crucial, critical priorities into our calendar, instead we schedule all the tasks that do not matter. So I see this all the time where people make these calendars like, oh, softball at Central Park from 10 a.m. to 12. Or, oh, I have Thanksgiving grocery. Like, come on, man. Let's schedule in our most important priorities first and then build our calendar around that. Okay, in fact, that's what I did if you look at my calendar, this was a few semesters ago, where here at the university, like I scheduled in these blocks of time in the morning because that's when I was most productive. And then everything else followed around that. So if you want to schedule time with me before 10 a.m., you couldn't do that. So I always need to make the decision as to whether or not the thing that I'm scheduling is more important than the amount of time I have allocated on my calendar, which is crucial ultimately for success. So the power hours graph that I ended up graphing out here looked something like this. It is critical to schedule in your priorities, and go ahead and you can actually do this, test yourself. And if you want some more explanation as to how to actually conduct this and the resources I use, as well as the sheet itself, so the Excel sheet, go ahead. You've just found yourself an Easter egg. Type in the code PEAK-PRODUCTIVITY4 with a capital P on both sides. PEAK-PRODUCTIVITY4 at grizzly.com/salmon. And again, why am I doing these Easter eggs for free? Because I want to get you results. That's it. I just want to get you results. I know this stuff is valuable, so I want you to go in. I want you to use it. I want you to get results. And then if you get results, please go ahead, work with me. Let me help you get even more results as much as you possibly can. Get to your top university. Let's do all of that together. Let's work one-on-one. But that's why I offer this for free, just as a side note. All right, number 2, execute IB tactics. We're talking about finishing this off. I get these questions all the time. How much did I sleep? What was my diet like? What was my energy? All right, myself, I slept 8.5 to 9 hours in bed per night. All right, the amount of time I slept, I don't know how much it was. It was probably a little bit less than this. But I know for a fact that I got 8.5 to 9 hours of time inside of my bed every single night. Okay, and that's how you should be measuring your sleep success. It's not how much time you're asleep. It's how much time you're in your bed. Okay, because you're going to realize that in order to get 8 hours of sleep, you need to be maybe 9 hours of time in your bed. So I was maybe getting 8 hours a night. But 8.5 to 9 hours of time in bed, that's all I needed. And this was absolutely crucial for success in the IB Diploma. Now, what you gotta understand is that they actually did a study, and I remember hearing about the study when I first arrived at the M&T program. They were telling us about this, that chronic sleep loss may be much more destructive than previously thought, leading to permanent cell damage and neural death. I'll say that again, it leads to permanent cell damage and neural death. In fact, they did a study with a mouse, and they deprived the mice of food for I believe it was like 3 weeks. And the mice, by the end of that, was hungry, but it was still alive. They then deprived the mice of sleep for those same 3 weeks. And by the end of that time, the mice was dead. It was dead. So if sleep does not serve as an absolutely vital function, then it is the biggest mistake the evolutionary process has ever made, according to Alan here, PhD. Now, I want to make this point very clear that it would be the biggest mistake evolutionary process that I ever made. Now you might be asking, yes, Bjorn Ravello, yes, Joaquin, I understand that sleep is important. You good smelling, handsome lad. I see, I already know that this is happening. How exactly do I maximize my sleep? All right, you already know that you need to sleep. How do you maximize it? First thing I want to say is you probably already know you need to sleep. You probably already know it. You already know that this is absolutely crucial. Then may I ask you this question? Why do you still sleep only 6 to 7 hours per night? And yes, I am looking at you. Why do you still sleep 6 to 7 hours per night if you know it is very important for high performance and everyone talks about it all the time? You already know this. Why do you still spend 6 to 7 hours every single night sleeping? Now, let's actually walk through the mental step-by-step process that I brought myself to, which I try to understand every single time I meet a student who gets less sleep. These are the pros of less sleep. All right. This is probably the only pro. You get more time. And the idea here is that, if I spend more time, I get more work done. But the question is, does it help you to work more? And I want to say that this is actually the wrong question, because the real question should be, does it give you more results? Okay, because as we talked about before, simply spending more time working does not necessarily mean more results. Again, I'm going to say this a million times, more is more for students who still lack to reach that threshold. But once you reach that threshold, which is what I assume you are doing, given that you're going to give up sleep, which is absolutely vital for success and high performance and your overall health and mental health. If you're giving up the most important aspect, which is sleep, to studying more, I'm assuming that you're already at that limit, and therefore your thinking is that if I spend more time working, I'm probably going to get more results. Therefore, does it actually give you those results? Well, let's go through a step-by-step process, all right? Output equals T times output over T. This is how much work you do. This is what you get out of the work, all right? And this is overall productivity. Very cool. So let's say I'm spending 16 hours, and I times it by output, and I spend, let's say, 1 hour, or this is the output. This is my productivity per hour. Okay, and I have a function, f of x. I spend 16 hours working, and boom, these are the results I get. Now, the mindset shift I want to bring to your attention before I introduce this concept is that you should never consider sleeping less unless you've maxed out your 16 hours. Okay, I see this all the time, and this absolutely drives me nuts. This drives me bananas. Okay, because I see students say all the time, they're like, oh, I've been getting less sleep. Oh, I need to sleep less. Oh, I need to pull an all-nighter. Meanwhile, I look at the time they're actually spending working, and I see this type of distribution. They spend 6 hours in class, they spend 4 hours on TikTok, they spend 3 hours screwing around. Then finally, at the end of the day, they have, what is that left? Like 3 hours left, and they work for 3 hours. And then at the end of that, they're like, I'm not going to make it. I got to sacrifice sleep. This is an absolute clown show. Okay, and I'll explain why this is a clown show. Because by you thinking you got to sleep less, I'm assuming that you spend every single waking minute already working. That's my assumption. Why? Because sleep is critical. So if you have not spent every single waking minute working, you do not have my blessing to miss out on sleep. You do not. You do not. In my entire IB journey, I never pulled an all-nighter, and it's because of this. I understood that if I was to work more, if I had whatever reason a long work or I had an exam tomorrow, I would not spend any second of my day doing anything that is not studying for that exam. Simply because I understood that working into the night was not in my favor. Instead, I can allocate all the time I had before that to work, and every single time I did that, I always got the work done. The only time I see students really fail at this is when they're spending all their time screwing around during the day, and then they come back home, they have a few hours, they realize they're not going to finish, and then they sacrifice on their sleep. When in reality, if you're going to sacrifice on your sleep, might as well not go to class. I'm not even kidding. You might as well not go to class, stay at home, study, and then get better sleep, and then go to class the next day. It is not worth it. I'm telling you again, it is not worth it to sacrifice sleep. Not worth it. Unless you're already at the max. If you're working 16-hour days and you can know, actually 16 hours, meaning you tracked on the stopwatch 16 hours. If you get upwards of 14 to 16 hours on this thing, and for whatever reason, you still are not done, assuming you were completely focused, then that's the only time you have my blessing to lose out on sleep. Okay, but any other time, do not do it. You need to be smart enough and competent enough to see the stuff coming and then plan around it. All right, so the entire idea behind this is if we were to sleep, let's say 4 hours, okay, let's say now we get 20, that would be a 25% increase. So we're now 25% more productive. Now, in doing so, since you are going to be working into the night, I would assume that the productivity decreases. Okay, and this is a pretty safe assumption to assume that over time, if you continue on working these 20-hour days and you miss out on sleep, your productivity will begin to decrease. It is just a fact of life, all right? So if we were to plot this out, so this is G of X, meaning the extra time I spend working and I sleep less, I would argue that the productivity curve, based on my own experience, follows this downwards trend. Meaning that if I continue to sleep only 4 hours every single day, my productivity begins to decrease as time goes on. And after 2 weeks, it is very difficult to focus on anything because you're just so incredibly sleep deprived. Okay, obviously this is an exaggerated graph, but the point is that it just begins to decrease and decreases sharply. On the flip side, if I spent all of my time working 16-hour days and I slept 8 hours, this is the amount of area and the results I would get with those 8 hours of sleep. Okay, and these are the results with the 4 hours sleep, which is the area under the curve. Now, if I was to ask you, okay, which area is larger? Hopefully you can see by this drawing right here that you sleeping 16 hours every single day will actually get you more results. Now, there's a nuance to this, and I'll explain what the nuance is in just a second. I actually suggest you go ahead and watch this video by Sleep Gods on Jeff Bezos sleeping, excellent video by the way, excellent clip, excuse me, where he mentions the following, where sleep is even more crucial for those managers who make few decisions compared to those startups who make many lesser quality decisions. Jeff Bezos goes on to say, I'm happy if I made a few good decisions per year. So understand the following, that the IB/admission is about making a few key choices. All right, these are your key choices that you're going to be making throughout your journey. Number one is, which extracurriculars am I working on? Number two, what/how much should I study? Number three are the correct answers on a 1 hour period or 1 hour and a half period that is your test. Okay, you don't need to be making a ton of solutions. You only need to be making a few key choices, which are going to be the most important. All right, so let's talk about these step by steps. Number one, what ECs you choose. These are these right here. Number two, how much do you study? What content do you choose to review? This is a choice in and of itself. And then number three is the correct answers on a test. You realize that those 60 minutes can determine your university future, can determine the future of your IB diploma. Just those 30 minutes in the test, especially at the end, where it determines 60, 70, 80%, 40%, depending on the paper that you're doing. But the end result is that just spending some time in a room for maybe an hour, 2 hours can most certainly determine your future of your university success. All right, so the mindset shift here is that these choices need to be world class. They need to be top tier choices, especially the final one on correct answers for a test. And this is especially why it is such a bad idea to go into a test sleep deprived, because you need to understand that every single choice you make in a test is incredibly consequential to the success you get. And by not making those choices, or by making them impaired, which is what sleep does, you're actively sabotaging your ability to perform well on that test and make good, high quality decisions. So ultimately, this is not a long-term strategy. However, and this is the nuance I want to mention, and this is why I actually did pull one all-nighter in my entire high school life. If you need a short-term win, so if you have that golden goose opportunity and you need to capitalize, that is the one time you have permission by myself to make the most out of it. Okay, because if you look at this graph right here, there is a measurable increase in output, 25%, if you do spend your time, or if you sleep less. Okay, in this case, 4 hours less. There is a measurable increase, but it's only for the short term. After, like, I remember the day after I pulled that all-nighter, I was absolutely miserable. There was nothing. I didn't want to do anything. I just wanted to go to sleep. I had a bad headache, but it was 100% worth it, because I ended up winning, or my team ended up winning the competition that we held at the MNTSI. Okay, which by the way was this. So if you want a temporary output boost, then sure. But what I ended up doing, and this was the one time I pulled an all-nighter, it was to complete this final project. Since we were presenting the next day, I sat the entire night and I video edited what I believe to be the best video I made in my entire high school career. It was this one right here on the tabular journal. And I was able to push that out, and we presented it the next day, and we won because of it. So ultimately, most students, they claim that they have to pull an all-nighter because they only spend, let's say, 5 hours of the day working, and then they spend an extra 9 hours working when they otherwise would have been sleeping, which I understand. Like, this is a 180% increase in output in the short term. But you also got to remember that if you do that multiple times, it's going to be a massive hit to your productivity, massive decrease. But in the short term, it can work. I just urge you that before you pull an all-nighter, or before you sacrifice sleep of any kind, maximize those 16 hours first. Now, in my own IB journey, I maybe slept less than 7 hours, maybe 10 times, maybe 10, 15 times. And I never really remember intentionally sleeping less than 8 hours. It just kind of happened where I was maybe out with my family, or something came up, or it was just a last minute thing. So life does happen. And you shouldn't be perfect with this either. You shouldn't keep yourself to I gotta get 8 hours or else I'm doomed. That in and of itself can become a crutch, where you need the crutch. You need to get sleep 8 hours in order to think that you're being a high performing individual. So keep that in mind. All right, Joaquin, I know I need to sleep, or how exactly do I go about doing that? Especially since I have my IAs, I have my EE, I have my IB final, I have all this stuff on my extracurriculars. How exactly do I go about doing that? All right, let me help you out with that. As I mentioned before, you don't have time to get more sleep. Let me help you out with this. Most people have no incentive to sleep early. This is the biggest mindset shift I see when it comes to students who tell me that they don't want to, they can't sleep. It's because they have no incentive to sleep early. They wake up the next day, sure, they take some caffeine maybe, they feel great, whatever. They have no incentive to sleep early. So what I urge you to do is give yourself an incentive. Set an alarm, a bedtime alarm, for when it's time to go into your bed. And I like to set this actually 30 minutes before the time I want to go to bed. And I like to call this the game over time. This is basically goes back to the bomb time that I mentioned earlier in this video. But the entire analogy of this is by the end of the day, the game is over. So if I set my game over time to say, let's say 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., I can no longer do work. It is physically impossible. I am incapable of doing work after 8 p.m. How do you do that? You can use cold turkey. You can give your laptop to a friend. You can gamify this entire process, which I'll talk about in just a second. But ultimately, game over time gives you an incentive to say, all right, by 9 p.m. I have to be done, or by 8 p.m. I have to be done. After that, the game is over. It's like a football match, like a soccer match. After the ref blows the whistles and the 90 minutes are up, it's done. It's over. Finish. Finito. There's nothing else that can be done. Like after the game, you can't just keep running around and trying to kick the ball and score. Like the game is over. It's done. So if you have that same mindset to your day, where after 8 p.m. the game is done, it is over, it will allow you to better leverage Parkinson's law, as we've talked about before, and maximize the amount of time you spend in that small period of time. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, you just found yourself another Easter egg. Go ahead and cash in on your prize. It's called Focus Days with capital F and capital D 133. So you can go ahead to grizzly.com/salmon and unlock your salmon by typing in that Easter egg right there. All right, sleep tactic number 2 is to sync your alarm to your device apps. I mentioned this very briefly, but this is where cold turkey actually helps you a lot because it actually shuts down. There's a setting that you can press on cold turkey that shuts down your computer so that it's impossible. Like you cannot do any more work after, say, 8 p.m. All right, so that's a good way to do it. Make it impossible for you to do any more work after that. The other thing you can do is you can add a 30-minute buffer zone to your calendar. So let's say you want to sleep at 9 p.m. You can set a bedtime alarm at 8:30, and that gives you 30 minutes to buffer, or 30 minutes to maybe read a book or walk around or brush your teeth, or just go in bed and just lie in bed and meditate and do whatever. So you can add that into your calendar, meaning that after that you can no longer schedule nothing in your calendar, and at that point it shuts off. All right. Now, for those of you crying, who say, oh, but I have activities that end late, so I don't have time to get more sleep. All right, let me help you with that as well. Because you need to understand that it's not, as I mentioned before, it's not time we lack, but proper priorities plus energy, which is what I mentioned before. So if I show you this slide and you compare it to the excuse I hear all the time, what actually is the problem here? Is it that you don't have enough time? Is it that your priorities are just ending late and you special snowflake, now you can't get sleep? Is that the reason why? No. Instead, it's because you don't have well-defined priorities. And you need to make that choice. Okay, it's a game of choices, right? The IB, the admission success, trying to get into these top universities, it is a game of choices. Would you rather make high quality decisions or attend that late EC and lose out on sleep? Okay, that's the choice you have to make. I'm not gonna make that choice for you. I'm just giving you the information. You get to make that choice at the end of the day. And for those who are always crying and say, oh, but I can't get 9 hours of sleep because XYZ, because of my mom who wakes me up, because of my family, blah, 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 blah. Understand the following, that a Grizzly always finds a way. A high achiever always finds a way. Regardless of the excuses, regardless of the obstacles set, bequeath them. Understand that those obstacles make you a better person, the fact that you're able to overcome them. So use it as an obstacle, overcome it, and you'll become a better person, a stronger individual by the end of it. So understand that a high achiever always finds a way. I had to take the bus for the longest time, and there were days I remember, God, like I was on the bus for 4 hours due to traffic. There was just massive traffic jam, and I had to wake up earlier than most of my friends. I would wake up at like 6:30, which is earlier than most of my friends who live right beside the school and could wake up at like 8. So I have these excuses as well that I could be making. I have to wake up early, which means I couldn't go that late, and there's a bunch of stuff I had to move around. But the thing is that a high achiever always finds a way. I got used to having to do past paper questions on the bus because that was the situation I was in. So you might have similar difficult situations. The beauty about it is that the harder the situations you have, the better of a person you're going to become when you end up solving it. So my challenge to you this week, or just today, how about tonight? My challenge to you tonight is to get the best sleep of your life. Do everything you possibly can to truly get the best sleep of your life. All right, let me talk briefly about water. I love drinking water. In fact, you can see right here, I have this massive water bottle that I drink. I believe this is 2 liters. I drink maybe like 2 or 3 of these every single day. So I show that when you're thirsty, you can drink water, and that'll make you 14% more productive. University of East London. Now, the question is, how do you go about drinking more water? Well, get yourself a big water bottle. I carry this around all the time. Water is always available for me. So whenever I get thirsty, I just drink. Very simple. The second thing you can do is you can actually put your phone down on the table and then put a glass of water on top of it. Therefore, in order to actually turn off the alarm in the morning, you have to take off the glass of water and drink it. So, massive tip. Now, what food did I eat in the IB Diploma? How did this look like? What was my diet? All right, disclaimer, please know that this is not nutritional advice. I'm not a nutritionist. Do not take action at your own risk. This is not medical advice in any way. Please, this is not medical advice. This was the diet that I had though. Okay, this is what I did. I had a high fat, high protein diet. All right, these are some of the foods I ate. You can see I love cooking barbecues. I love cooking asados for myself and my family. I still host them to this day. And by the way, go to my Instagram and you'll find a bunch of clips of me cooking up steak. That's basically what my Instagram is for. So if you want to check out the food I love to cook, the social life I love to have when it comes to cooking steak, go ahead, check that out at Joaquin_Revello on Instagram. But ultimately, the entire purpose of this is that you want to have a high energy diet. Okay, I can't remember the last time I was tired. I genuinely cannot. If you eat well, if you exercise once every 1 to 2 days, and so you eat well, you exercise every 1 to 2 days, and you sleep well, there's absolutely no reason at all why you shouldn't have high energy basically throughout the entire day. All right, and so these are foods that I avoid even to this day. Like, I just don't eat this stuff. Processed foods, artificial ingredients, sugar, processed grains, soy, dairy. My diet basically is just high protein and high fat. So I love my greens, I love vegetables, I love steak, I love avocados, I love fruits. I don't really have any bread. I don't have any milk. I don't have anything sweet, really, any sugar, nothing like that. On occasions, at least. There are some days where I do have sugar with friends, but ultimately, this was a big issue for myself as well because I used to have acne back in the day. It was because of this stuff. It was because of the food I ate. So I cut out all this food and surprisingly, my acne went away. So check that out. This is by far the worst if you have sugar with milk, with all these artificial ingredients. Just don't eat this. And also, it is your responsibility to track your food intake. Okay, I was doing this in the IB Diploma. I have my scale that I bring around all the time. People here in the university know me as the dude who brings around the scale because I have that inside my backpack. And whenever I eat something, even to this day, even if I'm not trying to lose weight or gain weight or nothing, I still have it. It's still just a habit. At this day, I have God, I don't even know how many days I have logged on this thing. I think like 700, 1,000, something like that. I always carry around my scale. You'll always see me tracking day in and day out. All right, so this was a day of tracking back when I was in high school. In fact, I tracked it, and this was exactly what I ate. So you can see I had a little bit of dessert on this day. I think this was I want to say this was a Saturday. So I had a little bit of dessert. Typically, I don't have desserts, but you got to enjoy life a little bit is my philosophy. Next is exercise. All right, if you want a bonus on exercise, you just find yourself a salmon, type in this code right here, IB exercise bonus, and I'll go into some more of the nitty gritty as to what my workouts actually were. All right, so again, grizzly.com/salmon. Go ahead, type in this code right here. Now, Joaquin, you might be saying, I already know that I got to exercise consistently. Okay, you already know. Then why do you not take your exercise seriously? And I'm going to say this again. Why do you not take your exercise seriously? Most students know that they exercise, but they don't have the productivity, time management skills, executive functioning skills, etc. to exercise consistently. So how do you go about doing this? The mindset shift here is that you want to stop working out at the most inconvenient times possible. I see this all the time where students are trying to work out at the times that are just not like it's just not working in with your calendar. Stop doing that. I love working out on the days where I have the least amount of commitments. Like Friday when I get back from school, I work out, boom. Saturday, boom. Sunday, boom. I don't have to fit in any of these other days. And yeah, is this not the most optimal? Sure, you can make that argument that this is not the most optimal if I'm trying to like gain muscle or whatever. But sometimes the most optimal is not the best path moving forward. Instead, the thing that you can stick with for the long haul is going to be the best path moving forward, which in many cases might be unoptimal. But I'm fine with that trade-off because I know that I can do it for the long run. All right, so I used to work out maybe for like an hour and a half in the afternoons. Right now, here in college, sometimes I do in the morning, other times in the afternoon. Basically, just whenever I want to during the day. I'm not super strict about when to work out. Just when I have a period of time. Typically I know, in the sense that when I'm planning my day, I know when I'm going to work out, and I do my best to, or actually, I work out at least 3 times every single week, like without fail. And I don't think I've ever gone in less than 3 times a week ever. Like for the past 4 years now that I've been working out, I've never gone less than 3 times a week. All right. So back in high school, I was doing 4 to 5 times. When I'm bulking, that's what I do. When I'm cutting, I do about 3 times a week. So sometimes I was doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But the point is you want to stick to something that can fit in with your routine very simply. And you can also schedule bomb times around those work blocks so that it's consistent and there is an actual incentive for you to get the work done. Meaning that if you give yourself 3 hours at the gym, you're probably going to spend 3 hours at the gym. Myself, I like scheduling gym time right before I got to go to class because that gives me a small amount of time to just complete the workout, do it well, but do it fast, and then move on to the next thing. So that's my takeaway from that. Again, go ahead, eat up this salmon. You're going to love it. It's just going to give you some more nuance on exactly what I did as in workout-wise, how I structured my workouts. The other thing I suggest, and this is what I did, how to make workouts fun, how to work out more, is to make them fun. So I love listening to music like this, of like the medieval ages and just epic music. It just makes me feel like I'm in an adventure story. I love it. It's just fun for me. That just works out for myself. Another student who was able to completely master this was Arden, who's now in Oxford. This is what he said after going through Grizzly Elite. And this was his thank you for really embracing working out and the results that's given him in his own life. All right. So yeah, if you want to pause the video, go ahead and read that. But the point is, work out consistently. The other thing I used to do all the time was cold shower. In fact, this was a picture I took back in December 2020, which was the days I took a cold shower. And the R were the rest days where I did not shower altogether. So those were, I didn't shower every single day. I only showered right after I worked out. And this was the results I got. Now, there's tons of physical health benefits that come with this. So do your own research, but it was just something that I did. Now, how exactly did my social life look like? What was this? How did I organize it? Well, great question. Basically, the way this worked, and I believe I mentioned this slightly in the video earlier, but on Friday, I would game over by around 6 p.m., meaning that I would no longer spend any time working after 6. Then I would do whatever I wanted, basically, until I go to sleep. So sometimes I was watching a movie. Other times I was hanging out with friends. Other times I would be going out, going for a hike, going on an adventure, doing mountain biking, doing skiing. Have fun, basically. Friday evening, just have fun. Saturday, the exact same thing as Friday. At about 6, I would cut out and be all right. No more work, no more nothing, just work. Of course, this didn't happen every single day, but it was one of my priorities to make sure that it did. And then the other thing was Sunday. I spent basically the majority of Sunday skiing at Whistler. So I live in Vancouver. I actually used to live in Whistler back in the day. So I love skiing. I love skiing with my family. In fact, here's a picture right here of us skiing. The point is, that was how I socialized. That was my social life. I still had tons of opportunities. You'll actually be surprised at how much you're able to socialize when you give yourself like 3 to 4 hours to just have fun with your friends and just do whatever. Like, you don't need to be socializing every single day for like 15, 20 minutes or going on FaceTime calls, which, by the way, there's just such a suck. Like, they suck out the life force of me just to be on a FaceTime call for an hour and a half. You don't need to do any of that. In fact, I would suggest using the phone to schedule time where you can socialize with your friends for a few hours. Do something that you truly find fun, and you're going to get much more out of it from there. All right. That's at least my opinion when it comes to socializing, sleep, diet, and overall energy. All right. So now, in order to beat the competition, remove the sirens in your life and then develop that laser-like focus that you need to achieve top scores in the IB Diploma. We first started off by covering number 1, how to identify those 99.9th percentile tasks. That was the first point. Number 2, how to get those elite tasks done, how to do them as much as you possibly can. That was step number 2 on execute. And then number 3, let's talk about how to go about automating them so that you get them done every single day without fail. All right, so this is the third step of my 3-step framework that I use in order to get a 45 in the IB Diploma. And with that, we're going to be covering absolutely everything that I did in the meantime in order to make this happen. All right, the biggest point that we're going to talk about is gamification. Of all the students that I've worked with in the past in the training academy, throughout the past few years, they have always mentioned over and over and over again how powerful this one concept is. And that, my friends, is the concept of gamification, of gamifying your IB experience. In fact, these testimonials that I've gotten in the training academy have been because of the students who have been fired up to play the game. In fact, in the training academy, we have a leaderboard of students who do the best, and in monthly challenges, we like to call them the Grizzly Claw. This was one of them a while back. So, by the way, if you want to apply, by all means, please go ahead, grizzlyelite.com/apply. I would love to have you there. I know it will most certainly change your life. But ultimately, the reason why I love gamification is because, number 1, it gives you metrics to track. You might have heard me say this earlier on in the presentation, but when you have quantifiable metrics, you allow yourself to become clear. You gain that clarity as to what you're working towards and then therefore what you're trying to achieve. By definition, in order to play a game, you have to have something to track. So metrics by themselves are the set of positive disciplines that you have to execute in order to win the game. Therefore, in order to succeed in whatever game you must play, you have to have a set of metrics that you are tracking in order to understand where you're at, whether you're winning or whether you're losing this game. One of the biggest takeaways now that I've had working with hundreds of students is this fact right here, that if you are tracking, you are by definition inputting/observing information into your brain. Now, recall what we talked about earlier, where the information that you input into your brain ultimately ends up creating the reality that you live. And in many cases, you can actually change the way in which you view your life, in which you view the world, in which you view the tasks you have to get done by changing the inputs that you feed into your senses. So one of those inputs is tracking. When you track the most important functions, or really when you track anything, it tells your brain that yes, it's important. One of the best examples I love to use is tracking your weight. In my own bathroom right here, I have a scale. Every single morning when I wake up, I step on that scale and I write down my weight. Simply having the awareness of how my weight is going up and down gives me the clarity and allows my brain to focus in on that metric because it's being observed. It's something of importance, and simply because I am allocating my attention towards that metric, by definition, that's a metric by which I view my own success in my own world. So the biggest takeaway that I've had in my own IB journey, and specifically with weight training, is that you can make progress simply by tracking, and even without having a clear goal. If you just simply track the metric that you want to improve, you can actually make a lot of progress with this. But also what I've noticed is that the more you track, the more your brain automatically defaults to attempting to gamify the metric. It almost becomes a number that you're trying to optimize in your own life. Now, why exactly is this the case? Because simply by tracking, you end up paying attention. I mentioned the example here of tracking my weight. And this right here is the sequence I love to think about in my own head, where I track, and then based on that tracking, I observe, and based on that observation, I think, I take action, and then I get results. So ultimately, why gamify? Number one, it gives you metrics to track. And then number two is that you are already playing a game. Whether you realize it or not, you are already in a game. I like to mention this all the time, where high school is a game, the IB Diploma is a game. If you try to get accepted into one of these top universities, it is a game. Whether you like it or not, you are competing against the other students. So naturally, it just sets up the dynamic of what getting a top score in the IB and getting accepted into this top university naturally is. All right, that's point number two. And then point number three is that it helps you overcome that state of monotony / flow, as I mentioned in this post right here. Because let's face it, a lot of the time we're doing things that we don't want to do. If you think of any IB exam that you had to take or any essay that you had to write, it's almost certain that somewhere in that journey there was something you had to do that you just did not want to do. Therefore, to get out of that state of monotony, you can turn it into something fun. As I talked about before, you can utilize EDM music, as I used to do, or the why itself can become so powerful or so fun that it allows you to break out of this constant feeling where the IB is boring. As I mentioned before, the what can be boring, but you can love the how. I'm going to win the game. If you frame it from, oh, I gotta achieve this goal, or oh, I gotta get this score in the IB Diploma because I want to get accepted to my top university, reframe it from the perspective of, hey, I'm going to win at this game. And that really changes the way they view the IB Diploma, because it takes you out of this reactive standpoint where I'm reacting to tests, I'm reacting to what gets taken at me, and instead gives me a proactive standpoint to go out of my way, take the initiative, and win the game. Now, research shows that there's actually a very different neurological response to reacting to something and being proactive compared to being proactive and going out and taking the initiative. For example, instead of saying, oh, I have an exam tomorrow, I'm going to die, and then getting put into a state of stress and not wondering if you're going to make it, reframe it from the point of view that, hey, I have an exam tomorrow, let's win. Let's make it happen. I mentioned earlier the Chinese test story where I made a bet with one of my friends, and it was that game right there that pushed me to become the best version of myself. All right, so ultimately it turns monotony into fun. It turns that fun into flow as well, because by definition, you have something that is stimulating. So if you ever are lacking in stimulation of these three factors in order to reach a state of flow, consider turning what you're doing into a game of some sorts. Yes, Joaquin, you fellow smart Grizzly, I see what you're saying about this gamification aspect, but I just don't know how to do it in my day-to-day life. All right, great question. This is how I'm going to help you out, and exactly how to do it, and how I did it in my own life, and how we do it at the Grizzly Training Academy. So imagine you had a magic wand here. So I'm going to go again back to my magic wand. And let's say you had to turn the IB into a game where there was measurable outcomes, there was a leaderboard, there was a way. How would you go about doing it? Okay, this is a good exercise in and of itself. This is what I've come to realize that have gotten myself and my students the best results. Number one, you want to have a trackable instant feedback objective. Number two, you want to have very clear rules. And then number three, you want to have some type of scoreboard, some type of competition, some type of referees that keep the game in order and give people a sense that the game is fair and that it's actually happening, right? There aren't people that are cheating, for instance. All right, so number one, let's talk about the first point, which is trackable inherent feedback. All right, this is where you gain clarity as to what you're trying to achieve. Because I mention this all the time, where measurable, clear objectives allow you to create a good plan. Without these, without having a clear set of measurable objectives, it is impossible for you to create a coherent strategy, a coherent plan. In other words, by definition, the objectives determine the plan that we play. If we don't know what the goal of the game is, good luck trying to make a good plan. And I like to say this all the time, but the game is won or lost in the plan on almost all cases. In fact, quote by Bear Bryant here says that I'll beat you with my team in the first half, then we'll switch teams and I'll beat you with your team in the second half. Which means what? Which means that it wasn't necessarily the team members of the team that determined the success of the team, but instead it was the plan, it was the coaching, it was the strategy behind those team members that ultimately determined the success. And also remember that not having a plan is also a plan, just a very bad one. Okay, so number one, you want to have trackable instant feedback objectives, which are absolutely essential, right? If you look at any game of football, it is very clear when someone scores, right? You get a goal, you get the soccer ball in the net, goal, perfect. You also know exactly what the score is. So let's talk about a few things here. Number one, the game objective must be clear. Most students have absolutely no idea what they're trying to achieve. Especially IB students, they're like, yeah, I want to get a 7. Yeah, I want to get this good score. Yeah, I want to build this essay. Yeah, I want to do this, this, and this. But they never actually sit down and write a quantifiable plan or a quantifiable objective of what they're going to achieve. So if there's one thing you take away from this, make it very clear what your end goal is, because this allows you to set goals and then see where you're at. The reason why I see this, and this was my thinking and what happened to me, is that it gives you a quantifiable excuse to not keep yourself accountable. In other words, if you end up failing or you don't reach this goal, it does not allow you to punish yourself. You don't know if you made it or not, all right? And that's why a lot of students avoid, and myself included, like I used to avoid setting goals and setting clear objectives because I did not want to fail. By setting an objective, you by definition set yourself up for failure. But the other thing you also do is you set yourself up for success. If you never make clear objectives, you're never going to know when you made it, especially in the IB Diploma, because you can have goals for a 7. You can start off and say, yeah, I'm going to get a 45. But halfway through that, life kicks in, XYZ kicks in, XYZ EC kicks in, something else happens, and you no longer have the incentive, and the goal just falls off, okay? Don't let that happen to yourself. So let's say, again, Magic Wand here. Magic Wand, let's say you had to make objectives of what you want to achieve. Well, research shows that you are actually 20 to 40% more likely to achieve your goal simply by writing it down. Okay, this was Mark Murphy from Forbes, as well as the research done by Brendan Burchard, the importance of clarity. So I urge you right now to avoid these non-clear objectives and instead make a very clear objective. So an example of this would be getting good grades. Okay, a lot of students who, in fact, I get this all the time through my emails and my DMs. Students asking me, oh, I need tips in XYZ. Oh, I'm wondering how to get a good grade. Oh, I want to do well in my next exam. How do I not screw up the IB? I get all these very vague, tangentially related questions. It's very clear to me that there's absolutely no clarity behind that. Okay, that is not where you want to be. If you want to send me an email and actually want me to respond, or if you want to get success in your own life, listen very carefully right here, because you want to make your objective as clear as possible. The best emails I get and the best messages on my Instagram I get, which by the way, you can go ahead and follow me at Joaquin_Ravello, but the best messages I get on my Instagram are when students ask me, hey, I want to achieve a level 7. I want to achieve this goal. I need to get 50 out of 16 points in my physics HL on topic 3. I'm struggling with this thing. How do you suggest I study this very niche concept? Okay, those are questions I want to respond to. So just a tidbit from my own experience. And I used to get this all the time, not only in the IB Diploma, but also in the World Scholars Cup, which was the debate competition I helped students out with before the IB, where I get questions like, oh, what tips do you have? Oh, what's your tip? What do you think about this? And it's just very vague. I can say basically anything. It's not specific, all right? So the first thing you got to do, make it very clear. Let's have clear objectives, please. So an example of a more clear objective would be to get predicted 45 in subjects XYZ by September. This is much better of a goal rather than saying, oh, I want to get good grades. All right, so please keep that in mind. Number 1 is clear. Number 2, instant feedback. You need to be able to get instant feedback from whether or not you're doing the action points every single day. Okay, this is why I strongly suggest you make your goal a daily action. Instead of the goal being something like, oh, I want to get a 45, which is a great goal. In fact, that should be your goal. But once you have that final goal, break it down into smaller goals every single day. So for example, today I'm going to spend 3 hours doing XYZ part of the question bank. All right, I'm going to spend 3 hours doing past paper questions on Math HL in the induction section, for example. This allows you to get instant feedback, and it's those daily action points that can then be instantly gamified. All right, otherwise you don't know what's going on. And this is one of the biggest things about school that I think a lot of students find very displeasing, and it's just disorienting for most students, is that the amount of time it takes you from doing an activity and actually getting feedback of that activity is way too long. All right, if you look at the last time you did a test, let's say you studied for the test on the beginning of January, All right, and then the test date is, let's say it's mocks, right? So the second week of January, January 15th, and then you don't actually get your results back for your mocks until the middle of February, meaning that the result of success, or whether or not you made it or not, comes by the middle of February when the work you put was at the beginning of January. All right, this is the problem that most students fall into, where the amount of time it takes them from taking action to actually seeing the outcome of that action, it's way too long. Now, in order to become successful in your ECs and really achieving extraordinary things with your university application itself, you need to develop the skill of resisting immediate gratification and being able to wait a longer period of time for a delayed reward. Okay, that's a skill in and of itself. But if you're waiting months in order to see the outcome of a thing that you did today, it makes it very difficult to gamify. So instead of waiting months to see the outcome of your results, I'd rather you make the result itself, the fact that you completed XYZ amount of action points that can be done in one day, and then benching yourself based on that rather than the end outcome itself, at least on a day-to-day basis, right? So going back here, for example, I started for a test, takes me 30 days. There is no instant feedback. So do not fall for this trap. This is why school doesn't feel like a game for most students. This is why school for most students just feels kind of bland. It feels kind of meh. It's because there's no anticipation. There's no fire behind it, right? Imagine if Messi went for the World Cup and nobody knows what the score was, and then we have to all wait 60 days after. It would be boring. Like, there would be no anticipation. It would just be like, we gotta wait now. Like, let's just see what's up right now. All right. So that's number 2, instant feedback. And then number 3 is trackable. There must be a measurable metric attached to the objective where you can get quantifiable results. Okay. There has to be a way to turn it into a number. Now, if you're stuck and say, XYZ task that I'm doing is very difficult to quantify. No, it's not, because you can always use the stopwatch method. All right, I've been doing this ever since I was like 14, 15 years old, where I would always track the amount of time I spent on my most important priorities per day. So for example, if I had a math test coming up later in the week, I would write down exactly what my objective was for that math test. So to get a level 7, for example, and then I would track and try to reach a certain number of past paper questions done or just time spent studying, and go ahead and overachieve that goal and then do that consistently. That was the game that I played, and it allowed me to really gamify school and then achieve extraordinary results with my 45 at the end. Okay, so make it a priority every single day to write down what your score is on your stopwatch. There's also tons of other ways to do this. Actually, if you look at one of my previous videos, you can see that I was actually doing this on the wall, as you can see right here, where every single day I would wake up and track my metrics, track the most important things. Now, if you want to know the tracking system that I used when I was in the IB Diploma and applying to top universities, this is it right here. This is extraordinarily valuable because I used it to achieve so many of my goals while doing the IB Diploma and while applying to these top universities, and you're going to get it for free. I call this the golden goose opportunity, and more specifically, the analogy I like to use is that of a rocket. All right, let's say you are a rocket, you're going up into space. You must have some type of navigation system to keep you on track, right? If you've done any sort of aerospace engineering, you know that the most difficult thing for a rocket to do is to stay completely on its course. Otherwise, you get certain amounts of drags, you get certain amount of forces, you get certain amount of even like internal swishing, like sometimes things melt inside the rocket, which causes it to go back and forth. And as a result, if there's any form of just instability, boom, the rocket falls off and oftentimes doesn't make it, explodes, etc. So this right here is your guiding system. This right here is that navigation tool that keeps you on track. Or at least that's the analogy I like to use when it comes to this. It's this right here. All right, so it's this spreadsheet. In fact, I'm using this right now. I was able to digitize it, which I use in the Training Academy. So if you want a digital version of this, you can go ahead to the Training Academy. So this was the version that I used in high school, which was with the Excel document, as you can see right here. And I'm still using the exact same system, meaning that every single day I go ahead, I track this, I see my results, I see how I'm growing, I see where I might have stumbled. I track my most important metrics here, my most important Grizzly ones, as I like to call it, my habits that I'm working on. You find all of this as well as a video explanation on exactly how to use this when you type in the Easter egg code GyRO23. All right, so that's GyRO23 with a capital G, all one word, at grizzly.com/salmon. You're going to absolutely love this Easter egg. In fact, let me tell you someone who was able to completely gamify her IB experience. This was, of course, Vicky. She said, after testimonial. I'm incredibly grateful to have gotten the opportunity to know you over the past few years. I learned how to gamify study and prioritize my highest value tasks while saying no to the ECs that drain my time. All right, excellent. So let's say you want to complete 50 points of past paper questions every single day. You can open up a document and then track that as well. So the entire idea behind this is whatever goal you want to achieve in the IB Diploma, find a way to turn it into daily trackable metrics for you to measure, and then quantify it. Set a goal every single day, attach a point number if you want between that. In fact, that's what I do in the spreadsheet. Attach points between that, and then gamify it so that every single day you wake up and you try to beat that score. Okay, so for example, the objective of the game could be to complete 50 points of past paper questions every single day. Therefore, in order to beat the game, you have to achieve this objective of completing 50 past paper questions per day. This would be equivalent to scoring a goal in football. Okay, so number one is to make it clear. Why is this clear? Because it's very clear as to whether or not I did 50 or I did not. Number two, you get instant feedback because by the end of the day, you know exactly whether or not you achieved this because you look at your sheet and you say, all right, I did 50 or I didn't. So you get instant feedback if you got successful or if you did not. And then point number three is that it's extraordinarily trackable. I can see this on my paper. I can see it very carefully. I can see whether or not I did or not. It's not vague. It's not up in the air. It's quantifiable. It's a quantifiable metric that I can use to track my success in this game. And that's exactly what you want. Okay, so that's number one, having trackable instant feedback objectives. Number two is having a clear set of rules. Now, the mindset shift that I mentioned, and I mentioned this right at the beginning of the video, is that the game is rigged and you've been playing by rules that do not exist. All right, let me explain a little bit more what I mean by this and how you can implement this to ultimately get success in the IB Diploma. And basically, this is what I did. This was the mindset shift that I had during high school. Okay, I love playing games where I have an unfair advantage. All right, imagine if you were playing a game where the rules were rigged in your favor. Okay, that's a game that, I don't know about you, but that's a game that I want to play. If I was playing chess and instead of having the normal, 16 pieces, I want to say, instead of having the normal 16 pieces, I had an extra queen. All right, imagine I had an extra queen. That would be a very unfair game and it would be a huge advantage and probably very difficult for me to not win. So the IB Diploma has a few very obvious rules that you have to stay in line with. All right, number one, always tell the truth, academic honesty. Number two, exam/IA due dates. Number three, school rules /deadlines, being ethical, all that type of stuff. 100% please do this. Do not in any shape or form ever consider breaking this. But this is the mindset shift. You can also play by your own rules. All right, let me explain what I mean by this. Imagine if your rules were the following. Okay, I would sleep 8 hours a day. I would study 4 hours a day. I would have 1 day a week without the IB Diploma. I would study only once. I understood that studying only begins once I start doing past paper questions. I spent the bus time studying and I had no distractions while working, and on and on and on. Imagine if these were the rules that we were playing with, and you would be punished in the exact same way that if you broke one of these rules. Okay, so just think about that for a second. Imagine these were the rules that you were playing by. And if you broke one of these, you would be punished severely in the exact same way that someone who had the previous rules that I showed on the previous slide. Okay, I like to call this the theory of constraint. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but ultimately we justify how long we work based on the limits we set up in our own mind, right? This goes back to Parkinson's law, which I mentioned. So ultimately, when it comes to setting these rules, it is you who gets to decide what those constraints are. You get to decide the limits that you set onto your own mind and how you play within it. So by setting those rules and keeping yourself accountable to those rules, that gives you a massive advantage because you are playing by different rules than everybody else. End of story. Okay, that's number two, rules. Number three, let's talk briefly about the scoreboard, the competition, the refs, the accountability, etc. For this, start very simple. Okay, so I urge you to pick maybe 1 to 2 rules and then keep yourself accountable with these. Okay, so that's it. So you have an objective of the game and then you have rules to go alongside that game. One of these rules must be that you have to study 4 hours or you have to get at least 8 hours of sleep. Pick one of these, keep yourself accountable to it, and then play by your own rules. Meaning what? Meaning that if you don't make it, punish yourself. You want to punish yourself if you don't make it. This is where having an accountability partner is absolutely crucial. The reason why is because if you have an accountability partner, and let's say your accountability partner screws up, you're the person who keeps them accountable. So you go up to them and they're like, hey, that's not like you lost, like wrong. You lost the game, you're losing points, and then you can keep them accountable. On the flip side, if you screw up, they keep yourself accountable. So this right here has been one of the biggest game changers in my own life. I have my own accountability partner here, Andy Jang at UPenn. Long story short, having someone you speak with on a consistent basis that keeps you accountable with the goals and the habits and the metrics you're trying to track, you gain a severe advantage over everyone else who is lacking that. And this is one of the biggest things I see with students who are not as successful, where they have these goals to get into this top university, they have these goals to get a 45, but they say they want to do it, but when the rubber meets the road and they feel like procrastinating, they give in because they have no backbone. All right, by having someone else help you out, by having someone else keep you accountable, maybe it's your brother or sister, maybe it's your mom or dad, maybe it's a friend, or maybe it's myself. By having someone else keep you accountable, you are significantly more likely to do it because you have that backbone. You know that somebody else is watching you, and if you don't do it, you will be punished. This is why a lot of this talk that I see online these days or at school is like, oh, it's okay, you did your best. This is wrong, because if your best is not as good as what is required, if your best is worse than what is required, you will fail 100% of the time. Why? Because you didn't do what was required. Now, this is just something that is prevalent in our culture today. It's called the epidemic of niceness, where we are way too nice, and not nice in like, we got to be like jackasses all of a sudden, but the niceness and the fact that we lack proper standards. All right, so you don't have to be an asshole. That's not what I'm saying. But instead, when one of your friends is lacking, instead of being, oh, it's okay, you're trying your best, say, hey, what are you doing? Come on, you have to stay consistent. Like, come on, let's go. Let's raise the standards. And I feel like so many students, especially in like just high school students, have absolutely no standards for other people and have absolutely no standards for themselves. So this comes down to having standards for yourself as to what type of life you will tolerate, what type of attitudes you'll tolerate from other people, and what other attitudes you're going to tolerate from yourself. Whether or not you're that high achieving student or not, it comes down to what you choose to tolerate in your own life. This is why bets are my favorite form of necessity. I showed you my story here with Get Productive Alpha, which I'll talk about in detail in another time. Again, don't do anything stupid with this, but I just found that having bets adds onto that necessity, adds onto that accountability, and has someone else watching over you. All right, so let me tell you someone who went all in with this strategy, made a bet. It was Han Chi right here, as she mentioned in her testimonial, as well as Nashawn and Sam Purcell as well. I don't have him here, but I remember making a bet with him that he wasn't going to get a perfect score on his test, and he actually ended up achieving it. So congrats to those people. Anyways, gamify here the IB. Number 1, make it trackable. Number 2, have clear rules. And then number 3, have a clear scoreboard, competition, refs, and accountability. All right, scoreboard is how you're going to go about tracking your game. Have it clear, have it in a place where you can see it every single day. Maybe it's on your wall. I have something here in my wall where every single day when I complete my habits, I put a big X next to it so I know that I'm making progress. And that keeps me motivated, that keeps me clear, and that makes it very obvious whether or not I'm achieving my goals or, God forbid, falling behind. So now let me talk about my own IB journey. What stats, habits, and disciplines that I track for my own IB 45 success. In fact, I have them right here. But before I reveal to you what these are, I want to emphasize why this is so important. Why is it so important to have good habits, good fundamentals, and how did I make the most out of this in the IB diploma that ultimately led me to get that 45? Okay, let me explain to you right here. Having good habits gives you a massive advantage. The reason why this is the case, as I mentioned earlier, is because we live in a distracted generation. But another way to put this is that our generation is the most undisciplined ever. We are the most distracted generation, and by we, I mean Gen Zs are the most distracted generation. It is very difficult for us to sit down and do anything for a prolonged period of time, especially these critical habits that are crucial for our success. And because of that, you must take advantage of this. This is how you're going to win, by taking advantage of the fact that everybody else is distracted, is undisciplined, and is not even trying. This is why I say all the time that if you do what everyone else does, you're going to get the mass majority results, because the mass majority results get basically a 0. The average score in the IB diploma was, I believe, a 29 or 30 or 31, somewhere in that range. Don't fall for average. Instead, take advantage of the fact that our generation is the most undisciplined ever and become the most disciplined version of yourself. And I promise you, you're going to get much further ahead than the competition. All right. Now, why habits? Why of everything is habits the key thing that I want to emphasize right here, and that I found that made the biggest difference in my own life, as well as the hundreds of students I worked with in the past, is because you need to find a way to take massive action. All right, this is just what it takes to get results, either in SAT, in the IB diploma, in your uni app, etc. So there's 2 different ways to do this. All right, number 1 is you do a large burst. Okay, this is what we've been told to believe. Like, people pull all-nighters and they somehow pull it off. You can do that way. You can definitely pull these large bursts of action, or you can take discipline action. I mean, instead of spending all your effort or all that time at once, you can break that up into smaller periods and then spread it out over a prolonged period of time. Now, the reason why I urge doing habits instead is because this guarantees a larger accumulated amount of time spent working. You also unlock something that Darren Hardy refers to as the compound effect, which is basically that every single day that you spend working on something, the sum of that actually gives you outsized returns than if you were to do them all at 1 hour. And the reason why that's the case is because you have periods of time between the habits that you do to just think about it, to have like background processing. So you unlock your subconscious for a lot of the actual results of the habit to take hold. Number 3 is that it allows you to become more creative. It's also healthier for yourself and for your mental health rather than pulling in all these all-nighters. And then number 5, and I'll talk about this concept at the end of the video, it helps you build momentum. So ultimately, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. This by far is one of my favorite quotes. And John Maxwell actually reiterates it as well, where the secret of your success is found in your daily routine. And then Jim Rohn as well states that discipline gets you started. Habits is what keeps you going. So in short, it is critical for you to set good habits relating to the IB diploma and then execute on those consistently. All right. Now you might be wondering, okay, Joaquin, I understand that I got to set these good habits. How do I go about doing that? Okay. How do I do that specifically for myself in the IB diploma? What habits do you suggest I do? How do I go about doing it? Okay. Let me answer all those questions very simply right here. Okay. Understand the first few things. Okay. This is how to set habits. Understand the first thing to setting a habit. It can take anywhere from 18 to 254 days for a person to form a new habit. All right. The general consensus that I was told my entire life is that it takes 21 days to form new habits, 3 weeks. I think it takes a little bit longer based on my own experience. So I allocate typically like 4 weeks, 5 weeks until I truly build that habit, but depends on the habit, depends on the person. Spanish proverb says that habits are first cobwebs, then they turn thick as cables. And this right here is likely a mistake you're making and it's costing you big time. Okay, when it relates to habits, this was a big epiphany for myself. And it was that I need motivation to do my habits. Okay, this is not the most effective. Like, sure, you can use motivation to do your habits, but in my own experience with students and in my own life, especially in the IB diploma, I found that if you utilize motivation to springboard yourself into doing your habits, it will almost always fail. I've almost never seen it succeed. With the students that I'm thinking of, this almost never succeeds when they use pure motivation and pure willpower to complete their habits every single day. It is possible, but it is a more challenging route to go down because you have to train up your willpower and you have to train yourself to be able to do things even when you don't feel like it. But if you're able to somehow pull this off, that is excellent. That is a great strategy. That is, by all means, you have incredible inner strength, but it is not the only way to set habits. In fact, I prefer going this way because it is much easier and guarantees success significantly more than always trying to will yourself to do the habit even when you don't feel like it. The reason why I say this is because willpower lies in this part of the brain, right? It's the conscious decisions. But habits do not require willpower. Fundamentally, the reason why you're doing a habit is so your body can automate the system and you don't even have to think about it, right? You do it without even thinking. That's what a habit is. So you want to get to the point where you're automating that system, meaning your robot brain takes over and executes the habit without thinking. As I mentioned before, a habit that always requires willpower / motivation is not a habit by definition. So what typically ends up happening, and this is what I've realized in my own life with this, is that first of all, you start off by being conscious with your willpower. You're doing the habit consistently. You're consciously forcing yourself to do it. And then eventually there's a tipping point. That tipping point occurs when the habit you want to build starts to become automatic. You start to do it without even thinking. That right there, my friends, is the tipping point you want to get to. Because once you reach that tipping point, the habit almost always solidifies. And the reason why it solidifies is because it gets transferred away from the conscious part to the subconscious part of your body, to the subconscious part of your brain. And that's where you no longer need willpower. Okay, subconscious willpower. You start to do it without repeat. So using willpower can be an excellent short-term strategy to build up the amount of repetitions that are required for the habit to solidify. But understand that over the long term, consistently relying on willpower will drain you. So as you can see right here, you're going from the more smart, sophisticated part of your brain to the robotic aspect of your brain. And ultimately, Jerry fails to build this automatic system and never leaves here because he hasn't done enough iterations to ultimately get out of that willpower state and move into the subconscious robotic state that I want you to get into. Okay, so how exactly do you do this? How do you avoid what Jerry does, and how do you get into that subconscious part of your brain? I'm glad you asked. Let's get into that right now. This right here is the Grizzly mindset, where disciplined action is required to build the habit surrounding the habit so that zero willpower will be needed. In other words, you use disciplined action to build the system around the habit so that eventually zero willpower is required. That, my friends, is a strategy that I use, and I was able to build tons of great habits in high school. It was by this right here, setting up the system required in order for me to stick with the habit for the long term. And the reason why I was able to do that is because I built the system so that I needed zero willpower. Zero willpower. Okay? So ultimately, Bjorn takes action in a repeatable, predictable pattern that allows him to move out of the conscious willpower state and onto the subconscious willpower state. All right, as Jim Rohn says, discipline gets you started, habits keeps you going. So it's that discipline, that willpower that will get you started. But eventually you want to build a system around your life so that even when you don't have the discipline to do it, or even when you don't feel like doing it, you do it nonetheless. Now, my confession with this, and this is just a warning about habits. I love it when my competition has what are known as crutches. What I mean by this is that you have a crutch and you feel like if you don't do XYZ habit, you're going to be at a severe disadvantage. All right. So this is just a warning when it comes to habits. A few things that I used to tell myself is, for example, if I don't recover, I'll be unproductive, tired, burned out. If I take time off, then I'm finally going to get my life together. I need to go on Corey Rock to find peaceful meditation. I need to wake up early to be ultra productive. All of these are crutches in the sense that if I felt as if I didn't do them, I would, for whatever reason, be unable to get the job done. That is false. Okay. False. And the reason why that is false is because regardless of what the situation might be, it is imperative for you to take action anyways. Okay, so there's going to be days where you screw up on your habits, but it is up to you to continue executing regardless, continue to work on your essays, continue to work on your EEs, continue to work on doing as many past paper questions as you possibly can, your ECs, all that type of stuff, to continue to do that even when you don't feel like it. Okay, and I'll explain a little bit more about managing your emotions at the end. I got tons of excellent strategies behind that, which I'm going to get to in just a second. So yes, Bjorn Novello, you wise, handsome, good-looking, good-smelling fellow nomad you see. I already know that this is happening. How do I take advantage of it? How do I take advantage of these good habits that I know I have in my own life? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this right here is the easiest way to build your habits. It's by changing your identity. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but I'm going to frame it in terms of habits. Okay, we talked about the 45 identity, which is you're disciplined, you deeply understand content, you get 7s on all your subjects. Well, let's build evidence to support that identity. We talked about earlier how we're going to take action ASAP to support that. Then you continue to do that for a long time, and eventually that's going to build out your identity. You can also ask yourself, what would X do in this situation? As I mentioned earlier, what would wise 95-year-old Joaquin do in this situation? Or what would myself do in this situation? What would a 45 student do in this situation? What would a Grizzly do of this situation? Now, you have to be very careful of I am statements. Okay, what I mean by this is that these are by far the rawest determiner of identity. You can instantly identify how someone thinks of themselves. You can instantly understand their identity based on the I am statements they use. If they tell themselves, hey, I am a high achieving student, I am a 45 student, you know that it is very likely that their identity is tied to those statements. So think about your own life. Is there any times in your own life where you say statements such as I am? And what follows after that? Are those I am statements helping you grow, or are they helping you push down? So just be very careful of that. Just be aware of it. All right, now let's talk about building the system itself, the habit system you need so that these habits eventually become automatic. All right, the example I'm going to use is past paper study. All right, let's say I want to study for 1.5 hours per day. Small goal, but you can start your habits small and build from there. Let's talk about step-by-step how to build any habit. Okay, number one is to pick your strategy. Issue with most students that I notice is that they pick their habits based on the completely wrong strategy. Now, I've come to realize that there are 2 key strategies here that you can pick, and it's really a balancing act between wanting immediate results versus habit longevity. Meaning there's a lot of habits that most students that I see start that are pretty insane, right? They want to study 4 hours every single day, 5 hours every single day. They want to absolutely remove everything and just get immediate results. Now, that is one strategy, and that can work. But oftentimes when you pick that strategy, you end up sacrificing habit longevity because it is very difficult for most students to sustain those habits for a long period of time, especially if you haven't deleted anything else in your life. Okay, and I'll talk about that in just a second. But you can think of this similar. The analogy I like to use is that of a country's economy, where if you've done economics, this should make sense. You have the LRAS curve, you have the SRAS curve, the supply curve, the long run aggregate supply. So if you get a short-term increase in supply, oftentimes what follows with that is a decrease in supply because a country prioritizes immediate results. It can't sustain that for the long term and eventually shrinks back. When on the flip side, if that country increases, instead the long run aggregate supply, it is able to produce more goods and therefore sustain that production of goods for a longer period of time. Okay, that was just an economics analogy. If that didn't make much sense, don't worry about it. The point is that you want to pick a strategy here between getting immediate results and setting yourself up for sustainable results for the future. Okay, so there's really two strategies here. So pick the one that you think is best. The strategy number one is massive action strategy. All right, and I introduce you to this graph right here, which is my two approaches to building habits. Okay, so if you want to start by getting immediate results, which by the way, if you're watching this video and you want results as fast as possible, I urge you to start with this strategy first. Okay, and given that, I want you to get results as fast as possible because again, if you get results as fast as possible, you're much more likely to join Grizzly Elite and help me out with my mission. But if you end up choosing this strategy, I urge you to start by taking as much action as you possibly can. So that starts on the left-hand side where we're spending, let's say, 3 hours and a bit going all in with our habit. But understand that this right here is not sustainable because what ends up happening is eventually after a few days, a few weeks, life is going to start to kick in and it's going to become incredibly more difficult for you to sustain that level of immediate results for a prolonged period of time. Okay, simply because your schedule, without radically changing your schedule, it is very difficult to go ahead and add massive change. Most students fall into the trap of just adding way too much. They add, but they don't end up deleting anything. Unfortunately, just by basic math, you don't have the amount of time in your day if you're going to continue to do the stuff you've been doing before and add more things on top. Therefore, it is imperative that you delete things first before you add stuff in. But nonetheless, if you want to go ahead, add in big change, add in like a 3-hour habit that you want to execute, you first start off by taking massive action, and then you eventually reach what I like to call the downside valley, which is still part of strategy number one, but eventually you're going to turn back that habit. So quick typo right here, but this is strategy number two, which is where you start the habit on the downsize valley. I mean, you start very small and you slowly build that up over a prolonged period of time. So the two strategies, recapping very quickly, you either start super big. So let's say like something insane, like I'm going to spend 3 hours every single day doing question bank when I was doing 0 before. I'm going to do 3 hours. So jump from 0 to 3 hours. I'm going to turn that into a habit and I'm going to absolutely kick ass. Okay, you can start that habit, but eventually you're going to realize that your schedule has to adapt to that change. So even though you start with the 3 hours, what I suggest is you do that, get results as quickly as possible, and then turn down the habit, but continue to do the habit. Like you never want to stop the habit. That's the biggest takeaway here. You never want to just absolutely stop the habit. You want to maybe turn it down a little bit, do a little bit less, go in the downside valley, and then slowly build it up from there until you eventually reach that 3-hour point again in a few months' time. So that's strategy number one. Strategy number two is you start directly in the downside valley with a very small habit, and then you slowly build up. You get to choose which one of these two strategies you want. These right here are the pros and cons if you want to pause the video and think about it yourself with what you want to achieve. But ultimately, the mindset shift here is that the value of a habit, and hopefully you picked up on this, the value of the habit comes from doing it for an extended period of time. And it's the habit itself, it's the discipline of doing the habit, which is the part that really matters. Because the discipline itself, if you have that ingrained into your calendar, you can very simply scale that up without losing consistency. And that right there is the key point, where even if the habit is tiny, even if it's something like 5 minutes of doing a past paper question, like make the habit super simple, that is impossible for you to fail. For example, make the habit something like, I'm going to do one past paper question every single day. Can you do that? You probably could. If I was to tell you just do one past paper question every single day, you can probably do that. And then you get the discipline going of doing that one past paper question. And then once the discipline is built, once that base is there, you can slowly start to increase that to 2, 3, 10, 15, 30, and just continue to go up from there. Okay. The entire idea here is that you eventually downscale the habit to build longevity before scaling it back up. And with this mindset shift, this is why I love starting off with habits that are less than 5 minutes. Okay. So this is the downsize valley strat number 2. And as you can see right here, it's like starting on this part of the curve. A very good example of how I did this in my own life when I was in the IB Diploma was by working out. Okay. As I mentioned before, I was able to put on a lot of muscle in the bulk that I did. Starting off, I went from 130 to 165 in just a year and a bit. So pretty impressive, just newbie gains right there. But I started off this habit by just doing 5 minutes of push-ups. So every single day, instead of going to the gym and doing a full workout, I would just go to the gym, do my 5 minutes of push-ups. So I'd maybe do a minute of push-up, take a rest, drink some water, then do another minute of push-ups. So do 5 minutes of push-ups in total, and then get out of there. So I change into my clothes, be completely ready, go to the gym, do my 5 minutes of push-up, and then dip. All right. That was crucial for my longevity of this habit. Why? Because it simply built the discipline of going to the gym to begin with. And then after that, I slowly started adding the routine. And then in just a few months' time, I was doing full routine without fail because I had the habit of just going to the gym built into my calendar, and I could then accommodate for changes based on the fact that I already had the habit in place. So the mindset shift here is that what would you do differently if you had to build a habit with the intention of doing it for 10 years? So if you had to stretch your time horizon, all right, we want to stretch this out as far as possible. How would you build your habits if you had to do them for at least 10 years? How would you approach it? How would that habit building process change, given that it has to succeed for 10 years straight? All right. So if we go back to our past paper question, habit, not the SAT question. Let's say we want to go ahead and use this strategy, action point number 1 of taking massive action, which is what happens when let's say you have no momentum or you have little to no good habits and your results are imminently desired. Let's take massive action. This is the strategy that we pick in this example. Okay. So we start on this top left-hand side of the curve. The second thing you do once you've picked your strategy. So we picked our strategy, which was this one right here, doing the massive action first. So here on the left-hand side of the curve, the second part of the strategy is to schedule this in and then remove all the content, all the stuff that you're doing, all the video game wasting, all the social media, remove everything from your day that does not matter. Okay, so you got to cut things out from your day before you can add things in. That's the only way you're going to be able to sustainably do this. Otherwise, the math does not work. If you have 24 hours in a day, you can't add 3 hours of doing past paper question and reach 27 hours per day. That just does not work. So we start off here by picking a consistent time to work on our habit. And then the mindset shift here is, as I mentioned before, you all want to ask yourself, what bad habit do I have to delete before you add this new one? 9 times out of 10, it comes with the students that I worked with. There's typically some type of inefficiency during the day where they're wasting time on social media, or they're wasting like 20 minutes scrolling, or they're playing some stupid video game, or whatever the case may be. There's just time that's being wasted. Okay, that from my experience, maybe like 8 out of 10 times is just the first thing that I suggest students do. Go ahead, cut that out of your life so that you now have this period of time in your day where you can start to do the habit. If you, for whatever reason, are already extraordinarily productive in the sense that you don't check social media, you don't do any of that, which, by the way, even if you think that's true, it might not be true until you actually have data, until you've tracked it, you've written down on a piece of paper exactly what you do every single day, and you have your calendar. Unless that is 100% true, you can start to ask yourself, okay, of the tasks that I'm doing right now in my calendar, which ones are more important, i.e. a higher priority, and which ones are a lesser priority than my habit. The ones that are a smaller priority, it just comes to having the discipline to say no. It comes down to having the discipline to cut those away from your task. Because you gotta understand that most people live their life feeling incredibly busy. They feel busy. They have Parkinson's law because the way the day naturally unfolds is that even if they have to complete XYZ things, it's going to take the entire day. And I cannot tell you how many times I've seen this. So students have SAT tests, they have their IB mocks, uni apps, extracurriculars, parents, school support, all this stuff playing in. They also have video games to do. So ask yourself, okay, of all this type of stuff, what can I start by removing? I strongly suggest you remove this first before moving on. Okay, so go ahead, remove that. Now let's talk briefly about habit chaining, which is how we can actually schedule this into our own life. It's very simple to do, and once you do it, I promise you, you will never look at the way you set habits again. It comes down to this concept right here. Let's say I arrive home. Okay, habit number 1 is I arrive home. What are the habits you do immediately when you arrive home? Well, the first thing you do is you probably take off your shoes. Then you go and maybe you get a drink of water. Or then after that, you go and you wash your hands. Maybe you go to the washroom. You take off your jacket, you put your clothes away, maybe you change, maybe you put your bag somewhere else. These are habits that you do without even realizing as soon as you get back home. So this is a perfect example where you can chain this extra habit to the end of that. So let's say you want to have a habit of doing an hour and a half of past paper question. Chain it so that when you get back home, you go through your normal routine, and then at the end of that routine, you just add this habit in. So if your routine is you get back home, you then change, you then put your bag in your room. Make it so that after you put your bag in your room, you go to your study spot, you sit down, and you start working immediately without fail. Okay, so that would be called habit chaining because you are adding to the already successful flow of habits. I also like to call these critical choices during the day, meaning that we have these key choices in the day where if we make a good choice, it will oftentimes determine the next few hours of productivity. So for example, if I arrive home and instead of going up and studying, I go to the couch and I waste time on TikTok or I waste time on social media, it is very likely that the next few hours are going to fall into that pattern of wasting time. All right, I'll talk about this in just a second, but it all comes in play, especially when it comes to habit chaining. So here are a few examples of when to chain habits: when you wake up, when you arrive to school, when you arrive home, and after any other habits that you do. It's a perfect time. Maybe after you brush your teeth, it's a perfect time to chain your habits. And this leads me to the critical choices, or the key choices, or the power choices, as I like to call them. And if you were to actually graph this out, this is basically how it ends up going, where you arrive back home and let's say you get distracted, you go on your phone, start watching TikTok or start watching YouTube, or just begin to waste your time. The probability that you're going to start to do something productive after that begins to decrease as the time goes on. So it is very important to, at the junction, make the right choice. That right there, my friends, is a power choice. So as soon as you get home from school, don't check your phone and spend an hour and a half doing that. Instead, cross that out and start studying past paper questions, because it's likely that once you start doing your first past paper questions, you will stay in that rhythm of doing it over and over and over and over again. Now, you don't have to tell yourself you're going to do an hour and a half. In fact, I don't suggest you do that, especially to begin with. Instead, tell yourself I'm going to do 5 minutes. All right, so sit down, do 5 minutes of past paper question, and then tell yourself, okay, I'm going to do another 5 minutes, then another 5 minutes, then another 5 minutes. And then once you reach a state of flow, you will not want to stop. All right, now let's move on to scheduling and removing these bad habits. Okay, how do we go about eliminating these bad habits that are pulling you away from achieving your IB potential? As we talked about with the distractions in the previous part of the video, you want to identify what I like to call these habit triggers, which is the siren's call. Meaning at one point in the habit queue, are you going to fall for these bad habits and these triggers? And by the way, I learned this part right here of the habit loop from the book Atomic Habits. So go ahead and read that book. Excellent book. But ultimately, there's a 4-step process here where you have that cue, and then that leads you to executing the bad habit. So that cue could be something like the siren's call. Right? You get back home, maybe it's a certain place, maybe it's a certain location, maybe it's certain people you're around, maybe it's certain emotions during the day where you feel like going and doing the bad habit. All right, this is a habit trigger, as I like to call it. It is up to you to identify what these habit triggers are and eliminate them. And as I mentioned before, it's always easier to avoid temptation than it is to resist it. And you want to make these triggers themselves as difficult, if not impossible, to do. Why? Because your body, from an evolutionary perspective, wants to take the path of least resistance. Meaning that if you add barriers, it makes it very difficult for you to go about doing those things, because you have barriers and it expends calories, and your body would rather be lazy than go through those barriers. So I urge you, if you want to remove a habit, add as many barriers as you possibly can. Make it difficult, if not impossible, to eliminate from getting distracted. Now let's talk about a few examples here, okay? How do you go about eliminating those triggers from your routines? All right, so I'm going to give you the example here of Clash Royale. I talked about that habit trigger in my own life that I had back when I was taking the IB Diploma. It was mainly a time/schedule trigger, where in the morning I would go onto the bus and I would just feel bored, and then I'd start playing. Like, that's basically what it was. Another thing that was a big trigger was emotions. I was tired. I didn't want to work. I just wanted to go and waste my time and just burn off some mental willpower. That was another reason why I ended up playing this game way too much. So I found ways to just eliminate those habits, eliminate those triggers. So in the morning, I couldn't play. On the bus, I couldn't play. I added this guy right here, screen time, so that it was impossible. Like, the phone did not turn on the app when I was on the bus, which is very good. And then emotions, tired, that one I let it slip. Okay? You can either train this out, or you find a good habit to substitute it. Myself, given that I was basically tired by Friday evening anyways, that was basically the time during the week where I just felt pretty exhausted based on the week that happened. That was the time also during the week where I hang out with friends and just did something fun. I let myself play some video games during that time of the week. Okay? But in the morning on the bus, when I wanted to do past paper questions, no, I made it impossible for myself to fall to that temptation. Okay, and you can also replace that with a good habit. So let's say you are tired at night. Why don't you just open up a good book and read about that? That can be a very entertaining way instead of going and playing these mindless video games. All right, next, do a clean sweep. If you're someone who loves eating ice cream, for example, and you want to break this ice cream addiction, let's talk about how to remove this. For example, if at night, if it's at the fridge, if you're tired again and you want to relax, these could all be very valid habit triggers that cause you to go ahead, pick up the ice cream, and start to eat. So instead of doing that, next time you go shopping, make it impossible for you to eat ice cream by not buying the ice cream to begin with. Instead of trying to resist the temptation, make it nearly impossible. You can do the exact same thing with social media. Instead of having the app on your phone, make it impossible for you to check social media by removing that app from your phone and making it impossible to do so. All right, the other example I gave here was with social media. If you return from school, that could be a trigger. On the couch, that could be a trigger. Bored, procrastination, that could be a trigger. Tons of different ways to remove it, as I talked about before. Ultimately, another way to do this is by making these triggers instantly painful. I mentioned the story about video games where typically at nighttime from 9 p.m. to 2 in the morning, I was on a comfy chair with friends. I was tired, bored, I wanted to play, I was procrastinating. That was when I started playing video games. So what I did was I moved my computer downstairs. I mentioned this earlier in the video, but I gave myself like this small, uncomfortable chair. I had a very slow computer. I put the computer monitor up on the window, so it was just very annoying to play. All this type of stuff. It was absolutely painful. I made it so I had to only play in the morning from 6 a.m. to 8 in the morning. It's absolutely crazy. It was just so bad. It was pain. It was nothing short of pain, which was exactly what I had to do to break this habit. Okay, the other thing you can do is to make the habit invisible. Okay, research estimates that 80 to 85% of our perception, learning, cognition, and activities are mediated through our vision. So if you don't see the thing, you're probably not going to do the thing. All right. So if you have a bad habit right now that's stopping you from doing these past paper questions or really studying, whatever the case may be, remove it from sight. Just get it out of your sight. Get it out of your vision. Okay. Put this, for example, if you love playing video games, put the console in your mom's closet. Make it so that you have to go and talk to your mom or hide it somewhere or tell her, hey, here's my phone, go hide it somewhere. Make it difficult for you to not only get it, but also for you to be reminded that it exists. This is what I did actually. I used to play, what was it? Forza Horizon. By the way, I love Forza Horizon. Excellent game. But I used to play it way too much on my video games downstairs on the Xbox back when I was, I want to say like 14, 15, somewhere around there. So I actually got the Xbox and I just gave that to my mom. And I'm like, all right, mom, here's the Xbox. Like, I'm done. Like, no more of this. And then I forgot about it straight up. I just could not see the video game. I could not see the console. I had some craving to begin with, but eventually I just forgot the thing existed. Then once deleted, that's when you can go ahead and schedule the good habit, because now you finally have time to do it. I love this quote so much of what gets scheduled gets done. This is why it's absolutely imperative for you to have a working Google calendar or just a calendar in general that you can schedule. It doesn't have to be Google. It could just be an online calendar, but you must have a dynamic calendar that you can use, hopefully through software that you can edit every single day so that you know how you're spending your time, and then schedule in that habit. Start off by picking a consistent time to work on that habit. This is why it is absolutely imperative that you have and use a scheduling software. Then once you have that habit scheduled and you've done it multiple times, you can actually delete it from your schedule. And naturally, when the time arises, you'll execute on the habit because it's being built. In fact, this is based on research right here at UPenn, actually. In other words, Milkman hypothesized that the group with stricter guidelines would build stronger habits. That's not what happened. In reality, when people in that group weren't able to go their designated time, they ended up not going at all. Those in the other group just found another time. 40 weeks later, people in the group that had more flexibility were exercising more often than the others. In other words, once you have a time that you want to execute your habit, get used to breaking that time and being okay with that. Don't be so strict to it, because if you're too rigid, then in cases where you, for whatever reason, the time doesn't work, you fall through. All right, so just keep that in mind. It's a small nuance here. But ultimately, the biggest takeaway, and I talk about this all the time, but your habit must be idiot easy to do. It must be so easy to do that even when you're brain dead, you have to do it, because you need to be ready for the eventual hijack of the caveman Jerry brain. Meaning that if I was absolutely out of it one day and I had no incentive at all to do my habit, would I still do it? And the answer must be yes. You have to train yourself and build up the system. Not even train yourself, but just build up the system in your own life to make it idiot proof, so that you have absolutely no temptation to fall for the bad habit and you overcome all your habit in order to transition to automata. The mindset shift here is that everybody gets hijacked. Even high achievers still get hijacked by the caveman brain, right? If you look at Mike Tyson, when he was not training, he was still getting hijacked occasionally, based on how he looks in this picture, by the caveman brain. And now he's actually been doing very well, getting fit with the fight he recently had. But long story short here, high achievers create stupid, simple routines to stay in accordance to their habits. This is what I did in the IB Diploma. I told myself, okay, if I was to get hijacked and I could not execute this habit, would it still be so easy that I have no choice? I have no choice but to do it. Okay, for example, let's say I want to wake up and go for a run. Put the running shoes next to your bed so that when you get out of bed, your feet touch them and you just start doing them without even thinking. That right there, my friends, is making it idiot proof. The other mindset shift is you want to move furniture around to make it effortless to execute on your habit and avoid bad ones. This was actually a huge takeaway for, I want to say Arden, who I told him, I'm like, yeah, if you want to play the piano, just move the piano to a spot where it's very easy for you to play the piano. That's exactly what he did, and he got excellent results because of it. So if your room is set up like this, for example, and you have the piano on one side of the room and you want to play more of the piano, make it so that the piano is moved in a spot where you have to run into the chair in order to play the piano. Because if the piano is even on the other side of the room and you have to walk to the other side of the room to play the piano, it becomes very difficult to do it. So let's say you want to build the habit of doing past paper questions and do these as much as possible, and really just as much studying as you possibly can. Again, if this is the way that your furniture is currently set up, ask yourself, how can I move around the desk and the furniture so that it becomes inevitable that I fall into this good habit? Okay, the mindset shift here is I want you to look at the work actually that Steve Jobs did in the Apple Store, where he would tilt the screens of the laptop in such an angle. In fact, they have an app that tilts the angle of the screen so that when people come and they see the screen, people notice that the screen is slightly off, which incites them to go touch the device, then move the screen back up, and now they're interacting with the device, which is absolutely genius. But the ultimate takeaway here is that you want to make it so you have to crash into the chair. You want to make it so that you have to actually touch the chair. So you actually have to touch the device. You have to interact with the desk. That makes it significantly more likely that you will sit down and start to do the habit altogether. So for example, you can move your furniture so that the chair is always in a spot where when you enter the room, you have to crash into it. Okay, let's say you want to meditate as well. You can move the chair away from the corner and right beside the bed so that in order to get to the bed, by following this arrow, as you can see right here, you have to crash into the chair before you get into the bed and then meditate. Let's say you want to read more of your book. Instead of putting the book on the bookshelf or even on top of a desk or even on top of your bed, all right, keep the book open just like this so it's super easy and you're just walking around, you're like, oh, here's my nice book, and then you start reading. Okay, so ask yourself, how can I change the furniture of my room so that I make the habit super simple for me to do? So how can you make it so that you have to crash into the chair, especially if you want to do as many points as you possibly can of past papers? All right, the next mindset shift here is that I want you to prep your good habit the night before. Isn't it crazy that before we go to sleep, we have all these aspirations as to what we want to achieve the next day? Isn't that crazy? At least this is what I found in my own life. So what I did to take the most advantage of this is that every single day before I went to sleep, I would always make it a priority to prep my habits the night before. So for example, if I'm trying to maximize the amount of time I spend studying past paper questions, reach that 1.5 hours per day, I would set up my desk so that I already have the past paper questions on the screen monitor and I have the book open on the page that I'm about to work so that when I get back home, I crash into the chair, everything is easily set up, and I just sit down and start working immediately. All right. By the way, if you're liking this video so far, please do me a massive favor and share it with your other IB Diploma friends. I know they're going to get a lot out of this. And yeah, just share the love more than anything. I would be very grateful if you did that and eternally thankful. All right. Next point here is that finally you want to track your habit. Okay. I cannot underscore how absolutely critically important this is to have a good routine to track and know whether you're on track or off track. Understand this, that this will make you happy. Research shows that progress on our goals makes us feel happier and more satisfied with your life. So instead of trying to chase happiness by doing XYZ, whatever people do these days to try to chase happiness, stick to tracking your goals and seeing progress of your goals. I promise you that will make you joyful of yourself becoming a better person. Habits, as we talked about, you want to gain clarity on the metric in which you're going to track. In this case, it would be doing 1.5 hours per day of past paper questions. So I'd put that up with my stopwatch and track 1.5 hours per day. This is how I know whether or not I succeed in achieving this habit every single day. I also, by the way, I was also known in high school as a stopwatch guy. So if you want to go ahead and read this article, it's pretty amusing. But ultimately, what gets measured gets improved. That's the biggest idea. Okay, if you look at Cristiano Ronaldo, who, by the way, is not the best player, Messi. I'm a Messi guy, so Messi is a top guy. But nonetheless, I still have respect for Ronaldo. I respect Ronaldo because he has incredible precision when it comes to optimizing his own athletic performance, right? In fact, medical records show that Cristiano Ronaldo is actually or might actually be a superhuman. That's incredible. So you can't achieve what you don't measure. That's the biggest thing. Okay, Ronaldo was very specific in how he measured his vital, like the most important tactics that he had to get done. If you're not careful with that, you don't know whether or not you're going to reach the goal or not. So if you look at the movie Moneyball, that's exactly the entire point of the movie. That it was by tracking these metrics of the most important baseball players that they were able to ultimately maximize the results that the baseball team ended up achieving. Okay, so ask yourself, what stats, habits, and disciplines do you need to start to track, and how can you make sure that you have a simple system in place to track those metrics? Okay, I'll talk about exactly what I did. But before, let me tell you someone who mastered this. Sam Purcell, now a Brown student. This is how he was able to do it, by tracking his metrics, his habits, the amount of time he spent studying. I told him about the example with setting up his room and setting up the disciplines of doing as many past paper questions as possible. And because of that, he ended up achieving extraordinary results. So how do you go about tracking your habits? Number one, we talk about having that clarity. Number two, let's talk about having a visual habit tracking board. As I mentioned before, the majority of the input comes in through our visual senses. So it is critical for us to see with our eyes what we're going to be tracking. So this is actually in my room right over there in the hallway in my apartment. Every single day I wake up and I put an X on the habit that I'm tracking. Okay, and the goal here is to not break the chain. Do not break the chain. As Jerry Seinfeld said, every single day he would wake up, write a joke, and put an X on the wall when he wrote that joke, and he would not break the chain. You got to keep the chain going. And that serves as a visual reminder as to whether or not you're on track. All right, and with that being said, this is the very simple 3-step 45 IB habit system. Number one, select your habit strategy. You're either going to go massive to begin with or just downsize. Number two, you're going to schedule, then replace your worst habit. And then number three, you're going to make it idiot easy to do and idiot easy to track. All right, and then you can make that transition further on, as you can see in this graph right here, where eventually you transition to the automatic version of yourself where you're using that willpower, and then after a certain amount of repetitions, boom, you start getting to that automatic zone, and your habit solidifies and turns into an automatic habit that you don't even need to think about doing. Okay, so that's the goal with yourself. Make sure you set yourself up in such a way where you're able to achieve that threshold and then build these habits into your own life. Now, let me talk a little bit about my own high school habit, but let me jump in real quick and tell you to please join me down below in the Training Academy. Absolutely everything is happening there. All the goodies, all the one-on-one training, just everything is going on in the Training Academy. The gamification, the connections, the accountability, everything is happening there. I've compiled the best content that I know from the past 8 years plus of helping students out with their executive functioning skills, achieving great scores in the IB Diploma. As you can see right here, about 93.18% of Grizzlies get predicted a 42 out of 45 or anywhere in that range, 42 to 45 in the IB Diploma. And this is really the best thing that I've ever made. Go check it out down below. You will not regret it. And if for whatever reason you're not getting results or you don't like it or absolutely no reason at all, you just want to come check it out just because you want to check it out for free, I have no objections at all. Go ahead. We'll give you 100% of your money back if you don't like it. This is why I say it's the guaranteed way, the guaranteed most unique, predictable, and battle-tested system to get a 42 plus in the IB Diploma, or you don't pay. And I'm being serious with that. So please go ahead, join down below. Let's work one-on-one. Let me help you achieve your goals at grizzly.com/apply. Now, warning, this is not for everyone. This is for those who want to do absolutely everything they possibly can to get results, which is why I offer the one-on-one work. Why is it for free? Why am I doing this? You can read that on the screen right here. But ultimately, please go ahead, apply to the Grizzly application, which is an actual application, mind you. Go ahead, submit that, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, and with that, let's finish up here with a few of my key habits that I did in the IB Diploma. The first of which is I slept 8.5 hours, as I mentioned before, from 9 to 6:30 or 9:30 to 6 a.m. Really depends on the day, but somewhere in that range. So about 8 hours and a half to 9. Number two was I meditated about 10 minutes in the morning. I ended up moving this a little bit later in my IB DP2 year to before I went to bed, and I actually like that a little bit more. But I would typically start off by meditating 10 minutes in the morning. Now, the biggest thing here is, and by the way, I would do this after my sprint. So I think when it comes to these morning routines, the number one objective of a morning routine is to get down to doing your most important priority as fast as possible, because that builds up the momentum. Okay. After that, before I went to get some food, I would typically meditate for a few minutes, then go up, eat my food, go onto the bus, and continue on with my day. But I cannot stress how important it is to build in this habit of mindfulness, this habit of meditation. I have an entire playlist here precisely of what I meditated on. So if you're interested, you can check this out right here. Number three was I worked out for 1.5 hours in the afternoon, typically 4 to 5 times a week. During the IB Diploma season, as I mentioned earlier, it was a little bit less. Number four was I studied on the bus with the question bank, doing past paper questions. Number five was I made a priority to do 30 minutes of past paper question pre-study on future units. I try to do this every single day on the bus to school, meaning I look ahead, look at what I'm about to cover, and do past paper question on that content. Number 6 is I would place the phone out of sight / out of reach when working. It was not in my vicinity, which leads me on to the 6.2 point, or 6.B, excuse me, is to avoid distractions at all costs. Number 7 was the extracurricular habits, which is the Grizzly 1 habits, which I talk about in depth in the Training Academy down below. But in short, it's these habits right here that were essential for my own brand strategy that I implemented when applying to these top universities. So number 1 was the public speaking practice. Number 2 was engineering, eventually turned into engineering coding. But before I really knew how to code, it was just engineering overall. So mechanical engineering, electrical engineering was primarily what I was focused on until eventually it turned into engineering coding. And then number 3 was sales practice. So anything to do with growing my business by selling it, by making sales, that was one of my most important habits that I did as much as I possibly could when I was in high school, and preferably once a day for all of these. All right, so Grizzly habit, I like to call this, what are your 3 brand words to applying for a top university? And then you want to turn those 3 brand words into a habit and become competent in that, because that gives you a very strong application. All right, I talk about this in depth in the Training Academy down below, but that's number 8. Number 9 is 4 hours of past paper questions per day. That was my goal every single day. I tried to hit this 4 hours of past paper question, maybe 30 minutes of pre-studying past paper question, and then 3 hours and a half of doing questions on topics that I completed in the past. Now, my most important habit that I think made the largest difference of just habits in general was this right here. I like to call it perpetual enlightenment. Okay, I call this the robot reboot habit. Okay, it's a reboot habit. It's a momentum habit. Now, let me explain to you exactly what this is. And it was staying in a momentum cycle. I made this a habit to stay in what I like to call a momentum cycle. Okay, let me explain to you exactly what I mean by this. Let's say you got yourself a scarf. Okay, it's a very nice scarf. You love the scarf. It looks very good. It's very luxurious. And when you arrive back home, you tell yourself, oh, this is a very luxurious scarf. You look around and you tell yourself, my home could be a little bit more luxurious. So you go out, you replace your bed with a very luxurious bed, and now you have a very luxurious bed, and you tell yourself, okay, of my room, I could level up a few other parts, right? Maybe I could get a more luxurious, I don't know, color of the painting on the wall. Maybe I could get a more luxurious desk. Maybe I could get a more luxurious computer, right? Maybe I could get a more luxurious watch. So you continue to upgrade your home over and over and over and over again until your home starts to mimic the luxury that was first observed in the luxury of your scarf. Now, if you know the story, you know it as the Diderot effect, which comes down to this guy right here, who I believe was the original writer of the encyclopedia. By this writer right here, Mr. Diderot, where he made one positive change and that triggered other good habits, okay? This created what I like to call a positive upward cycle. So if you see the movie Limitless, you know that he ends up taking the pill and it shoots him into this upward spiral that I like to call momentum. So P equals MV, you have that momentum to continue spiraling up. And really it comes down to this concept right here, where you get a good habit, you build that good habit, you see results, then you tell yourself, wow, I get these results. You want to get more, let's get more done. And then you build another good habit and you continue to go up this upwards spiral of success. So my habit that I urged myself to build was to always stay in this state of wanting to continuously become better. Like this, I felt like I was constantly heading up this positive upward spiral, which inspired me, which made me more motivated, which gave me excellent mental health, because I was constantly asking myself, all right, let's get better, let's get better, let's get better. It was exciting. I felt like a game. It felt like I was leveling up my character. All right. So it comes down to this 4-step process right here. What you observe turns into what you think. What you think turns into the actions you take. The actions ultimately turn into your results. So if you look at that setup from the perspective of this drawing, as I mentioned before, first of all, you take that action, then you get the results, you observe those results, then you start to think about what those future results could be, which then sets your expectation and then urges you to take even more action. Repeating the cycle over and over and over again gets you super motivated. You feel like you can never stop. Now, if you look back in your own life, there were probably a few times here and there that you were super motivated. Ask yourself, what caused it? What was the reason behind that motivation? Yes, Bjorn Ravello, you wise, handsome, good-looking, limitless fellow Grizzly you see. How exactly do I implement this into my own life? Well, I'm glad that you asked. This is how you relight a positive cycle and make this a perpetual habit that is nonstop. All right, first of all, pick one of these 3 areas to begin. So you can start by making a good habit. You can start by getting results as fast as possible, or you can just get the general feeling that you want to get more done. These are, in what I've experienced in my own life and with the hundreds of students I worked with, these are typically the 3 most predictable ways to get into this cycle. Now, I suggest you start with one of these 2. So either start a good habit or just get incredible results as fast as possible, because those are the easiest to quantify. The other one is more of a golden goose opportunity where sometimes you just wake up and you feel super enlightened, or you feel like it's time for a change, or let's say you watch a movie or you read something in a book and it's just what you had to hear, and that kind of clicks you into wanting to take action. So the first one is to start a good habit to ultimately get results and get results as fast as possible. So for me, this habit is simply waking up early. I found that when I wake up at say 6 in the morning, I get this incredible momentum where I feel unstoppable throughout the entire day. All right, even when I was in high school, I was waking up at maybe like 6:30, sometimes latest at 6:50. Even waking up at 6:50, I found was enough to really push me to continue to move forward. And the earliest I would wake up on some days was at 5 a.m. when I really wanted to get incredible results that day. The key takeaway right here is that when you wake up early, the day starts to feel longer, which simply inspires you to continue to get those results because you now have this chasm of time by which you can make progress. All right. So the reason why I suggest always waking up early is because number one, it's the most productive time of the day. When you search up the word morning, notice how it corresponds to all these concepts about human rebirth, greatness, achievement. All of this happens in the morning, not at night. In fact, if you search up night, notice how dark, how all the human evils, all of death, all of fear, all of the bad stuff of human nature typically happens in the nighttime. Also comes the fact that there are almost no distractions in the morning, and it allows you to simply avoid them. So help yourself avoid the sirens by waking up early. And when you do that, you avoid a lot of texts, a lot of calls, maybe voice calls from your friends, from your family, etc. And just gives you this bubble of silence where you're able to sit down without any distractions and truly get things done. On top of that, you get that fresh tank of willpower, which I've mentioned multiple times, that during the day you're making choice after choice after choice after choice. And by the end of the day, your willpower is absolutely spent. You feel exhausted and you don't want to do any difficult tasks. So do the most difficult tasks always at the beginning of the day because that's when you have that tank of willpower. On top of that, you also get increased daylight, which just simply makes the day feel longer because of your circadian rhythms. And then number three, it also creates that urgency, especially if you get out of bed fast and you get to action as fast as you possibly can. It creates that urgency for the entire day. And not only does the day actually feel longer, but the day becomes longer as well. All right, let me explain what I mean by this. Let's say you were waking up at 6 in the morning and then you have your flow session, you go to school, you come back home, you do your homework, 9 p.m. comes, and then you go to bed. Now, let's say you didn't wake up at 6 a.m. and instead you woke up at 8. Even if you sleep the exact same amount of hours, a lot of students waste a lot of time that they could be making progress with some type of bad habit, right? Whether they're exhausted or they're just wasting time or they get back home and they just go on their couch. Typically what tends to happen and what I've seen in my own life and with the students I worked with is that when I got back home, I would just there was no sense of urgency, especially if my bedtime was much later in the night. But if I had a bedtime of let's say 8:30 or 9 p.m. and I got back home at 5, I knew that after I had food, I would only have a few hours to actually get anything that I wanted to get done. So that sense of urgency led me to take action, and where I otherwise would have done a bad habit, instead, I was able to execute on a good habit and get the work done. And in doing so, I actually got more work done and I did less of the unproductive session that otherwise would have pulled me away. All right, so this is the 3 reasons why the day feels longer. Let's talk about a few other momentum habits. Number 1 is books/courses. This was a big takeaway by Eric Su, who had the following testimonial after completing Grizzly Elite. He simply mentioned that Grizzly Elite created that upward spiral that inspired him to continue to take action. All right, so that was number 1. Number 2, begin working out at the gym. Okay, this is a big one because simply working out clears your energy, allows you to have a clean mind, gives you more energy, makes you feel more invigorated, which can spark up that upward spiral. And then number C is eliminating some type of vice. All right, so semen retention, if you know what that is, or maybe some type of drug or whatever the case may be, just removing a vice or some type of bad candy or some bad habit that you've overcome can typically be the thing that pushes you over and creates that positive cycle in your own life. All right. In other words, eliminating a terrible, quote unquote, addictive habit can give you an excellent sense of achievement that rivals anything else. So ask yourself the following question: what habit can you build to relight that positive upward cycle? Hopefully one of those habits is just watching this video. Hopefully this video gives you the inspiration you need to go ahead and take action quickly and take action immediately right after this and start that positive cycle in your own life. So if watching this video is the reason why you're able to start that positive upward cycle, always remember that if you need an extra kick or you need an extra boost or you're feeling down and you want to relight that part in your life, go back and rewatch this video. All right, it will always be here. So just go back, rewatch this video, listen to the audio as many times as you want in order to relight that positive cycle. All right. So number one was to start a good habit and then get results. Number two is to get results as fast as possible. That's this part right here of the cycle. So find yourself a way to get results as soon as you possibly can. One of the ways that I like to do this are known as focus days. So you can schedule in focus days, which is basically when you just spend an insane amount of time working. So let's say you wake up at 3 a.m. and you work nonstop until 11. So you make it your goal to make this the most productive day of your entire life, and you achieve that goal. That, my friends, is called a focus day. So whenever you just want to kickstart and you want to shoot yourself up into the stratosphere of high achievement with the IB Diploma or with any EC that you're working on, tell yourself, all right, I'm going to wake up at 3 and I'm going to work nonstop until 11. If you do this, let's say on a weekend, like you wake up Saturday at 3 in the morning, you just grind until 11 p.m., you'll be surprised at how much you can get done. Now, I don't suggest you do this every single day, but maybe once a month, once every 2 months is enough to really just kickstart that process and make massive leaps of progress while nobody else does. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And just sprint all day working like a savage beast without distractions. In fact, I would suggest even not checking your phone at all. Tell your friends, all right, for the next 24 hours, I'm unavailable. And then don't touch your phone at all for the entire day. See what happens when that happens. Okay, so that's number one, schedule focus days. Number two, do the one difficult thing you've been procrastinating on. One of the craziest things that I've noticed with students over and over and over again is that typically the highest value tasks, and this is especially true when it comes to those ECs and when it comes to the IB Diploma as a whole, is a lot of the stuff that you don't want to do, the tasks that are scary, the tasks that are daunting, those are typically the highest value tasks. If we recall what we were talking about before with the disproportionate leverage curve, those would be the tasks on the right hand side. So I urge you, if you would like to have a jump start into that positive cycle, identify what are the tasks that you've been procrastinating on that are the most challenging, that are the most daunting. Wake up one day and just commit to doing them. Tell yourself, all right, for the next hour and a half, I'm going to work like a savage beast. I'm going to work like a grizzly. I'm going to get all this stuff done. I'm going to get the tasks that are the most challenging, that are the most scared of. I'm just going to get it done. And after that, watch your confidence spike. Watch yourself walk out of that session absolutely relieved that you got the most critical and oftentimes difficult and scary task done. So try that one out. All right, the next thing, now that I mentioned procrastination, this is a very simple way to eliminate procrastination once and for all. It's the silver bullet, or the golden bullet, as I like to call it, okay? It's the 5-5 rule, or the 55 rule. Okay, so it's just two numbers, 5 and 5. Very simple. Number one, write down the task that you want to do. Okay, so the thing you procrastinated on, just sit down one day and write it down. Always starts with clarity. This is a thing you're going to notice, a concept that's going to come up over and over and over and over again, and absolutely everything that I teach in this channel and in the Training Academy is that you have to start with clarity. If you don't start with clarity, it is almost impossible for you to achieve the goal. In fact, the likelihood that you just randomly stumble upon the goal is basically zero. Basically zero, that you just randomly stumble upon the goal. Instead, you need to make a concerted effort towards achieving it. So start with clarity. That's number one. Number two, count down out loud from number 5. So count down from 5. This is called the 5-second rule, by the way. So you start from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then by the time you reach the end of 1, just like SpongeBob in this meme, you want to like move and do the thing. All right, so whatever you've been procrastinating on, just count down from 5, tell yourself 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then boom. Don't think, don't just apply zero thought, just move your body in the direction of doing the thing. So let's say you've been procrastinating on doing an essay, count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then move your body, get up, open the tab on your other computer, or just do whatever, move, do the thing without thinking, and just get started. The biggest thing that stops most people is getting started. If you just get started working on the thing that you're procrastinating on, you're going to be miles ahead of the version of yourself who keeps thinking about, oh, when should I start? When should I start? Nah, just get started immediately. Okay, so that's number 2. Number 3 is to do only 5 minutes of work. Tell yourself, yeah, this thing sucks, but I'm only going to do 5 minutes. Okay, I'm not going to spend an hour. I'm not going to spend 25 minutes. I'm not going to spend 3 hours. I'm just going to spend 5 minutes on this task. If I hate writing my extended essay and I'm procrastinating on it, just tell yourself, all right, I'm going to spend 5 minutes on this, and then count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. 55 method. That's how it rolls. Spend only 5 minutes at it, and just actually spend 5 minutes. Okay, by the end of the 5 minutes, like put an alarm, 5 minutes, and then at the end of those 5 minutes, just don't work on it anymore. Stop and tell yourself, all right, that's it. And then tell yourself, okay, I'm going to do another 5 minutes. And then after those 5 minutes, tell yourself, okay, I'm going to do another 5 minutes. Then you get into that cycle and you just start doing the task, and you start to realize that it's actually not that hard. You reach a state of focus, and then eventually reach a state of flow, and then boom, you're doing the task and you get it done. This was a big takeaway for Han Chi, who I remember mentioning this tactic in specific, and it was a huge takeaway for her own success. Okay. Then number 3 was something very simple. Do a very small, simple task. For example, clean up your room, or for example, clean up your desk, or just a very simple task, such as one past paper question or the easiest part of your extended essay. For extended essays is very difficult and you don't want to do the background research, or you don't want to do the evaluation, or you don't want to do the analysis, just sit down and organize the table, for example, or organize one of the title pages. Just start doing something very simple, just so you can start the doing itself. Okay, so that's what that to do more with procrastination. But if you want to get results as soon as possible, start by doing something small, something simple, and that'll get you into that cycle of doing things and getting things completed. And then the next thing becomes much simpler to do, until you do the most difficult things and you get results. All right, so a few examples here. As I mentioned, clean up your room, do small chores, and do what I like to call eventually to-dos, okay, which I'll talk about a little bit later in this video. All right, so that was number 2, get results as soon as possible. And then number 3 is leverage bursts of motivation, okay? The only reason why I dislike these is because they can be unpredictable. Okay, you don't know when you're gonna feel motivated. In many cases, motivation is a feeling. Like, you either feel it or you don't. Like, you feel motivated, like, I feel like doing it, or you don't. So it can be unpredictable, which is why it's not my favorite. But it's a golden goose opportunity in the sense that if it happens, if you see it, if you can notice it and you can take action on it, that's a huge opportunity. Okay, for example, this can be an experience, this can be places, this can be thoughts, movies, music, etc. Sometimes it just happens that you're watching a movie, or you're listening to some audio, or you're listening to a music, and you hear exactly what you needed to hear. For example, this movie right here always fires me up. Whenever I watch this movie, of Limitless, I just feel incredibly inspired, and I just want to get things done in my own life. I want to achieve results. This movie right here also inspires me. And this movie right here, you might recognize that Batman Begins also inspires me, especially the first act. Like, just, I absolutely love this movie. The first act of Batman Begins inspires me in a way that very few movies do. Iron Man is another one where I watch Iron Man and I want to make stuff. I just want to build up. Like, I get into that engineering mode, and I feel like even though the engineering work I'm doing is difficult, even though it's annoying, it still gets me to say that, yes, I want to sit down, I want to do this, I want to work on XYZ tasks that I might be pulling off. So I like this, but it's my least favorite because it's unpredictable, and at the end of it, you're left empty-handed. Unlike starting a new habit or getting results as soon as possible, where you have actual quantifiable results, simply sitting down and watching a movie is not going to give you any quantifiable results at the end of the day. All right, so that right there, my friends, was how to automate these IB45 tactics and how to always do them without fail. Now let's wrap up with a few last set of action points right here. All right, we've now reached the end of the 3rd stage out of 3, where we automate our IB45 tactics to always do these without fail as a habit. All right, so in order to beat your competition, as we talked about before, you need to get yourself out of that stupor that almost every single student is in, and instead focus on your most important priorities, remove the signs in your life, develop laser eye focus on the tasks that are the most important. In other words, identify the tasks that contribute the majority of your results. This is the identify section. That was step number 1, identify IB45 tactics. Number 2 was to execute those 45 tactics, get those tasks done as much as you possibly can. Then number 3 was to always do them without fail by turning them into habits. Now, as I mentioned before, let's work one-on-one. If you haven't submitted the apply form already, I don't know what you're doing. This is the best way to do absolutely everything you possibly can to get those results. So again, go down below, grizzly.com/apply, and you can actually schedule one-on-one time to speak with myself. I speak to everyone who gets accepted into the academy. First of all, to test, to make sure that you're legit and that you're a high-achieving student and you're ambitious and you want to get accepted. But second of all, it's so that you can ask me any questions about your unique situation so I can help you out in a one-on-one environment. All right, but understand the spots are limited, and this is by far the best thing on the market. I know that for a fact because I've talked to hundreds of students over the past few years and I've gotten them quantifiable results. So please come ahead, join us. We guarantee success as well at grizzly.com/apply. Now, with that being said, this is the last part of the video, part number 4 on the 45 pillars. All right, so I'm going to be going over a few pillars that are really essential for success. All right, the first mindset shift is that practice makes perfect. This is not true. So the way I like to think about this is that practice is neither good or bad. It is simply a multiplier. It multiplies whatever input you put into the system. And what I mean by that is that it's a neutral pathway. It's a mean to build a neutral pathway. In other words, practice does not make perfect, but instead perfect practice makes perfect. All right, so remember that next time you're doing past paper questions. Pillar number 2, mindset shift here, is that there's no such thing as a good or bad experience. There's only learning experiences. And this is really the mindset shift that I've developed over the past few years, especially in the IB Diploma. I did everything I possibly could to see everything as an opportunity to grow. As I mentioned earlier, I loved doing difficult things because I knew that by doing the difficult things, I would become a better person. I would become stronger. I would grow as a result. And that fundamentally excited me. So whenever I see something that's challenging, whenever I see something that good that happened to me or something that bad that happened to me, I always ask myself, okay, what is the lesson behind this? How can I learn something from this? How can I grow? How can I become a better person because of it? Okay, that right there, my friends, is pillar number 2. Pillar number 3, I learned this from the High Performance Habits book by Brendon Burchard. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. It's the idea of courage, and the quote I love the most, and I believe I heard this from a Tom Cruise movie. I just remember I don't remember what movie it was, but I remember Tom Cruise being in it, where the quote went along the lines of, in order to have courage, you must have fear. Okay, in order to have courage, you must have fear. In fact, fear is a prerequisite for courage. That really struck me, because if I don't have fear, if I don't have something that scares me, there's no way I can be courageous. And the other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is that 99% of present fears are unfounded. All right, this isn't like the days back when we were living in the jungle, back trying to survive, back in caveman times. 99% of fears are unfounded. There are, in these days, very rarely are there going to be tigers roaming our streets trying to kill us. That's just not the present day reality. Instead, the mindset shift here is that failure is a requirement to success. And I want you to fail more often. As Thomas Edison said, I failed my way to success. And as John F. Kennedy stated, there are those who dare to fail miserably are those who can achieve greatly. This, by the way, is why I love coding, because programming in general teaches you how to fail. So if you want to fail as much as possible, go ahead, learn how to software develop, because I promise you, every single time you run something, you're going to fail consistently over and over and over again. In fact, I even remember the first few times that I was learning how to code, I was so incredibly frustrating because everything just took so long, in the sense that I had this expectation that I would succeed right away, that the thing would work. And when it didn't, and I had to go back, make the change, go back, make the change, go back, make the change, it increased my patience substantially. And I've noticed this all the time, even like in the university, where the students who have that engineering background, because they continue to fail over and over and over again until it finally works, those are the students who have the patience to really sit it out. So if you want to develop that skill of being able to fail consistently, rebound from it, I urge you to learn how to code. Now, imagine you had a magic wand here, and you had to try, quote unquote, hard every single day. And even though you tried hard, you would still fail. What would you do? What if you had to do something every single day that caused you to fail? This was taken from inspiration I got back when I was in high school. I think I was like 15 years old or something, when I saw this video right here on continuously failing over and over and over again. The point is, do something each day that you know you're going to fail at. For example, if you're going to the gym, try a weight that you're probably going to fail at. Solve that past paper question in 30 seconds. If it takes you a minute to do and you to be doing it for a minute, set it to timer for 30 seconds and tell yourself, okay, I'm going to finish that past paper question in less than 30 seconds. Next time you do a paper one, give yourself 30 minutes instead of an hour and a bit. Tell yourself, okay, I'm going to crank out this paper one in 30 minutes and I'm going to get a level 7. You're probably going to fail. And that's the exact point. Do something every single day that you probably know you're going to fail at. All right, so that's pillar number 3. Pillar number 4 is to avoid the crowd. The big takeaway I like here is that if you're doing what everyone else is doing, you're doing it all wrong, as Casey Neistat said. If you want to be successful in life, simply watch what most people would do in a given situation and then do the total opposite. 9 times out of 10, you'll achieve greater results. All right, this is why I mentioned earlier that all the music that I see, all this popular stuff that I see online, I look at this stuff so that I know what not to know. The reason why I go on Google Trends every single year and I go on the Billboard stuff is because I want to know what I don't need to know. Because at the end of the day, if you do what everyone else does, if you think how everyone else does, if you consume the information that everyone does, you're going to get the mass majority of results, which is basically zero. So you want to avoid thinking like the majority. And the way you do that is by changing your inputs so that they are of the minority. You need to make sure that the inputs are differentiated to such a point that they're different from the crowd. So keep that in mind. Do what everyone else is not willing to do and avoid the crowd at basically all costs in all situations. All right. Pillar number 5. Feelings when working do not matter. Most students that I see that are struggling with the IB Diploma, I oftentimes notice this issue right here where their feelings take hold of their rational ability to act. Okay? Stop getting emotional, right? This is the Don, if you've seen the Godfather, super rational being. Act more. We need to start acting more rationally in our day-to-day things, especially in the IB Diploma, especially if you want to get top results. You need to stop falling into this frame of emotion. Okay, the mindset shift here is that the work doesn't matter what you think or what you feel. If you look at Bjorn right here doing past paper questions, is he happy? Is he bored? Is he doing his thinking about his ECs? Is he thinking about salmon? The real answer is who cares? All right. Who cares what he's thinking about? The only thing that matters at the end of the day is whether or not you got the work done. The work doesn't matter what you think. The work doesn't matter what you feel. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the results you get. So that's actually in the training academy. I get reminded of this all the time. It's the results that matter. All right. So that's pillar number 5 of leveraging your emotions instead of trying to hide away from it or trying to say, oh, I don't feel like doing it. We can actually leverage this to gain even more success. But the first part of this pillar is to understand that it doesn't matter what you feel. You need to make it a priority to just get work done. To get it done, even if you don't feel like it, even if you don't want to get it done nonetheless, and just act rationally, right? I feel like a lot of students I work with, they act way too emotionally. They're way too much in their emotions, which is a bad thing in the sense that, like, don't do that. But it's also a good thing because most students do that, meaning that if you're able to overcome this evolutionary weakness, and the reason why I say evolutionary weakness is because it is in it is in teenagers to become emotional, to have these mood swings. So if you're able to overcome that, you gain a significant advantage over your competition. So just remember that these are normal feelings. It is normal to some days feel happy. It is normal to some days feel sad. It is normal to some days feel like you don't want to do anything. This is just called being a normal human being. All right, it's just called being normal. But you can leverage this effectively so that you're not left in the deer in a headlight situation where because of your emotion, you're stunned and you don't want to take action. Okay, don't fall into that. The way you overcome this, and this is what I tell myself because again, I'm a human. So there are days where I wake up and I don't want to do stuff, but I still get it done regardless. It's because of this concept right here. I always tell myself I'm going to do the eventually to-dos. These are reliable tasks that ground you and that give you certainty that you're making progress. A lot of times, the reason why you might be feeling sad or not motivated is because you don't have a lot of certainty. You don't know if what you're doing is going to work. And because of that, you'd rather just not do anything at all because it's much easier. Instead, what I urge you to do is if you ever find yourself in a situation where you don't want to do anything, make yourself do one of these eventually to-dos, which are reliable tasks that ground you, that eventually have to get done. These are tasks that eventually have to get done. So for example, study for next week's math test. You will eventually have to study for next week's math test. So if you're feeling like crap right now, instead of trying to do something difficult or something you don't want to do, just sit down and do the math test. Or let's say you have an English assignment due, just sit down and complete that English assignment or that essay or study for XYZ test or spend 1 hour studying for the SAT, whatever the case may be. These are tasks that you will eventually have to do based on your goal. So just sit down and get them done. You want to wait out these mood swings by doing these eventually to-dos, and eventually the emotion's going to subside and you'll be able to act rationally and with a straight conviction in your success instead of being at the end of the puppet string, which is your teenage emotions. All right, so that's number 5. Wait out with eventually to-dos, and then eventually you're going to get that leverage. Okay, number 6, however, is the following: that we do the work even when we don't feel like it. This is like the superpower. Number 5 was a hack around this, but if you're really able to master this concept, you're going to be incredibly ahead of the entire competition. What I mean by that is that the person who always does the thing will always have the advantage. Even when you don't feel like doing it, if you act, if you get the job done, even when you don't want to get it done, that's when you get incredible results. You do the work even when we don't feel like it. As Jim Rohn says right here, we must all suffer one of two pains: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret. The difference is that discipline weighs ounces while regret weighs tons. So which one do you want to suffer? Do you want to suffer the pain of discipline, suffer the pain of working hard every single day, or the pain of regret? I can tell you that if I spent all that time working in high school and I did not achieve my goals, I would 100% regret that and just ask myself, why did I do it? Okay, why did I spend all this time and I didn't get into my top school? Why did I spend all this time and I did get the score I wanted? Okay, I would 100% regret that, and I could not live with that happening. So that's why I went all in, and I really told myself, yeah, I'm going to sacrifice. I'm going to sacrifice short-term pain for long-term success. So just keep that in mind. This is what you must give up in order to achieve those results. The other way you can think about this is, as I mentioned before, the 55 method. Don't break the chain as well is the other thing we talked about with Jerry Seinfeld, where he would continuously put X's on the wall so that every single day you wake up, you see those X's, and you understand that if you stop today, you're going to break the chain. So don't break the chain. And then the other concept is that of the stopwatch. Track the amount of time that you spend working on these tasks. We do the tasks even when we don't feel like it because you are a grizzly. All right, if you made it this far in this video. So with that being said, thank you so much for watching this video and absolutely everything I did to get a 45 in the IB Diploma. This was long. This was valuable. I got a lot out of this myself making this, and I hope you did as well. So if you want to take the next steps, I urge you to join the Academy down below. Apply for that. Let's speak one-on-one. Let me meet you one-on-one. All right, I have slots down below where you can schedule time. I talk to everybody who gets accepted into the Academy just to make sure they're legit, because I truly want to make a community of high-achieving students who are willing to do what it takes to get those top scores. Okay, if that sounds like you, go ahead and join us down below. You're going to love it. I guarantee it. And until next time, stay grizzly. I'll see you in the next video. Enjoy.